You found the skeleton. How would you tell it to die? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on this.
Hey there YouTube, the Dapper Dinosaur here. Today we're going to take a look at a talk given by Pamela Acker of the Kolbe Center for the Study of Creation. They're named for Maximilian Kolbe, a Polish priest who died during World War II in Auschwitz after volunteering to die in the place of a Polish soldier who was also held there. My paternal grandmother was quite fond of him, and I kind of feel like attaching his name to a pseudoscience organization mill is in bad taste. But then, I guess I'm not sure what other saint I would find to be in good taste. Maybe St. Jude Thaddeus, the patron saint of lost causes. Also, they are anti-vaxxers, and they appropriate art from the Eastern Orthodox, a group that has historically not been treated well by Catholics, who have pillaged numerous Orthodox churches throughout history and stolen religious artifacts from them. Now, of course, selling prints of famous works of art from Eastern Orthodox churches is far less destructive than, sacking Constantinople and stealing a bunch of art and relics, but I still find it distasteful. That being said, the Soviet Union also stole a whole bunch of Catholic churches and just handed them to the Russian Orthodox Church, who has not handed them back, which they absolutely should. So it's not like the Eastern Orthodox Church has completely clean hands. Oh well, we're not here to talk about the weird ways in which Christians are mean to each other. Really, we're here to hear Pamela Acker, author of Vaccination, A Catholic Perspective, tell us why evolution is dumb and wrong, actually. Pamela has a master's in biology from the Catholic University of America, which is indeed a real accredited school, and so Pamela can and should be held to the standards of someone who has reached a level of master's in biology. She's giving this talk to a church congregation, and it looks like this congregation might be a new mission, since there appears to be an altar setup, but otherwise it looks very little like a traditional Catholic church interior. This video was also uploaded in 2 parts, and neither had great audio quality, and my attempts to clean it up didn't really improve it, so you get to hear the same audio I did. I've also cut out the prayer bits as I have nothing to say about them. Okay, with that rather long preamble out of the way, let's hear from Pam.
So what I'm going to do in 3 presentations today is try to give you some insight into the actual science behind evolutionary theory.
Well, y'all already knew that she's not, because this is on my channel, and if she were just presenting the science and not misrepresenting it, I probably wouldn't be making this video series. Let's see how long we go before we have to switch from Pam is probably just dumb to Pam is probably lying. Given she has a master's in biology, I'm guessing probably not long.
And I started to question evolutionary theory as a molecular biologist long before I ever heard a talk by the Kolbe Center.
But was it long before she encountered Protestant anti-evolution? The Kolbe Center is pretty obscure in the world of anti-evolution. In fact, I hadn't heard about them until mid-December 2023. And countering anti-evolution stuff has been basically my job for years now. I somehow suspect that she actually had encountered similar Protestant material long before encountering the Kolbe Center. Indeed, much of her talk is based on the book Icons of Evolution by Jonathan Wells, a member of the Unification Church, aka the Moonies, a cult centered in South Korea famous for thinking the founder, Sun Myung Moon, was a reincarnation of Jesus, and for their mass weddings in which hundreds of couples enter arranged marriages at once, usually without ever having met their spouses before the ceremony. Wells works for the Discovery Institute, which is mostly Protestant, although Michael Behe and Gunter Beckley are Catholics.
Because I looked at the problem of DNA and proteins and the way those two things work together, and it just didn't seem to me like you could have a molecule that had all the information for a really complex molecule like a protein, but had to be built by that really complex molecule that it coded the information for. So it's almost a molecular chicken and egg problem, if you will.
I'd like to point out that if this is a problem, it's a problem for the origin of life, not evolution. But also, that's just an argument from incredulity. Pam can't see how it works, therefore it can't.
So I started kind of there in graduate school and gradually came to do more and more research into more and more of the things that I had been taught were true about evolution theory. And what I'm going to do today is present some of those things to you. And we call this talk Icons of Evolution, which we're borrowing from Dr. Jonathan Wells, who I believe coined the term about 20 years ago when he wrote a book by that title.
Yep, he sure did write that book, and I read it. It's really, really, really bad. But hey, that's okay. We're going to look at the basic arguments in the book via Pam's talk here.
But a priest on Sensus Fidelium gave a very good homily with the same title, Icons of Evolution, and that my next 2 slides are lifted entirely from him.
Oh good, we get to hear Wells's point not just filtered through Pam, but filtered first through some random priest from Sensus Fidelium, and then by Pam Acker. Pam sure is putting that education to good use.
But to help you understand why we're using this terminology, so if you think about the icons that Hugh talked about last night, there are these beautiful images of the way that the world was created, and they're teaching us something. And so when you look at an icon, you can think of it as a sermon without words. So
this icon in particular is depicting the sixth day of creation from Genesis 1 and was painted by iconographer Michael Kapeluk, an Eastern Orthodox man living in Pennsylvania. It's in English, which is nice if you're a silly American who can't read Greek. I don't know, I just felt like giving the non-Catholic who made this art credit for his work, especially since if it were my work being used in service to pseudoscience by an anti-vaxxer, I'd be pretty upset about it. To be fair, I have no idea how Mr. Kapeluk would feel about it, as all I know about him is that he paints icons both freestanding, on wood, and as murals. Side note, I find it rather amusing that the lions in this are both apparently male.
Think of that as we're going through this talk. These images that I'm going to show you that are used to present evolutionary biology as true are icons in the same sense. They are sermons without words. They are teaching you science without actually showing you any evidence.
Okay, so what is an icon? Well, it's derived from a Greek word that just means image, but that's not really how it's used in English. When specifically speaking about Christian icons, they are paintings or mosaics that depict scenes from biblical texts, from the life of saints, or just a saint or other religious figure as a portrait, without any particular event being depicted. They are usually highly stylized, and while not objects of worship themselves, are venerated to honor what is depicted on them. But does any of this apply to the icons of evolution as Wells meant it? No, he's using a different definition, clearly. He means it in the same way that we might say that Marilyn Monroe was a sex icon. It's someone or something that exemplifies some aspect or quality that brings that aspect or quality to mind. Pam is just blatantly equivocating between Christian icons and another definition of icon that, while related, is indeed different. I don't appreciate it, as equivocating is logically fallacious, and I really have trouble believing she doesn't know what she's doing. But then again, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not quite at the point where I think Pam is being dishonest rather than stupid, but we're getting there.
They're showing you an image that is supposed to communicate a truth.
Nope, the icons of evolution are all various examples of things that either demonstrate some principle of evolutionary biology or can really only be explained by it. They aren't images, they aren't supposed to explain things without words, they aren't representative of whatever is going on in heaven. And as for the no words thing, there have been thousands of pages worth of ink spilled on every single one of them, as there have been on the subjects of icons like the one we're being shown.
And if you compare this icon of creation, the creation of Adam, to the icon of the creation of man in the next slide, I hope you'll notice a few differences.
The biggest one I notice is that it's not an icon. It's a museum display with what looks like an orangutan skeleton and a human skeleton. I don't know the context of the picture, but it doesn't seem to be on the internet. I suspect that it might be a picture taken by Pam or an associate. It looks like it's a picture of a book or pamphlet that, yes, was probably about human ancestry and origins, but unlike an icon, you know what books and pamphlets have? That's right, lots and lots of words.
So this is the icon that's on display in the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
I cannot find evidence of a display matching that online, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, I suspect that it did exist and perhaps has been taken down in favor of their current human evolution section.
And it looks a little bit different than the icon on our last slide.
Well, it's not really there to display a Bible story, so that makes sense.
So instead of God handing, breathing life into Adam, so our Lord Jesus Christ, bringing him out of the dust of the earth, we have a gorilla handing something down to a human being.
I can pretty much guarantee that this skeletal display was not created with an icon by Michael Kapeluk or any other iconography in mind. I also don't see the ape, which I still think is more likely an orangutan than a gorilla, handing the human anything.
And notice they're both quite dead. And they're actually both female skeletons. So that's yet another inversion.
I mean, I doubt those are real skeletons, so they're probably not dead. And an inversion of what? You can't just pick some random display and then say it's an inversion of some icon you like without showing how the two are supposed to be versions of the same theme. If you're willing to just look for any display of female ape skeletons, then I guess they're all an inversion of the creation of Adam icon. But is that really anyone's goal in making these displays?
If you are looking at this, you should see, hopefully, that this is a deliberate and blasphemous mockery of the icon you just saw. Everything is inverted.
I absolutely do not see that, because I don't have some kind of paranoid persecution complex where I assume that everything that vaguely resembles something else is actually a nefarious twist on the thing that's meant to lead people away from the truth, TM.
Instead of light, there's darkness. Instead of life, there's death. Instead of God and man, there's gorilla and woman.
Instead of lions, pigs, camels, lepers, and horses, there's black. Instead of a gold sky, there's nothing. Instead of paint, there's plastic. Instead of Eastern Orthodoxy, there's some religiously unaffiliated museum. Instead of abs, there's nothing. Instead of a careful pose to not reveal Adam's crotch, there's just full frontal. You see, I can also just point out differences between different images. Look, here's an icon of the baptism of Christ, and here's a picture of Olympic swimmer Annie Lazor. One has a topless Jesus, the other has Annie with her top covered. One has kind of floating over the river, the other has chest-high immersion. One has John the Baptist, the other has some other woman. One has a dove representing the Spirit of God, the other has nothing representing the Spirit of God. One has angels witnessing, the other has no one pictured witnessing. One has a golden sky representing the light of God that suffuses heaven, the other just has a blue background. One has two human men, the other has two human women. It's like this picture of Annie Lazor is a dark demonic inversion of the gospel message. Who could ever have guessed that the 2020 USA Women's Olympic Swim Team was actually a satanic conspiracy to turn people away from Christ?
And everything is backwards and upside down, and that's a characteristic signature of the diabolical.
Stay tuned for me and Pam to team up to expose the 2020 Olympics as a scheme to invalidate the Catholic Feast of Theophany.
So Father gave a much better explanation of all of this in his talk than I did, and I refer you to him.
Well, he's not here, so I don't know how good an explanation he gave of this, but it would be hard for it to be worse than Pam's explanation.
But I present it because this is the battle that's being waged. The battle that's being waged is not being waged at the level of ideas, it's not being waged at the level of evidence, it's being waged at the level of images. And so that's why this talk is so important.
There's no battle. There are scientists doing science largely oblivious of the fact that anti-evolutionists exist. The battle is the same as the battle between flat earthers and the scientific community. Anti-evolutionists and flat earthers alike provide no testable predictions based on their ideas that differ from the standard predictions of science and that have borne out. What testable predictions that do differ that can be derived from their ideas routinely turn out to be false, and the scientific community pays attention to neither.
So I'm going to take you through a number of the images that you see, and I apologize that it looks like the screen is kind of set up for 3D glasses or something. There's a little bit of an echo there, but hopefully I can talk you through some of the images.
To be fair, as a Catholic church, they certainly don't have the AV budget of your average Protestant church, so I get it.
But the first icon, or the first image that's presented, is this idea that natural selection is somehow the same thing as evolution.
That's like saying fermentation is the same thing as beer. It's not, but you can't really talk about the process of making beer without talking about fermentation. Natural selection is an important part of the process of evolution, but it's not the whole thing. Talking about it in the context of evolution is necessary for a full understanding of evolution.
So, in a population, there's variation, and if you look around the room, you'll see that. Some people have dark hair, some people have blonde hair, some people have no hair, some people have lots of hair.
That's true.
And if the roof fell in on half of us, that's sort of depressing, but it would alter the variation in the population, right?
I mean, probably, but that would be genetic drift, not natural selection. Anytime the allele frequencies in a population alter from one generation to the next generation, evolution has occurred. When alleles become more or less common because of their effect on the reproductive capacity of those organisms that have them, this is called natural selection. When they change for reasons not to do with that, for example, a population experiences an event that kills a significant portion of its members at random, or simply the random happenstance of genetic transmission, that is called genetic drift. Drift is another mechanism of evolution that is not the same as natural selection.
So all of a sudden you might go from 20% of people that had brown hair to 30% of people that had brown hair. And evolutionists will point to things like that in animal populations and say, okay, over time this population has shifted towards a darker coloration because that's better camouflage, or a lighter coloration because that's better camouflage, depending on where they live.
No they won't, because no one thinks that this group of humans in a church are using their hair color to hide from predators or ambush prey. They'll call it genetic drift and move on. That's assuming that they even call it that, since I doubt that that room has enough people in it that their deaths would measurably alter the allele frequency of the entire species Homo sapiens. I'm still not quite ready to say she's being dishonest, but the fact that she has a master's in biology and can't tell the difference between natural selection and genetic drift is very troubling.
And they'll say, look, that's evolution. Evolution has happened. So we've seen sort of a shift in this population from one phenotype or one physical presentation to another phenotype or another physical presentation.
Yes, provided that this change in the physical characteristics of the organisms in question is due to an underlying change in the allele frequencies, then it's evolution. If it is instead due to phenotypic plasticity, where the same set of alleles for the same genes can result in different physical traits depending on environment, then no, it's not evolution. A good example in humans is skin color. You might have noticed that people can have their skin color changed based on how much UV light they get, and that they can do it within a human lifetime. That means that some variation in skin color in humans is not genetic, but rather is governed by the plasticity allowed in that trait by the alleles in those humans.
And kids are shown images like this in textbooks that say, you know, there's a lot of giraffes, they can't all survive, they have different variations environment better than others, so those giraffes survive and they have little baby giraffes, and then the generations subsequent to them look more like them, and over time this is going to drive evolution of a giraffe into a rhinoceros or something like that.
No. No one is told that a giraffe is going to evolve into a rhinoceros. For one thing, actual giraffes, as in Giraffa camelopardalis, are highly specialized high browsers, while rhinos are highly specialized low browsers. It's extremely unlikely that a giraffe would ever evolve to even superficially look like a rhino. But further, we do know what a low-browsing giraffid would look like, because that already exists. It's called an okapi. Even though rhinos and okapis occupy somewhat similar niches, they have evolved to be very different animals. The rhino, for example, uses very flexible lips to acquire food, something it shares in common with the horses, who are also parasitactyls, and the tapirs, which are even more closely related, but have taken this trait to the extreme and evolved a short elephant-like trunk. Okapis, on the other hand, have inherited a long prehensile tongue, something they share with giraffes, and they use that for food acquisition. Further, evolution has to work along the lines of monophyly. Once you're a member of some group, your descendants will forever be members of that group. So no matter what giraffes do, they'll always be part of the giraffe clade, even if they do end up superficially looking a bit like rhinos. And of course, with Paraceratheridae, we have rhinos that actually looked a fair bit like giraffes.
And that's where I disagree. Okay, everything that's on this slide, actually, in terms of the images, and in terms of the example that I've given you, everyone will agree actually happens. There's variation in population, and individual species can change over time, but a dark-colored giraffe is not the same thing as a rhinoceros.
Yet no one is confused about this. But also, let's look at some fossil members of Giraffidae, like Helidotherium, Paleotragus, Chansotherium, Ingotherium, and Samotherium. And this is only a small selection of known giraffid fossil diversity. You'll notice how none of them are modern giraffes, and this is way more change than just changing fur color. They had various niches, lived in various ecosystems, and they all evolved to fit those various niches. Indeed, the giraffe that we see today is a weird outlier among Giraffidae. We only think it's how giraffes normally look because of sampling bias and status quo bias.
When you're talking about change over time. So giraffes going from light color to dark color we can accept, but giraffes going to rhinoceroses is maybe a little bit of a stretch.
Yes, it is. But giraffes evolving from short-necked artiodactyls and sharing a common ancestor with their giraffoid buddies the pronghorn is not. And yes, the pronghorn have a similar amount of fossil diversity to giraffids. It's almost like if you miss out on the fossils, you'll miss a lot of the morphological space that any group of organisms has explored in their history.
So the peppered moths are an image that's presented to you in a lot of biology textbooks.
Hey, remember when Pam said that icons are presented as images without text? Weird how there's text on these icons that explain what's happening. It's also weird because that's also true of Eastern Christian icons, something Pam might know if, they were really part of her religious tradition, which they're not. They're part of traditions her group has historically mistreated, killed, and stolen from. That's always fun.
As kind of the quintessential original example of this natural selection driving evolution forward.
I don't know about quintessential or original, but it's an easy-to-understand example. I think the Galapagos finches might be the quintessential example, and they have a case for at least being the original examples.
And the research was done by a man named Kettlewell, and he noticed that after the Industrial Revolution began in England and trees started to be covered with soot, that there was an increase in these darker moths. So this melanic population of moths was on the rise. The lighter moths were getting eaten more often. And he said, look, this is clearly moving towards a new species.
He did not say that. To my knowledge, no one has ever said that, because this is a fairly minor microevolutionary change. It's not clear that simply changing the amount of melanin expression in an animal is enough to ever cause a speciation event on its own. There is no rule in evolutionary biology that natural selection must result in new species forming, and that if selection is acting in a directional manner but not in a way that is likely to result in a new species, then it's not evolution. Or it doesn't count as natural selection. But that being said, if you want to see an example of an insect population evolving into a new species right now, I encourage you to look at the North American apple and hawthorn berry flies. These are flies that lay their eggs in the flowers of apple trees and hawthorn berries respectively. Then their larvae hatch inside the fruit and eat the fruit from the inside. Now, apples are a relatively recent import to North America from Europe. Apples didn't show up in North America until 1625, when they were planted in Boston by Reverend William Blackstone. So until the 17th century, the ancestors of the flies we know as hawthornberry flies were having their young parasitize hawthornberry bushes. But now there was a new food source for them, and some adapted to it. Today we have two fly populations that are morphologically and genetically extremely similar, but because hawthornberry flowers and apple flowers bloom at different times of year, the populations that specialize in apples no longer breed at the right time to interbreed with the hawthornberry specialists, meaning that the populations are now mostly genetically isolated, a pattern that is likely to persist and even strengthen. This will result in two species, all because one is adapting to a new food source. So while the peppered moth example was not trending towards speciation, we can still watch speciation happen in the wild regardless.
And we may disagree with him for reasons just stated, but this is put forward, and you see images like this in books, and you see images like this in books, and these images make me laugh because in nature you will never see a pepper moth on a tree trunk like that.
Boy, was I wrong.
Peppered moths do rest on tree trunks, although they more often rest on the branches, but the branches have the same soot as the trunks, so this point is moo.
Yeah, it's like a cow's opinion. It just doesn't matter.
Additionally, while the trunk pictures are often used for clarity, Kettlewell also placed them on branches and photographed them there.
Those are dead. They've been pinned there by whoever photographed them.
Yes, because these examples were illustrative, not the direct observations. Kettlewell publishes observations with data, that is numbers, not just pictures. They were there to illustrate what he was talking about. Further, have you tried to photograph wild insects? They don't like to pose for you, especially not conveniently next to conspecifics so as to show off their genetic traits that you'd like to study. It's basically the same reason why when you go to a museum, you see taxidermy animals, not usually live ones. The live ones don't really do well shoved into a museum display. But the fact that the museum is showing you a stuffed moose doesn't mean that real live moose aren't a thing, or that what the museum is telling you about moose is wrong.
Because peppered moths normally rest with their wings closed?
Yes, making them harder to identify in all their anatomical glory. But remember, Kettlewell wasn't saying these were life photographs. He was open about posing dead moths.
Like other moths, and they don't normally rest on the trunks. They normally rest in branches.
Which is another place he photographed them, and which also shared the soot.
And in other places where scientists find it very difficult to find them. So the idea that a predator is going to come along and pick off this light-colored moth resting on a dark trunk is a little bit of a fairy tale, because they simply don't rest there.
Well, they do, but if we change the story to a predator will come along and pick off a moth resting on a dark tree branch, does that suddenly become more or less plausible? I don't see why it would. And
in fact, when Kettlewell did his experiment, he was doing it during the day. These moths are nocturnal.
By experiment, I assume she means posing the moths, and yeah, imagine wanting enough light to take a good picture. Fun fact, the things that eat moths are really good at seeing at night, and so camouflage works in the daylight and at night. It's not like nighttime on Earth is just a pitch black void like the center of a black hole. There's moonlight, starlight, and nowadays city lights. The reason nocturnal animals tend to have large eyes isn't because they can't see anything in the dark. It's because they can see everything in the dark.
So we had to warm them up on the hood of his car to get them to move enough to actually sort of wake up and crawl around on these tree trunks where he placed them.
I'm not sure why this is supposed to be an objection. Cold insects don't do much because insects are ectotherms or cold-blooded. Their body temperature rises and falls with ambient temperature, and so they tend to be sluggish in the cold and more active when they're warm. So if it's cold out and you want insects to do insect things, the simplest way is to warm them up. And sure, we could argue that since it was daylight out, maybe they'd do things they normally wouldn't, but we know they have to rest on branches and trunks. And sure, we could argue that since it was daylight out, maybe they'd do things they normally wouldn't, but we do know that they rest on branches and trunks, but branches more often, which is what the warmed up moths did, so who cares?
And since he was placing them on the tree trunks, many have argued that what he ended up doing was creating a sort of feeding tray situation. So birds could come and pick off the moths that were not camouflaged on the tree trunks. I hit a button here I didn't mean to hit.
I will grant you that the predators he observed during the day were not the typical predators of the moths, but unless we conclude that sight plays little to no part in the predation strategies of their normal predators, that also doesn't really matter much, since camouflage still works at night. Oh, and also, moths don't just disappear in the day. They have to rest somewhere. And if that somewhere is somewhere where they're camouflaged, they're less likely to be picked off by daytime predators.
There we go. On the tree trunks, and he got the data that he expected because he set up the experiment in a way that was the only thing that was going to happen. So,
I'm not even sure what that means. It's not like back in the day he had great night vision cameras that could capture all the action at night, but now we do, and this explanation holds up. But further, most of his data was just counting up moths found in the wild. Actual practical experiments were a minor aspect just to demonstrate that the mechanism of natural selection because of predation was a good explanation for the evident change in the proportions of color among the peppered moths.
And he did the experiment over the course of 5 days, and for the first 4 days, the results that he got were not statistically significant, and somehow, on the very last day, he accumulated so much data that his results became statistically significant.
Generally speaking, the more data you accumulate, the more likely you are to have a statistically significant data set, simply because of the larger sample size. The larger the sample size in your data, the easier it is to determine minor but real correlations in the data, and hence the easier it is to get statistically significant results. That's why studies like this can take much longer than 5 days. Indeed, Peter and Rosemary Grant, a married couple, who are both evolutionary biologists at Princeton University, have spent a cumulative 25 years or so over the last 50 years on the Galapagos Islands studying Galapagos tanagers, which most people know as finches, precisely because long-running studies with large sample sizes provide the best data.
So I don't know what fairy wand he waved. Also calls his methods into question a little bit.
Yes, the fairy wand of getting more data. How nefarious of him.
And I've also read somewhere, and I'm again forgetting the reference, which I generally do.
That's why you write such things down and have a works cited section in your presentation. Perhaps not to go through in detail, but at least to alert people where you got your information. But whatever. Let's hear the thing Pam will say but can't even by her own admission source.
The more reading I do, but that birds are not even the primary predators of these moths. Most of them are eaten by bats.
Okay. So what? If the color can't help you against bats, but it does help you against birds, then it's still a selective advantage to be camouflaged. This is like saying that because cardiovascular disease kills more than twice as many Americans each year as cancer, that we should stop worrying about cancer. No, I'd rather be immune to cancer than not, thank you. Now, if I had the choice, sure, I'd take heart disease immunity first, but if I don't have the choice, I'll take either. Similarly, the fact that bats kill more peppered moths than birds do in no way means that being less likely to be killed by a bird isn't a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. Those moths that would otherwise have been killed by birds weren't. Now they reproduce, and their alleles spread into the population more than the moths who were killed by birds. I don't understand how Pam can even begin to think this is a good argument.
Which are also nocturnal?
Yup. Hence why they tend to be a top predator of moths the world over.
Now, if you know anything about bats, you know that bats do not hunt by sight. So the fact that there was a change in the population from dark to light may not actually mean much of anything.
Well, it means that the population still evolved to match their color to the tree color in more individuals, and then back again in sync with the tree color changes from pollution. There has to be some reason for it, and we know that birds do eat moths, and we know that whether or not they eat moths more or less than bats do, there's still a selection pressure on the moths.
And subsequent experiments done on these same moths showed that in some places in England, the moths shift from light to dark, in some places they shifted from dark to light, and there didn't seem to actually be a correspondence with the level of pollution in the environment.
I'm going to need a citation for that one, because that is the opposite conclusion of every paper or discussion on the topic that I've come across, except for the ones by dishonest pseudoscientists who will just straight up lie about their data.
So if you pool all the data together, what you get is there are some light moths, there are some dark moths, there seems to be some variation in the population, some conditions seem to favor one color over the other, and there's still moths.
Yes, there are still moths whose coloration changed via natural selection, making them a very useful example of natural selection when explaining the concept to kids, which is why they're popular in textbooks, and nothing we've been told here in any way changes that.
Shockingly disappointing.
Ironically, that was my thought too.
All right, finch beaks are another common thing that's put forward in terms of this idea that natural selection somehow shows us that evolution is true.
What a weird way to phrase it. The evolution that we can see because of natural selection is how we know evolution is true. If you want to deny evolution down to the level of denying natural selection, you're going to basically have to argue that the relative frequency of alleles in populations never change. But they very obviously do.
And Darwin's finches, there are supposedly 14 different species of finches on the Galapagos Islands that bear his name. And Dr. Peter Grant...
Oh hey, I've already mentioned Dr. Grant and his wife, Dr. Grant. Cool. I also like that the Grants, like Dr. Alan Grant from Jurassic Park, are studying dinosaurs.
Who has done a number research for decades with these finches, along with his wife, Rosemary, has observed that in captivity, these different species of finch will breed with one another.
Yeah, that's true for a lot of animals. When their preferred mates aren't available, many animals will take what they can get. That's one of the reasons that, at least in US prisons, same-sex activity increases among inmates who on the outside never really engage in it. US prisons are sex segregated, and so when people are in prison for years on end, they take what they can get.
So if you know anything about the definition of a species, the biological definition, there are actually, I think, over 30 definitions of species, but...
No, let's not skip over that. The biological species definition is nice because it's relatively rigorous, but it doesn't really work in many cases. The reason other definitions exist is because life is complicated, and an insistence on sticking to the biological species definition results in absurdities. We don't get to just pretend that if two organisms would be in the same species under one species definition, but two species under basically all the other ones, that they're just unambiguously members of the same species. Anyone who tells you that the biological species concept is the one species concept to rule them all and in the darkness bind them, either doesn't know what the heck they're talking about, or is lying to you.
Which doesn't make this complicated at all to explain, right? But the most commonly used one is the biological definition of species, which is if you can successfully reproduce with another individual, then you belong to the same species.
Hey, what does successfully reproduce mean? Do fertile hybrids count? What about infertile hybrids like mules? What about hybrids with limited fertility like ligers? What about hybrids with early mortality? If two species can mate but the offspring dies after a few years, does that count? What if it dies only a few days, or even minutes? I asked that last one because of the hamster test. The hamster test is a test for human male fertility in which human sperm are tested to see if they can penetrate treated hamster ova. When they can, the sperm in fact fertilizes the hamster eggs, resulting in hamster-human hybrids with a male human father and a female hamster mother. Now, the hybrids are non-viable and they will not survive more than a few cell divisions, but they exist. Are humans now in the same species as hamsters? That would more or less unite humans into a single species with hamsters, rats, lemurs, gorillas, rabbits, and colugos. Somehow I doubt Pam would be comfortable concluding that she is in the same species as a beaver.
So these individuals are able to interbreed in the wild, which would actually reduce the number of species of finch from 14 to about 6.
No, it wouldn't, because as Pam has already said, there are many other species concepts like ecospecies, morphospecies, the lineage species concept, etc. So while I'm sure there is an argument that could be made for lumping some of the named tanager species on the Galapagos Islands into a single species, it's highly unlikely to go as low as 6, and even if it did, so what? They still all evidently descended from an ancestral and monospecific founder population, and they're still undergoing evolution by natural selection as the Doctors Grant have observed and documented for half a century now.
So what we're actually seeing is not, sort of this rapid speciation where individuals from a common parent population are becoming more and more different over time.
Yeah, that bit had already happened before Darwin got there. The species on the Galapagos are mostly stable at this point, having diversified into a number of niches and geographically isolated populations.
We're seeing actually that these finches are kind of remaining closer to the original ancestral population than we thought, so that they can still interbreed when they're introduced in captivity.
If that were the case, even according to Pam's own logic, then there should only be one species by the biological species definition. But according to her, there are 6. So now it's officially time to call Pam a likely liar. She knows what she said, she has a master's in biology, she knows how she just contradicted herself. Once again, I asked the creationists who may watch this to let me know in the comments, why is it the creationists have to lie routinely to make their points?
But Dr. Grant also noticed during a drought on the Galapagos Island where he was researching these finches, that the average size of the beak of the finch increased by about 5%.
Yep, because drought-resistant seeds tend to be thicker so that they lose less water. This necessitates a sturdier beak. Now, some of this beak thickness may be attributable to phenotypic plasticity, But some of it was also evolutionary, as natural selection favored those birds with an easier time eating the harder food when that was available.
And so he said, hey, look, here's another good example of natural selection. We have a drought, which is selective pressure, so it's changed the environment. That's made larger beaks more suitable. So now the larger beaked individuals, they're having more, laying more eggs, and those eggs are hatching, and then the next generation has larger beaks overall. And so we're seeing sort of this directional shift that we would expect, or we would predict if evolution were true.
Yep, all that is true. Now let's see how Pam misrepresents the science in order to pretend that somehow watching evolution happen in a real wild population of animals in real time doesn't count as evidence for evolution.
Well, the drought ended a few years later, and what happened with the birds was that the beaks reduced in size.
So the environmental selection pressure reversed, making big honking beaks costly when easy food is available, meaning that the direction of selection reversed. Okay, this seems entirely in line with the predictions of evolutionary biology.
Back to about what they had been pre-drought.
Yep, pretty much as expected.
And this was a rather unexpected result.
Excuse me, the did you just say?
Because if evolution is change over time that's driving a finch to be something else,
which it's not even a little bit,
then you would expect it to keep sort of progressing along away from the mean rather than returning back to the mean once environmental conditions change again.
No.
That's exactly the opposite of what evolution would predict. Evolution isn't some metaphysical entity that wants to drive finches into non-finchhood. In fact, a population of finches will never be not finches. Even if finches evolved into 3-meter-tall flightless predators, they'd still be finches. Just like finches are still birds, still dinosaurs, still ornithodyrans, still archosaurs, still reptiles, still amniotes, still tetrapods, still vertebrates, and still animals, their descendants will always be all of those things, and also still finches. Evolution has no overarching directionality. The direction of change is entirely dependent on the environment. Pam is here pushing an orthogenic view of evolution, where evolution has trends in the direction of change apart from the environment, such that organisms can actually evolve such that they're less fit despite natural selection through this evolutionary momentum. But this idea was tossed out in the early 20th century, and for good reason. That's just not how evolution works.
So this is actually a huge problem for the idea that natural selection can drive evolution forward, because if
some Catholic apologist misrepresents evolution badly and almost certainly knowingly, then she can fool her audience into misunderstanding and thereby rejecting science. And she can do it all while inappropriately using the Holocaust as a prop by working for an organization using the name of a man who was killed in Auschwitz, while also appropriating the sacred art of other groups of Christians her group has historically mistreated. Can you tell how much I like this person and her organization? I bet you can. Let me know in the comments on a scale from 1 to 10 how much you think I like the Colby Center and Pam.
I have variation in a population that oscillates around a mean. What my population is doing is kind of going back and forth across this line that we could call normal or wild type.
Yup, evolution predicts that when the environmental conditions oscillate around some mean, that selection pressure will too, and so as a result will the morphology of a species in that environment.
And what I'm getting is not a finch that's turning into something else, but a finch that's better adapted to this particular environment, but still retains the genetics to be better adapted to a slightly different kind of environment.
Hey, pro tip. If you want to discredit an idea, pointing out that everything works the way we would expect it, if that idea were true, doesn't really discredit it. This remains true even if you lie about or can't understand what predictions follow from that idea.
And that looks to me more like intelligent design than it looks like random natural processes.
Well, when you're profoundly wrong about what evolution is and how it works, there's no surprise that you'll be profoundly wrong about what the data from the real world suggest about the viability of these ideas in evolutionary biology. But all that means is that you're profoundly wrong, not that there is some problem in the theory of evolution.
So, is this evolution or is this equivocation?
It's evolution because across generations the allele frequencies in those finches changed. That's what evolution is at a minimum. Since it happened, it's evolution.
And this is a very important point that most people don't discuss when they're discussing evolution, which is that often people use the word in two different senses. So they'll say that what we just saw was evolution. We saw populations changing over time. We saw allele frequencies in populations changing over time.
Yep, which is necessary and sufficient to say that evolution has occurred.
which is the actual definition they'll give you in college of evolution.
Yep, college won't just lie to you about the definition of evolution.
And if that were the only definition of evolution, I would say, sure, evolution is happening all the time.
Which it is. And whether or not it's the only definition, which it's not, it's the definition you use when asking or answering the question, has this group of organisms evolved over some particular time period?
But then they also use that to mean that means that an amoeba became a man.
Well, first, evolution happens to populations, not individuals. Second, no one is proposing that amoebas are anywhere in the ancestry of humans. Further, that evolution occurs is not on its own the evidence for universal common ancestry, which is what Pam is complaining about here. It's a thing that suggests common ancestry, whether limited or universal. It's actually the fact that we can get consensus cladograms and phylogenetic trees no matter how relatively unrelated the organisms are, as well as the deep homologies across all life that indicate this. Further, there's also neutral variation in various organisms in non-sequence constrained regions that also line up with universal common ancestry, but which are counter-predicted by separate ancestry, meaning that we actually have a test for separate versus common ancestry, and separate ancestry routinely fails every single time. If separate ancestry were actually true, then the trees that we can construct could not be constructed with any high degree of statistical significance. But they can be, suggesting extremely strongly that universal common ancestry is true.
And that's a slightly different thing. And so when you're arguing with someone about evolution, you need to make a distinction between this idea that a light-colored giraffe can become a dark-colored giraffe, or a small-beaked finch could become a large-beaked finch, and the idea that amoeba could become a man.
Well, to meet Pam far more than halfway, and turn that sentence into something that actually makes sense, all she's really saying is that the distinction should be drawn between the process of evolution and the idea of universal common descent. And there, I agree. Those things are not strictly the same thing and can be discussed separately, even though the first allows for the second.
Because they're two different things, and they're not equivalent.
That's true.
But pointing that out doesn't do anything to negate the previous examples of natural selection as evolution, or shake the confidence in universal ancestry that the idea has achieved in science.
So the second icon I'm going to talk about is the fossil record.
That's not even something you can make a picture of. So this has not even a snowball's chance in the brass city in the elemental plane of fire of being something that can be reasonably compared to an icon in the sense of an Eastern Orthodox painting of a saint or biblical scene or character.
And so Hugh spoke a little bit about this last night, and the idea that Lyell had was that sedimentology happens the same way, has always happened the same way he sees it now, so a little bit of dirt gets laid down very slowly over eons of time, and if that is true, then the deeper I dig below this floor, the older the dirt is.
That's actually true regardless of how uniformitarian geology actually is in reality. If you stack things vertically, then the bottom things have to be stacked first. And the only way to change that is to tilt the whole stack as a group. But also, I should point out that modern geology is not strictly uniformitarian, except in the broad sense that it assumes, as does all science, that the basic way in which physics operates today is the same as it was in the past and the same as it will be in the future. Indeed, without this bedrock assumption, empiricism cannot be justified, and there is no way to do science.
Because it's been laid down in successive layers, and so then the one closest to the top is the newest, the one closest to the bedrock is the oldest.
I would love to see Pam refute this by, say, stacking plates with the oldest plate on top from the start. I'm sure her demonstration of how gravity sometimes just doesn't work will be worth a Nobel Prize or two.
So if sediments were laid down that way, then we would expect that as I dig deeper and deeper and deeper, I'm getting sort of snapshots into the past.
She keeps being right. It's both nice and also causing an increasing sense of foreboding deep in my heart, because we all know she's about to screw it up royally.
And I looked at images like this for, I think, probably 2 decades.
That's a long time to look at a picture, but okay.
Before somebody pointed out to me that the reason that's a drawing and not a picture is because there is pretty much nowhere in the world where you can find all of those layers in that order.
Yeah, and the periodic table of the elements doesn't occur with the elements arranged in that order in those rows and columns anywhere in nature either. So what? They're both models that correspond to real phenomena that we do see in nature. Both are models that help orient ourselves either in relation to rock strata or atoms. The geological column is there to tell you of the strata that exist across the globe which are older than which others, and even though virtually no locations have all the layers, virtually all locations apart from oceanic volcanoes have at least some layers, and when you account for things like tilted strata as a result of local uplift or subsidence, they're always in the order shown in the geological column. It's not supposed to be something you see intact out in the wild.
So about 99% of the Earth is missing one or more layers.
So layers result from deposition, and in cases where there is essentially no new deposition, then new layers cannot form. And in cases where an area is eroding, then layers that have formed will be removed. In order for Pam to expect that the entire column should be globally ubiquitous, she would have to assume that all areas on Earth are experiencing constant and continuous sediment deposition, or sedimentation. But we know for a fact this isn't happening. Rivers, glaciers, and wind all erode rocks. Further, if the whole world were experiencing sedimentation, then where does the sediment come from? With a few exceptions, such as volcanic ash, you can't get sedimentation in one place without erosion in another place. So the idea that we should expect a continuous, unbroken, and complete geologic column to physically exist in a significant portion of the Earth requires that we ignore basic facts about the reality of the rock cycle, like erosion. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to do, and I hope you don't either.
And that's actually evident in the Redwall Mauve contact, I may have mispronounced that, in the Grand Canyon.
What, because there's a disconformity there? Where the layer above did not start being laid down exactly when the layer below stopped being laid down? Unconformities must necessarily exist between layers if any area experienced erosion for any significant amount of time. Does Pam just not believe in erosion?
Where, I can't see my slide. There are about 150 million years missing from the sediments there if we accept evolutionary timescales. Which
are not scientifically valid reasons to reject it.
So I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be the geologist who came home one day and said, Mom and Dad, I lost 150 million years today.
I wouldn't either, because if I did, I'd expect my mom to punch my arm and call me an idiot while my dad asked if I'd ever heard of erosion or if I'm just an idiot. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm going to call my mom. Okay, well, I called my mom, and to be fair, she was pretty nice about it, and said that, yeah, she isn't surprised that there are some areas with so-called missing sediment, and then she went on about how she doesn't think people should be reading the Bible to tell them how old the Earth is, and that she doesn't hold the idea that God is trying to use the Bible to teach people such things. She also expressed how amazed she was when she flew over the Grand Canyon in a helicopter. Now, I'm going to remind you that this is the woman who was quite upset to find that as a kid I had a copy of Darwin's Origin of Species, and it seemed to be worse than if she'd found a Playboy. So I guess all the geologists can feel free to tell their moms that there's a disconformity between the Mauve and the Redwall limestones. Also, I want to point out that she said that she thought she would have the same opinion even if she were a Roman Catholic, but then also added that it would still be true if she were a Presbyterian or any of another handful of types of Christian.
Don't know where they went.
I'm pretty sure they went into the ocean to then be subducted, at which point they probably turned into magma.
So that's kind of an anomaly that isn't explicable if you
don't know what erosion is?
Apply the idea that the sediments were laid down slowly over time.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
And there are a couple of other anomalies that are kind of inexplicable. One is that we keep finding animals in strata that predate their supposed evolutionary origin.
Now, that could be interesting. Maybe the Cambrian bunny will have to shut down after this talk, which is unlikely because we in part figure out when groups of organisms first appeared based on where we find their fossils. But let's let her cook a bit more.
So what I said earlier about digging deeper down into the floor, say you would expect to find vertebrates only 1,000 feet deep.
I mean, I'd expect them from a while after the midpoint of the Cambrian up. That could be almost any depth. There are Cambrian deposits right at the surface in some places, because the geologic column doesn't have a y-axis labeled in units of length from the surface. A stratum from any period can be at virtually any depth from the surface, and can itself be virtually of any thickness. It's not like there's a 1,000 year per centimeter rule or something. Geology is far more complex than that, something we've known since even before Lyell.
I'm making these numbers up because I'm not a sedimentologist.
But in fact, you actually can find sedimentologists and ask them. Most of them are enthusiastic about their work and will be happy to explain it to a genuinely interested person.
So, just for comparison, you'd expect to find vertebrates only 1,000 feet deep, and you expect to find, much simpler life forms below that.
I'm not sure what that means. The oldest known vertebrate, Hycoichthyes, is pretty darn simple even compared to contemporary panarthropods like lobopodians, trilobites, and radiodonts. Even before that, we get to the pre-Cambrian fossils like Charnia and Dickinsonia. Those seem even simpler than Hycoichthyes to me. So this seems to line up pretty well with the predictions of the theory of evolution.
But we keep finding things, say, at 1,500 feet or 2,000 feet, things that are much deeper in the rock than they should be.
It would be lovely to get an example, preferably not one from Carl Baugh that has no provenance and that he won't let anyone independently test or examine.
Which suggests that they were alive a lot longer ago than we thought they were.
That would indeed suggest that. I'm curious why this seems to not have any examples besides the on-screen Cambrian vertebrates, which are not at all out of place as vertebrates evolved in the late Cambrian from earlier chordates such as Pikaia, which are even more simple.
If these sediments are all laid down in order.
As opposed to what? Someone lifting the sediments up like a bedsheet so that new sediments can slip under them? Like someone getting into bed? How would that work?
But it's possible that the sediments are not laid down in order, and one of the most interesting evidences of that is polystrate fossils.
Hold on, I'm going to down a few gallons of whiskey for this. Ugh. Listen here, I'm talking to you directly, Pam, you f***ing idiot. The first thing you want to do is get your ass to Europe and give back all the shit the Vatican stole from the Jews, Muslims, and other Christians during the Crusades. Then the next thing I want you to do is explain to me how the f*** a tree is supposed to grow in such a way that sediment is laid down around it, such that the newer shit gets under the older shit. Then, when you inevitably screw that up, feel free to just f*** off and never come back. Of course, we know she will instead just tell us how polystrate trees screw with dating or some dumb shit like that, even though we've known that's dumb since like the middle of the 19th century, and even though that's not the claim she just made. Is she just lying about getting a master's degree? Because saying something this dumb makes me wonder how she managed to get past the paste-eating stage in kindergarten.
There are dozens of different layers of sediment in that photograph.
There sure are, but there are not dozens of layers of strata, which is what we need for us to conclude that these layers are of significantly different ages, and none of that helps with Pam's statement that the layers are out of order.
And right in the middle is a big column. And sometimes if I'm presenting to children, I ask them what they think that is, and sometimes they'll say it's a tree.
And they'd basically be right. It's a big, tall, woody plant, although it's only very distantly related to any modern tree.
And then they would be right. So it is a tree, but it's a tree that's missing branches and missing roots. It's just the trunk.
In these cherry-picked examples, yes. But we do have examples with extant root systems, although these trees didn't technically have true roots, but that's not really relevant. As for branches, those only existed in these trees towards the very top, so we don't really expect any, given that these fossils are preserved by periodic flooding, and the top of the trees would probably decay away when the trees finally died, most likely in the long stretches between the infrequent but rapid flooding that occurred. So again, this is pretty well understood by science and poses no problem for the theory of evolution, paleontology, or geology, and it certainly does nothing to indicate that these layers are out of order.
And that tree apparently was set upright somehow with no roots.
Or maybe the relatively softer, not actual root rhizome managed to rot away faster than the woody lignin-filled trunk of the tree that died in a time when the enzymes to even digest lignin hadn't evolved yet. But sure, maybe it was magic. That's another option, I guess.
And then sediment was laid down over millions of years.
No, in fact, that sediment was laid down over scores of years, not millions of years, because this was laid down in a swamp that suffered infrequent floods in the span of every few decades or so. We know because not only are the sediments flood sediments, but also because between them, in many cases, there is fossilized soil, and soil takes years, but not millennia, to build up. This is an example of relatively rapid deposition, and everyone who has studied these fossils knows that.
As the tree did not rot.
In part because, unlike today, there seem to have been no fungi or bacteria capable of completely rotting away a woody stem. But also note that this isn't not rotting across millions of years, but across probably at most a century. Also, I'm still waiting to hear how any of this can result in newer sediment being deposited under the older sediment.
And then it was eventually covered over. And that's what you have to presume if you think the sediments were laid down slowly, successively, one layer at a time.
Well, neither myself nor geologists think that. We think that sediments are laid down at varying rates over time depending on what kind of sediment they are, something Pam could have checked on by, asking any geologist in the world. And before you mentioned people like Taz Walker or Andrew Snelling, I said geologist, not dishonest hack LARPing as a geologist to do gullible Christians out of their money.
There's an alternative explanation that Mr. Owen's going to talk a little bit more about in his flood talk.
Too bad that the idea that it was all done in a single flood is refuted directly by the fossilized soils. So much for that idea. It's almost like creationists like to just ignore huge swaths of data to come up with post hoc explanations involving their favorite stories that actually don't correspond to how reality really is. But that's okay, since they decided to only deal with about 10% of reality at any given time.
Which is the idea that sediments can be laid down, layers of sediments can be laid down at the same time. And you can actually demonstrate this very simply. If you go home and you take some sand and some dirt and some rocks and you put them in water in a jar and you shake them up, and they do settle out and you end up with layers that were all laid down at the same time.
Actually, you end up with a single layer of graded bedding. And what you might think looks like distinct layers are simply the sorting of sediments by hydrodynamic properties, generally with larger sediments at the bottom. But the stuff at the bottom had to come out of suspension in the water first, and the stuff at the top later. Additionally, the geologic column is not graded on the whole. If it were, then things like conglomerate would always be towards the bottom, and then there would be things like coarse-grained sandstone, and then above that, fine-grained sandstone, and then only at the top would we get things like fine-grained shale and biogenic limestone. Instead, all of these types of sedimentary rocks are all over the place. In fact, the Grand Canyon that Pam seems to like so much, without understanding at all, has sandstone interspersed all over the place, both above and below things like shale and limestone, meaning that it could not have all been laid down in a single flood as a single graded deposit. It's again almost like Pam should have maybe consulted with a geologist instead of parroting a guy who thinks some old guy from South Korea is the second coming of Jesus, and that it's not a problem that that guy divorced his eternal partner and the mother of the faithful, or that all his kids point out what an asshole he was.
But it's even more impressive when you can do it in a laboratory with a flume, so you have flowing water that's laying down multiple layers at the same time.
You know, it's true. There are flume experiments. And isn't it odd that young earthers never really use them to show how hundreds of meters of biogenic limestone could be deposited by a flood, when everyone else has good reason to think that's physically impossible? Maybe creationists should put up or shut up when it comes to flume-based sedimentation experiments.
And these fossils fit the idea that all these sediments were laid down at the same time a lot better than they fit the idea that they were laid down sequentially over millions of years.
Actually, they fit neither scenario, because neither scenario is how we got these fossils. The millions of years is a straw man, and a single flood is physically incapable of producing the sediment we see in these cases.
So this would imply rapid burial, and also implies lots and lots of moving water. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like there was something written once upon a time about lots of moving water that covered the face of the earth.
Yeah, Noah's flood, we all get it, and no, it can't explain this. In fact, it can't explain anything on Earth. It is counterindicated by every line of evidence that could possibly be used to assess whether there ever was a flood as described in Genesis.
And there are a few more fossils that fit that model.
The model she means is the flood model. It's fun because it's not actually a model, it's more of a conglomeration of various mutually incompatible and physics-defying post hoc assertions.
These clams are very interesting. Usually when a clam dies, it's because something has pulled it open and eaten it.
That is a way it can die, but it can also suffocate if it's covered in, say, a sediment slump, or it can die of disease, or presumably just of old age. Clams aren't immortal apart from predation.
Or if it dies, sort of natural causes, it will relax its adductor muscles. There's two muscles on the sides of the clam that pull those shells tight shut. It will relax its adductor muscles, and then something will come along and scavenge it.
But what if it's already buried in a sediment slump such that no animals can really get to it? Meaning that things like bacteria will simply eat the flesh in situ, leaving behind the biomineral shells.
Most of the time you see shells on the seashore, you see only half of a shell, or you see, there's very rare cases, a shell that's open, but it's still pretty empty.
Well, yeah, it's at the surface. If a clam was buried alive, you can't really see it at the surface. Conveniently, such a death will also mean that if the shell becomes a fossil, it will be in the closed position.
This is not a normal way for a clam to die, clamped tightly shut.
Unless there's sediment on either side of the shell, and fun fact, many clams actually spend most of their lives buried in the sediment in the first place. So if they die of some cause other than being eaten, their shell will stay shut unless they're exhumed between death and lithification of the sediment in which they died. Now, That will happen to most clams, which is why the world isn't just flooded with fossil clams, but it also won't happen to all of them, making closed clam fossils an unexpected part of the fossil record.
This had to have happened under very strange, dramatic circumstances.
No, not really. Sometimes an underwater dune collapses, or there's a bit of a sediment slump, which is like a landslide but underwater. That's neither extreme nor unusual.
And we find lots and lots of these clam fossils kind of all clustered together in a way that they wouldn't normally be, just sort of in a heap, almost as if they had been washed there by lots of water.
Or by an underwater landslide of the kind that still happens to this day. Gee, what could possibly explain this other than a physically impossible flood used to commit genocide by an omnipotent god who doesn't actually need a flood to commit genocide, or really to commit genocide in the first place?
And if a clam were to experience the tumultuous events that happened at the beginning of the flood, it would probably clamp tightly shut in order to protect itself, and so we would end up with fossils like this.
Look, it's perfectly reasonable to think that a global flood could result in a large assemblage of fossilized closed clamshells. It's just that it's neither the only possibility nor the most parsimonious possibility, and the fact that it's utterly precluded by literal mountains of evidence, such as the Coral Mountain El Capitan in Texas, we know for a fact that it's not what caused such assemblages.
And this is the last fossil I'll show you that kind of fits the flood model better than a slow sedimentation model.
If it did fit the flood model better, it would not only be the last such fossil we're being shown, but the first such fossil. But also, I know about this fossil. It's literally the first thing that pops up when you just do a Google image search for fossil octopus. This is in fact Protoroctopus from the late Jurassic Voltseron Lagerstätte.
If sediment is laid down very slowly over time, soft-bodied creatures would not be preserved under normal circumstances.
That's true. And soft-bodied creatures are not preserved under normal circumstances. The deposition that preserved this fossil was highly unusual and is known in only 3 locations worldwide in all of geological history. Further, the depositional environment, according to the paper that described the site, Le Lagerstätte de Voltseron, Jurassique Moyen France, was one of slow deposition in calm water, or to quote the paper, la sédimentation était essentiellement marneuse et se gare au milieu des dépôts comme sur une tranche d'eau importante. Ou, si vous préférez en anglais, the sedimentation was dominated by marl, suggesting a low energy and deep water depositional environment. It's almost like creationists are always exactly wrong about fossilization.
Because they would rot very quickly, the bacteria would get to them, or something else would get to them, and there would be nothing left to fossilize.
In most cases, yes. Good thing that this was at the bottom of an anoxic and largely abiotic inland sea lagoon, where that isn't a problem.
But not only have we found entire fossilized cephalopods, we found entire fossilized soft-bodied creatures from...
I mean, yeah, there are some exceptional fossil sites out there, like this one.
A lot of different walks of life, and even things as tiny as embryos have been found fossilized.
Yes, famously the Dushantu Shale, another slow deposition, fine-grained fossil-bearing formation. Funny how it works that it's actually slow deposition that usually results in the best and rarest fossils rather than a catastrophic burial by flood.
So something extremely delicate and fragile, and...
You mean the kind of thing that might be shredded apart in a violent flood, unlike a big, relatively sturdy vertebrate with bones and whatnot? Yes, I would love to hear more about how this is just the kind of thing best preserved in a flood.
In 2009, we even dug up a fossil that was so well preserved that the researchers could write with the ink.
I think it was this fossil, and that's not really as extraordinary as it sounds. Melanin is the dominant pigment in cephalopod ink, and it's a very robust molecule. And even when it's denatured, it still tends to have a dark color. So if there's a stain on the rock that's a dark color because of preserved melanin from the ink, and you scrape that off and mix it with some water, it will result in a dark paint or ink that can be used to write or paint with. But that's basically all paint or ink is. Some dark thing mixed into a fluid medium that allows the dark thing to adhere to surfaces like canvas or paper. So this is cool, but it's not exactly some great mystery of the universe.
In the squid.
Just a quick note, this isn't a squid. It's a basal member of Vampiropoda, the group of cephalopods that includes the octopus and the vampire squid, which is in fact not a real squid. Just thought I'd point that out.
So pretty excellent preservation there, which implies rapid burial.
Actually, as you can see in numerous papers about this fossil and the site where it was found, it requires the exact opposite. Rapid burial would be unlikely to preserve this much detail if it could even preserve the fossil at all.
So the fossil record actually doesn't fit very well with evolutionary theory. It looks more like something that would have been produced by some kind of cataclysm or catastrophe.
Except you know that's absolutely precluded by 2/3 of Pam's own examples, which I have to say is a bit embarrassing for her. Or at least it should be.
The third icon I'm going to talk about is missing links.
I know most of you have been waiting for this, and for those of you who don't like it, sorry, but you're way outnumbered. And somewhat more importantly, you're completely absent from the people who actually pay me to make these. So, here it is. There was a trial in Kansas City in the 1990s, and I'm forgetting the name of it. You sure it was a trial in Kansas City in the 1990s and not nothing? Or possibly the Kansas Evolution hearings in the mid-2000s? Those weren't a trial. They were, as the name implies, a series of hearings.
But it had to do with whether or not creation science could be taught in public schools.
Yep, specifically in the guise of intelligent design as fought for in those hearings by the Discovery Institute. Of course, the DI and its pack of conmen lost the hearings, and the Board of Education voted not to adopt new science standards that would have included intelligent design. Because, yet again, when evolution goes to court, it wins, and when creationism goes to court, it loses. It's almost like professional creationists are losers, but I wouldn't say that. It would be too mean, and I'm a nice dinosaur.
And the creation scientists lost.
As they always do.
And a very famous gentleman by the name of Ken Miller testified at this trial.
Indeed, Kenneth Raymond Miller is a well-known cell and molecular biologist at Brown University who is also an outspoken critic of creationism, specifically because it is indeed pseudoscience.
And I've seen video of the testimony. It's on YouTube.
I have not, nor do I really plan to. It sounds kind of boring to watch because real legal proceedings are mostly boring.
And he sort of presented, unveiled at some point. It was very showman-like.
You can't really tell, but I'm rolling my eyes internally.
This missing link sequence. He's like, well, you people over here who want to teach intelligent design, you're claiming that there are no missing links. Look, we have this wonderful sequence with all these missing links, and it's fabulous, and here it is.
Yep, and that's only a few of the transitional forms between basal artiodactyls and modern whales. There are dozens more.
And so this is yet another icon that you're presented with.
Ah yes, with Saint Basilosaurus, patron of paleontology and bringer of raw fish.
And the icon shows you this little tiger on speed up here.
I'm pretty sure that's not a tiger, but okay.
Becoming some sort of mole rat.
I'm pretty sure that's Pakicetus, which has in common with a mole rat more or less nothing besides being a mammal with 4 legs. Pam wouldn't be poisoning the well now, would she?
Which becomes some sort of almost hippopotamus-like thing, except it has a really long nose.
That looks like Ambulocetus, which is actually a bit hippo-like, and interestingly, the closest relatives of whales genetically are hippos. They're together in the clade Whippomorpha.
Which gets slightly more flipper-like things, eventually loses its legs, and becomes a whale.
Yeah, we should skip past Remingtonocetus, Protocetus, and Basilosaurus. They're not important.
And usually when I show this to kids, they're laughing at this point, so...
Kids pick up on tone of voice quite well and are very susceptible to well-poisoning rhetoric from people they trust. So Pam being able to efficiently lie to babies isn't really very surprising, but it is really gross.
This is the image that they're shown. This is the image that kids are shown. This is actually pulled from a website designed to teach kids about evolution.
Yes, we should definitely source materials for talks about science from websites for kids. That's why all my sources are Barney shows. Just look in the description.
So there are some problems with these missing links, and one of them, so I'm going to ask some young people over here who may or may not be listening. Now they are.
Yes, miseducated kids are definitely who we should ask for insight into paleotaxa. This checks out.
Okay, guys, I want you to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Do you think the Pakicetus is the one on the top, or the Pakicetus is the one on the bottom?
It's both. The bottom one is from Nobu Tomoro, not as it says on the slide, Ron Weasley's dad from Harry Potter. The top one is correctly attributed. Both are speculative in terms of exact tail proportions and soft tissue placement and amounts, since none of that was preserved in the fossil record. Personally, I find the Carl Buell one to seem a bit more plausible based on the musculature of the head that more greatly resembles that of other ungulates, but that's just a me thing. I will say that the prominent scapula in the Carl Buell one does seem less likely than the relatively smooth torso of the Tomura work.
And I'll go back to the previous slide and give you a little bit of a hint. The Pakicetus is the second one down.
Which looks greatly like the other two, especially when we take into account that all paleo art is somewhat speculative, because no fossil is perfectly preserved exactly as it was the moment the organism that created it died.
Okay. So you got that in your head? You ready for the next slide? They're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I mean, she kind of is, and yes, she's further poisoning the well with this obvious attempt to say that because life reconstructions of a single animal differ, then we can't know what we actually do know about the organisms. It's extremely dumb.
Okay. Is the Pakicetus up or down? I got a lot of ups. I got thumbs. Good. Yes. Okay. All right. Actually, the Pakicetus is both of them.
Quelle surprise.
What?
What's what? That was pretty obvious from the start of the whole exercise, especially since Pam went with the 4th and 8th returns when you Google search the image Pakicetus. It's not like she was reaching into some obscure corner of academia to bring these drawings up.
So both of these are artist renderings of Pakicetus.
That's true.
And this gives you a little bit of an inkling of the problem with artist renderings.
Artist renderings are not science. They're just there to help you visualize the organisms in question. No paleontologists are basing their papers on speculative soft tissue like hypothetical hair being raised at the hackles of Pakicetus. Since Pam likes icons so much, here's an icon of the entrance to Jerusalem. Do you think Pam thinks the sky was actually made of gold on that day?
And paleontologists joke that if they'd never seen an elephant and you gave them a skeleton of one, they would probably construct a Titanic hamster on it.
Yeah, but it's a joke for a reason. They actually wouldn't. The problem is that paleontologists know which bones are which, so they know where the eyes go, they know where the nasal openings are, etc. And muscle attachments are evident on skulls and other bones, so while they might not get the length of the trunk exactly right, nor the length of the amount of hair on a modern elephant exactly right, they certainly wouldn't make it a hamster. They'd make something that is recognizably elephantine, even though some of what was depicted would be speculative.
So, there's certain things about the bones and about where muscle insertion points go, and you can construct, you wouldn't construct a shark on this skeleton.
Oh, so she does know these things.
Okay, but that's worse. You do get how that's worse, right?
Right, but you can construct things that look different enough that all these young people rightly concluded they could be different species.
Welcome to paleontology, where the art isn't data, and the data that are data are incomplete. I hope you enjoy your stay.
But they are actually both Pakicetus.
And Pam needs to make an actual point.
If you look at the second guy down, he's also slightly different from those two representations. So we have 3 different representations of what this animal would have looked like.
Actually, it looks a whole lot like the top representation of Pakicetus, but drawn in a different style, and ultimately none of them actually look all that different. Even kids can look at different depictions of the same dinosaur with different speculative additions and still identify at least the more popular dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, or Triceratops.
And if I searched the internet, I could probably find a number more. The primary problem with the way that this is presented, besides the initial icon that we saw, which I'll point out some more problems with, is that you're given information that has not actually been ever discovered or identified when you look at these images.
No, you're given admitted, well-informed speculation. The actual science is based on the actual find, and that Pakicetus skeleton is amazingly complete. There aren't an abundance of ways to reasonably fill the missing bits, especially when you have things like the ankle bones that tell you exactly what kind of animal Pakicetus is, an artiodactyl. That itself helps inform you how to construct the rest of the animal. Let's say you found a skeleton, and everything about it seemed to indicate that it was the skeleton of a human. It had a globular brain case, valgus knees, and even a very human-looking hand. But it's missing the front of the skull and the hips. Do you think it would be more reasonable to fill in the gaps with human morphology, or maybe, instead, you should give it the face of a dog and dinosaur hips? I mean, technically you can't rule out the latter completely, but they are clearly so unlikely as to be reasonably dismissed unless we find positive evidence for them. Similarly, things like high neural arches on the anterior thoracic vertebrae on the reconstructed Pakicetus, which are some of the more speculative elements, are perfectly reasonable, because good luck finding a terrestrial artiodactyl that has no such feature. They're even present to some degree on the semi-aquatic hippo. Further, when bones are found that were previously not known for the fossil taxa, we often find that they match very closely with previous reconstructions. An example is that when Lucy was found, we didn't have her feet, but based on the rest of her anatomy, we knew she was a biped, so she was generally reconstructed with human-like feet. Later, another Australopithecus was discovered, the Dakika child, and lo and behold, it had human-like feet, vindicating the well-informed speculation of paleoanthropologists.
And this is even true when you look at skeletons. So the actual skeleton of the Pakicetus that was uncovered, this is the most complete one I could find, is at the top, and the reconstructed skeleton that you will see in the museum is at the bottom.
Yes, and that reconstruction isn't just based on the most complete find of Pakicetus we have, but on all of them. Virtually no fossil vertebrates are known from complete skeletons, but each partial skeleton is likely to have material that is unknown in all the others, and that material is used to fill in the gaps in the knowledge of that taxon. In the case of that relatively complete Pakicetus we're being shown, it doesn't seem to have a femur, but if another far less complete Pakicetus skeleton does have a femur, then we can assume that that's the same femur morphology across the whole genus. So we use this composite approach to figure out the whole anatomy. And the more we do this, the less speculative reconstructions become, even though a full body or a full skeletal reconstruction will not match any single specimen exactly, and to make a life reconstruction we will always have to go beyond the current data.
Now, some museums are honest, and they'll fill in bones in a different color if those bones are not present and they're simply presumed, but this museum was not that honest.
That's not dishonesty. This information is widely available, and it's in no way hidden or lied about. These choices are between aesthetics and more easily transmitting information, which most of the public doesn't really care about. If you want to know if a skeleton on display is original, a fossil replica, a composite replica, or a composite of real fossil elements and reproductions, you can ask. In fact, please ask. I know firsthand that museum staff are usually pretty happy to talk about their displays, unless they have some pressing matter that needs to be taken care of.
Everything looks like it was dug up from the ground correctly like that.
I'm sorry, but if you think that someone dug up a complete 3D articulated skeleton that was in a life pose, then you're just too dumb to talk about paleontology. I don't even think kids think that's how this works.
And the skull particularly, I mean, we have fragments of it, but the three-dimensionality of it is maybe a little bit of a stretch.
No.
Skulls really only fit together in one way within any given group of animals. If you know that the skull bone you've got is a nasal bone, you know it's not going to the back of the brain case, and you know what bones it connects to. In an artiodactyl, that's the premaxilla, the maxilla, the lacrimal, etc. It's not going to connect to the occipital bone or the parietal bone. Additionally, all skull bones are mirrored, and so each bone you have tells you about two sides of the skull, which contains a lot of 3D information. Half is all you need when it comes to skulls. But also, I noticed that the picture of the hip and femur she is using is from Wikipedia, which cites the original paper describing Rhodocetus, that is, New Whale from the Eocene of Pakistan and the Origin of Cetacean Swimming by Philip D. Gingrich et al., published in Nature. It contains a full account of what was found, and it's a nearly complete skull, all but the interior two most cervical vertebrae, all the thoracic, lumbar, and sacral vertebrae, minus a few neural arches on the sacrum, and the foremost anterior caudal vertebrae. It also has a complete hip, femur, and about 30% of the sternum, and all the ribs, with only one being partially broken, with the distal end missing. So I guess when Pam says she couldn't find anything more complete than this, what she means is she just did a Google search for images and looked at what turned up, rather than, actually looking at the scientific literature. Why bother looking at actual science when you're wanting to overturn more or less all of it, right? Also, remember how I pointed out that since we know these animals are artiodactyls, we can infer some parts of their anatomy that might be missing, and I used the high neural arches at the anterior end of the thoracic vertebrae on the Pachycetus reconstruction? Well, Rhodocetus has those neural arches preserved, and they are indeed high as we'd expect in an artiodactyl. That's a confirmed prediction of evolution, what some might call the gold standard in science.
But Pachycetus is actually pretty good compared to some of the other skeletons. So this is Rhodocetus. This is the
I bring good news of great joy.
And this is the most complete skeleton of Rhodocetus I could find. It includes half of a skull, half of a pelvis, one leg bone, and a few vertebrae.
Too bad Google Images aren't the same thing as the literature, but also, like with the skull, half is all you need of a pelvis.
But note that the artist's rendering shows flippers and a tail.
We know based on both phylogenetic bracketing and isotope analysis that Rhodocetus was almost entirely aquatic. So the web flippers are quite reasonable, and we know it had a tail of some considerable length because we have caudal vertebrae incompatible with a short tail. And by their mere existence, they're incompatible with no tail. You know, a lot of this confusion could be cleared up by just reading about Rhodocetus in the literature,
which we have zero evidence of. And in fact, this artist's rendering was retracted because eventually they had to admit that really there is no evidence that this thing had webbed feet.
First, I can't find any evidence of a drawing being retracted. That's not really how it works. You can't really retract a drawing. You can retract a paper it's published in, but I am unaware of that happening either. There was a Rhodocetus reconstruction early on that had a fluked tail, based on early speculation, but later it was found that this was not the case, and so no one reconstructs Rhodocetus that way anymore. Which is seen in her drawing. Near as I can tell, Rhodocetus is still routinely reconstructed with webbed feet, because that's kind of how quadrupedal aquatic mammals work.
And that was a complete surmise, and now based on some studies we've done on some of the leg bones and things like that, we think perhaps it didn't swim with webbed feet, and we apologize greatly. But in the meantime,
I can't seem to find that quote anywhere, nor can I find anything indicating that webbed feet have been disconfirmed. I think this is just Pam making shit up.
Who's heard that? Almost no one.
Unsurprising, given that near as I can tell, Pam just made it up for this talk.
Who's seen this? Lots of people, because this is all over the internet if you search for Rhodocetus. I had no problem finding it.
Indeed, the painting she used is the second image if you search for Rhodocetus on Google Images. And if you search for Rhodocetus skull, her skull pic comes up as the second result. And searching Rhodocetus skeleton yields her hip picture as the 12th result. She didn't really dig deep.
Another problem is that in that original transitional sequence we saw, everything had a lovely size progression, going from smaller to much larger. In the reality, between steps 3 and 4, so that would be Rhodocetus and Basilosaurus, you had an animal that was approximately 10 feet long, somehow immediately give rise to an animal that's approximately 66 feet long.
Well, first, size is one of the most variable things about any animal lineage, so it doesn't really even require an explanation. But we have other fossil cetaceans that are less well known from postcranial elements, but which have increasing skull sizes, since the skull and bits of it are the most common fossil whale bones found, and examples include Tachycetus and Graviocetus, each bigger than the last, each bigger than Rhodocetus based on their skulls, and each smaller than Basilosaurus. So we do have intermediates for size anyway.
And I don't know about you, but that's a big baby.
Big placental mammals have big babies isn't really news.
Right?
Right, so let's do some actual math, which I know, horror of horrors. We'll use Pam's numbers, but we'll convert them to metric for ease of use. So according to Pam, Rhodocetus is 10 feet long, which converts to about 300 centimeters. It's really 304.8, but I'm going to keep it to 2 significant digits. That makes Basilosaurus 2,000 centimeters long. So the latest that Rhodocetus was around was about 50 million years ago. Basilosaurus was around about 35 million years ago, so we have 50 million years between them. Many dolphins reach sexual maturity between 5 and 10 years, but blue whales between 5 and 15. So we'll assume a 20-year generation time to be super generous. That means that if we assume that Rhodocetus or something like it evolved into Basilosaurus, then it would have taken about 270,000 generations. Now, since this is likely to have been an exponential function, we'll use the compound interest rate formula, since that calculates a geometric growth, and we can figure out the percent of change in size per generation. So we have a equals p times the sum of 1 plus r over n raised to the n power, where a is the final length, p is the initial length, r is the growth rate, and n is the number of generations. That's pretty simple. So it turns out that each generation of offspring would have to be on average 0.0000026% bigger than their parents. To put that into perspective, imagine a human who is 5 feet 6 inches tall, or 168 centimeters tall, giving birth to a baby who, when it grows up, will be 5 feet 6 inches tall, or 168 centimeters tall, except, they're about a half a centimeter on average taller. That doesn't seem too extreme to me. In fact, I know a lot of humans who have given birth to babies that grew up to be much taller than that proportional to their parents. Now, let's remember that I'm using the absurdly long generation time of 20 years, which is far too long for any extant cetacean, and is far, far too long for Rhodocetus. We probably have more like 1 million to 1.5 billion generations. That lowers the growth rate to more like 0.00000019, or even as low as 0.000013%. This means that the same 168 centimeter person would give birth to someone who grew up to be 0.2 millimeters taller than they are. I can't imagine how Pam thinks this is some kind of problem.
And these are actually drawn to scale. The little Rhodocetus up there was stretched out to the 10 feet scale that's down there that belonging to the Basilosaurus.
What are the chances that she will do the math like I did? Let me know in the comments, but do it before you finish the video, so it's a real guess, not just you knowing the answer.
So this animal somehow gave rise to that animal, and not only is size a problem here,
I don't even have a clue how that's supposed to be a problem.
but it also lost its back legs.
Actually, no, it did not. Basilosaurus has back legs. You can see them in her illustration. They're right there. She's looking at them. The whole audience is looking at them. Why is she just lying to my face with the evidence of her lie on her own slide?
Its tail became approximately a third of its body.
Yeah, we couldn't have a single lineage with significant change in tail length as a proportion of the body length. I mean, it's not like creationists think that clouded leopards with their tails that come close to half their body length could be linked to, say, bobcats who barely have tails via common ancestry, right? Oh. Wait. No, that's exactly what they think. Darn.
And what's even more important is its nostrils went from the front of its nose to the top of its head.
Ooh, just more lies. In fact, the nares of Rhodocetus are intermediate, being high up on the head and pushed back from the tip of the snout, so that they sit about halfway between the eyes and the tip of the snout. Now let's check Basilosaurus. Oh darn, its nares are a bit farther back. But that's it. Damn, who would have thought that Pam was just flying again?
In one evolutionary step, which is impossible.
I mean, yeah, no one thinks Rhodocetus popped out a baby Basilosaurus, so nice straw man she's got there. There are 15 million years to go from one to the other. Remember, even assuming the absurdly long 20-year generational time, that's still 750,000 generations, or 750,000 steps, which somewhat amusingly is also the factor by which young Earth creationists are wrong about the age of the Earth.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
So this is the sequence with no missing links.
If by that she means a sequence in which all animal species that existed that were transitional between modern cetaceans and basal artiodactyls are preserved and well known, then no, there is no such sequence. But if by that she simply means a sequence in which every major transition is represented by a transitional species demonstrating clearly the way in which cetaceans evolved, then yes it is. But also, remember this?
First of all, how many intermediaries would you like between something like a fox and a whale?
I don't know, 4? Fortunately, I've got organisms like Ichthyolestes, Ambulocetus, Remingtonocetus, Protocetus, Basilosaurus, and Dorodon, which is 6, and only a tiny but representative fraction of the fossil cetaceans we know of.
2? 22?
How about 50? As that's how many stem whale species I can find as having been described just checking Wikipedia. Of course, I know that a new one was described recently as of the time of this writing, Parusetus colossus. So I guess 51 seems fine. It's certainly more than 21. Let's see if Dave goes full Dr. Banjo.
222 between a fox and a whale. The difference is so gigantic. 2,222? You want lots and lots and lots. Okay, I'm waiting for 41.
Well, we've got at least 51, so problem solved.
41? I think that's a small enough, reasonable number. Show me 41 different, spread out on the spectrum between a fox and a whale.
Okay, here we go. 1. Pakicetus inachus. 2. P. ataki. 3. P. calcis. 4. P. chitus. 5. Nalacetus ratimitus. 6. Ichthyolestes pinfoldi. 7. Ambulocetus natans. 8. Gondacacia potens. 9. Himalayacetus subathuensis. 10. Andrewsiphius sloani. 11. Autococetus precursor. 12. Delanestes ahmedi. 13. Cuchacetus minimus. 14. Remingtonocetus harudiensis. 15. R. domandiensis. 16. Aegicetus gehennae. 17. Babiocetus indicus. 18. B. misrahi. 19. Carolinocetus gingereci. 20. Georgocetus vogtlensis. 21. Nachitochia jonesi. 22. Papiocetus lugardi. 23. Pontobacillus tuberculatus. 24. Macroevolucetus bidens. 25. Aegyptocetus tarfi. 26. Ardiocetus clavis. 27. Chronatocetus rayi. 28. Datacetus hyeni. 29. Gravicetus razai. 30. Indocetus romani. 31. Myocetus ineus. 32. Perigocetus pacificus. 33. Kaiserocetus arifi. 34. Rhodocetus casrani. 35. R. balochistensis. 36. Basilosaurus setoides. 37. B. isis. 38. Basiloterus husseini. 39. Eocetus schweinfurthi. 40. Ancalocetus simonsi. And 41. Basilotritus uheni. Just for fun, here are some known protowhale genera I left out. Cryocetus, Synthiocetus, Dorudon, Masrocetus, Okukahea, Pontogeneus, Sagacetus, Stromarius, Supiocetus, Zygorrhiza, Anteocetus, Pachycetus, Perucetus, Platypus, and Cacanodon. I think I've met the requirement. Yeah, she managed to skip a lot of animals and then just pretend that the ones she's cherry-picked are the only ones we know about. Once again, is she really this stupid, or is she lying?
There's some huge missing links here in between these two organisms.
Well, yeah, when you choose to leave out all but like 6 of the dozens of known taxa, you're going to get some that are missing.
Tremendous missing links.
People tell me, they say, Dapper, you have tremendous missing links. And I think, well, no one has missing links like I do. In fact, I tell them, remember when in 2021 and President Obama tried to say that my missing links were pathetic, but you all told him to go back home? Exactly. We have tremendous missing links. Back in my day, you know what we would do if a link was found? We'd rough them up. That's right, we'd punch them. My links are the most missing.
Now, since this has been published, the original sequence that I pulled for you, which is actually still being taught.
I mean, why wouldn't it be taught? Nothing about it is incorrect or even implausible. At least, not on the basis of anything we've been told so far.
Many people want to replace Basilosaurus with Durodon, which is a smaller version of Basilosaurus, basically.
It's not, but okay. I say, why not just have both?
But, so that would help with the size problem?
Look, Pam might have a size problem. I don't know. I'm not interested in what she gets up to in the privacy of her own bedroom. But whales don't.
But it does not help at all with all the other problems I've just mentioned in terms of the legs and the tail, and particularly in terms of the nostrils and the way this animal is going to breathe.
But those aren't problems. They're just changes that happened in whales. Pointing out that evolution must have occurred for creatures to evolve isn't pointing out a problem for evolution. It's just stating a tautology.
Which I know is a tautology.
Because you can't just rewire your nasal passages.
I mean, you can, but also the difference in the nose is primarily just the length of the premaxilla bone. The longer it is, the further up on the face the nose is. If it extends so far that it's between the eyes, then of necessity the nares will be on top of the head. The nose of a whale is surrounded by the same bones as in a human skull, and it's in the same basic order. This is because evolution is contingent and can't go back to the drawing board, so to speak. Dolphins are modified tetrapods, and as such they have tetrapod skulls, which have been stretched into strange shapes, but are unmistakably made of the same basic bones in the same basic arrangement as in a human, a giraffe, a snake, a tyrannosaurus, or a frog.
Like that, it's a little more complicated.
That's a cool assertion she has there. It'd be a shame if someone pointed out that it has no supporting evidence.
And so this is the new icon, one of the newer icons of whale evolution.
Is it a new icon, or is it just a different selection of representative fossil cetaceans?
But it's still got most of the same characters.
Because it's fundamentally explaining the same history of evolution in the same lineage with primarily the same facts. So yeah, we could combine the two versions and get an even fuller picture, although I suspect she might whine about different reconstructions, as if those were anything but illustrative.
And it still has lots of problems in terms of there are steps that are being made here between organisms that are incredible leaps.
Given how spectacularly she has failed at identifying such insurmountable leaps before, I'm going to have to lean pretty heavily onto that X button.
And also, just as a scientist,
Pam is not a scientist. She's someone with a science degree, but she does not do science. She does pseudoscience. If you publish science or are doing research with the intent to publish, then you're a scientist regardless of degree. If instead you go into a church, appropriate the Holocaust, and then lie about science, you're not a scientist regardless of degree.
I would like to know why there's only one kind of organism at every one of these branches when we have 70-something different kinds of whales and dolphins right now.
There are 3 reasons. 1, the chart needs to be able to fit representative animals with reconstructions without becoming visually confusing for a lay audience. 2, it's only a representative chart. As we've seen, we know far, far more taxa that could go onto the chart. And in actual scientific publications that present all the data, we are given far more organisms, but usually without nice drawings. And 3, not all species have been preserved as fossils, and of those that have been, we still haven't discovered all of them. So any cladogram with fossil species will be an incomplete picture of the reality of the past, even if it is exhaustive in terms of including all fossil taxa known at the time of its construction.
So how do we have this nice progression of one kind of thing gave rise to one kind of thing, gave rise to one kind of thing, and yet we have this incredible diversity now?
Because Pam doesn't know how to read a cladogram. Each step in her cladograms are actually branching, and as we mentioned, they're severely simplified for ease of comprehension. Here's an actual cladogram with fossil whales used in science. You see how many more branches there are? Yeah, that's where the science is being done. Sorry that these cladograms aren't particularly aesthetically pleasing or easy to parse at a glance, I guess.
It doesn't make sense. There are missing links for the missing links.
Here's a list of countries. The United States, the Republic of Ireland, Taiwan. Yes, I said it. The Chinese Communist Party can go suck a fat c**k. The Vatican City State, the Republic of Lesotho, the Republic of Chile. Wow, how are there so many missing countries? Well, kind of because I didn't want to list every country that exists now or has ever existed. Does that mean that I have a problem for my geography? Of course not. I am aware of the other countries out there, like Monaco, Singapore, or San Marino. This is Pam literally just complaining that the charts she chose to focus on don't meet the arbitrary criteria she decided on. Pam should just choose different charts then.
And there are things that are related to the missing links that are missing.
I don't even know what that means.
And really, all that it proves that scientists took these organisms and put them together in a sequence.
Yeah, after carefully measuring and weighing their character states and performing complex statistical modeling such as neighbor joining, Bayesian inference, and fewest steps, testing the statistical support of each resultant tree, and then going on with the ones that are the most well supported as a working hypothesis. And we're able to do so with high confidence, which should not be possible if there is no common ancestry among these. Then, of course, from these consensus trees with dozens of organisms, some representatives of the major groups were selected to present both the temporal reality of the cetaceans as well as their morphological change over the time that they have existed. Scientists didn't just pull some bones out of a bucket and put them together in the order that seemed fun to them.
Oh, I forgot I had Archaeopteryx.
Happens to me all the time. I put Archaeopteryx in my pocket or something, and next thing you know, I'm looking for my Archaeopteryx on the table, in my bedroom, on my desk, everywhere but my damn pocket. And then when I finally check my pocket, I say, oh, I forgot I had Archaeopteryx.
I'll come back to him.
Hopefully soon. There's been too much mammal talk.
All that it proves that when you look at these images is that scientists can look at individual organisms and say, this one kind of has some similarities to that one, so I can line them up in a sequence. And I just, similarly prove to you that a Chihuahua evolved into a Bernese mountain dog.
Okay, is that height graph of dogs something that scientists did? Or is it something that Pam did? But also, imagine using dogs to deny that morphological change can result from selection and mutation. If anything, dogs are the poster child for morphological change over generations, to the point that they're absurdly morphologically diverse as a result of their evolution in a way that no other species has ever been observed to be, short perhaps of Brassica oleracea, which includes forms as diverse as cabbage, collard greens, kale, spinach, Brussels sprouts, kohlrabi, cauliflower, and broccoli. One of the plants in that list was a lie. Tell me which you think it was in the comments.
Okay. Now, yes, if you know anything about dogs, you know that that is not true.
Yeah, but it is true that we can arrange dogs into a cladogram and that dogs gain their morphological diversity from evolution, so this whole argument seems like an own goal.
A Chihuahua actually devolved from a regular dog. It's not really a dog anymore.
Seriously, what the do creationists have against Chihuahuas? And also, what in the clockwork nirvana of Mechanus is a regular dog? Is a Great Dane a regular dog? What about an Indian pariah dog? What about a dingo? What about a Carolina dog? What about a Scotch collie? What about a Saluki?
I used to live in Texas, so I may or may not have an antipathy for the poor Chihuahua.
Maybe before she explains her antipathy for Chihuahuas, she should learn how to pronounce antipathy.
Really, I mean, when you're looking at these things that show sort of sequences or arrangements or whatever, we really don't have evidence that one thing gave rise to another. We just have evidence that one thing is similar to another.
If that were true, then we couldn't resolve high-confidence consensus cladograms and phylogenies. We can, so it's not true. If Pam thinks it is true, then she's welcome to show how everyone has been doing the math wrong for decades and why she's the first one to do it right. I look forward to her upcoming paper, although I won't be holding my breath for it.
And that could be because of evolution theory, if we had lots of other evidence to back it up.
Like embryology, homology, neutral variation, laboratory experiments, endogenous retroviruses, other fossil sequences, observed evolution in the wild, and full genome comparisons? Yeah, those would be handy to have. Too bad we don't have any of those things. Wait a minute.
But it could also be because varying within individual kinds. So we have dogs, there are lots of kinds of dogs, and then there are coyotes, and there are wolves, and there are foxes, and we would say that they're all dogs.
I would say they're all canines and restrict my use of the word dog to strictly Canis lupus familiaris, but that's only because I'm a science communication channel trying to inform people. I suppose if my job were to confuse gullible rubes in a Catholic mission, I might just start calling all sorts of things dogs. But of course, there's also no demonstrable reality behind the term kind.
Or dog-like. None of them are cat-like.
Interesting. Well, here's Hesperocyon and Proilurus, one of the earliest canids and felids, that is, members of the dog and cat families. Further, here's Meiosis, which is basal to both. It's almost like when we go back in time, the differences between modern felids and modern canids shrink, and then become hard to distinguish. I wonder why that would be. Couldn't be evolution, though. Oh no, that wouldn't do.
None of them are giraffe-like.
Well, yeah, the ancestors of giraffes and canids diverged like 76 million years ago. That's in the dinosaur age. Why would anything that diverged that long ago, under the shadow of Tyrannosaurus, look much like each other today? Evolution is specifically about diversifying. That means that as you go forward in time, lineages diverge from each other both genetically and morphologically. So you would expect two lineages that split so long ago to not look much like each other.
But there's incredible variation within each individual kind.
Say it with me. What's a kind?
And it's not unreasonable to think, I mean, based on the natural selection we observe, that God could have created a dog that gave rise to all of the dogs.
You mean like Hesperocyon? The animal that kind of looks like a weasel, a cat, and a dog, even though technically it's just on the dog side of those splits? Weird then how he also made the very similar Proilurus and Meiosis, all of which look more similar to each other than some modern canids do, like the gray wolf and the short-eared dog of South America. It's almost like if you saw Meiosis, Proilurus, and Hesperocyon alive today, you'd think that they're in the same kind. Almost as if organisms look more similar to their evolutionary relatives as you go back in time. And there were no separately created kinds.
It is unreasonable to think that he created a dog that gave rise to a moose.
Well, I guess it's good then that no one thinks that.
Alright, so back to Archaeopteryx. This is
Tonight.
Forward. It's supposed to be half dinosaur, half bird.
No. All birds are dinosaurs, and so is Archaeopteryx. This finch and this Triceratops are equally dinosaurs, in that they're both completely 100% fully dinosaurs. As a new group evolves, say birds, they don't shed their old identity, say dinosaur. They keep the old and add on the new. That's why humans are still monkeys.
It's been studied very closely by a gentleman by the name of Alan Fiducia, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
She is, but also, what a shock that Creationist's favorite paleoornithologist would come up. You know, the guy who thinks that creationists are morons misusing his work, and who also has basically been laughed out of serious academic discussions for decades now.
And he's one of the world's leading ornithologists.
Maybe for decades that was true. Now he mostly publishes popular level books that no one reads except for actual scientists who only read them so that they can laugh about them. He's basically the Richard Carrier of ornithology, in that he really has no respect among actual experts, even though his work is occasionally patronizingly critiqued by them, and he has resorted to almost entirely appealing to an audience that does not have the first clue what he's talking about. Just like Richard Carrier. Sorry, John.
And he says there is no evidence to suggest that this animal was anything other than a bird.
Well, since birds are a group of dinosaurs, I'm not sure how that's helping, but also it doesn't have the classical anatomy of a bird, such as a picostyle, fused metatarsal bones, fused hand bones, the lack of teeth, a beak, a greatly enlarged premaxilla, a keeled sternum, etc. To call Archaeopteryx a bird is to redefine bird as it has been understood historically.
It has modern feathers that would allow it to fly.
That's true.
Too bad it doesn't have the wing musculature that would allow it to fly. At best, it was a good glider.
It has a lot of other features that are actually highly specialized, like the claws on its wing. That's a highly specialized variation of bird morphology that you see in swans and other birds like that.
Birds are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs have claws on their hands. That's all she just said there. There's no particularly specialized bird claw that is distinguishable from a dinosaur claw. It's basically the same thing.
And he says this is not a transition, it's simply a bird. So that was rather disappointing. So only half of this timeline is true.
Fun fact, Alan Fiducia isn't the king of taxonomy, and saying Archaeopteryx is a bird isn't actually the same thing as saying it's not a dinosaur. Even though he also says that.
Hey there YouTube, the Dapper Dinosaur here. I am back again with yet more Pam Acker for you. This is my first video I'm scripting after my end-of-year break in the last week of 2023. Let's hope I haven't lost my mojo after a week of ridiculous stomach cramps after drinking some almond holiday nog. Because for some reason the grocery store around here stopped stocking nog while it was still the first half of Christmas. Anyway, we're not here for me to whine about the fact that I might now be allergic to almonds, or, I guess, nog? Anyway, we're here to talk about Pam Acker. Pam has just finished telling us about how she thinks birds aren't dinosaurs and didn't evolve from them. Mostly because the Richard Carrier of paleontology, Alan Fiducia, says so. Now we're going to hear about her fourth icon, dinosaurs. Which, yes, sounds a whole lot like her last icon, but whatever.
So this brings us nicely to my fourth icon, which is dinosaurs. Now, if you look at this image, or you've ever looked in a book about dinosaurs, all you will see when dinosaurs are being presented is dinosaurs, right? You never see anything else running around with the dinosaurs. You never see anything modern looking with the dinosaurs.
Really? Because this is a picture of a dinosaur with the non-dinosaur Sarcosuchus. Here are some dinosaurs depicted with non-dinosaur pterosaurs. Here's a dinosaur with a mammal. Here's a dinosaur depicted with termites. Here's a picture of a dinosaur having caught a sawtooth fish. Here's a man holding a dinosaur. Seems like Pam is, once again, just lying.
It's all about the dinosaurs.
I mean, yeah, pictures of dinosaurs tend to be of dinosaurs, just like pictures of bears tend to be of bears, and pictures of gazelle tend to be about gazelle. Is Pam just complaining that when people make images of something, they tend to put the subject of that image in the most prominent place in the picture? Look, here's a picture of Jesus. Notice how there are no horses or lions or cows or chickens or vultures or women or snails or sharks or clouds or butterflies or cups or lead pipes or pyramids or gladiators or horses. Did I already say horses? I did already say horses. Or piles of manure, even though all of those things existed at the same time as Jesus. What kind of crazy conspiracy is this? Are the Christians trying to make us forget about all the things except for Jesus? Maybe that's what's happening. Or maybe, it's just a picture of Jesus and doesn't need to have everything else in the world it possibly could.
And there was a gentleman by the name of Carl Werner. He produced a book called Living Fossils. I believe it took him about 20 years traveling around the world, asking museum curators to show him fossils. And he kept asking initially, can you show me fossils of any modern animals that were buried with dinosaurs? And they'd say, oh, no. There are no modern animals were buried in the same strata as dinosaurs.
This is correct. There are no animals alive today who have fossils in the Mesozoic. There are certainly lineages alive today that have changed little since then, such as termites, sharks, some crocodilians, some lizards, etc. But none are identical.
So then he changed his question a little bit, and he said, can you show me animals that, can you show me any birds that were found in strata buried with dinosaurs? And they say, oh yeah, we can show you some birds. Can you show me any fish? Oh yeah, we can show you some fish. Can you show me any reptiles? Oh yeah. Can you show me any mammals? Oh yeah, we can show you mammals that were buried in the same strata as dinosaurs.
Yeah, all of those things are things that evolved before the dinosaurs, with the exception of birds, which are dinosaurs, and mammals, which along with birds evolved in the Jurassic, depending on how exacting you are with the word bird and mammal.
Now, remember what I said about the fossil record earlier, and they think that everything is laid down sequentially?
Because that's how logic in physics works, yes.
So if I'm found in the same strata, that means I'm the same age, regardless of whether you're accepting an evolutionary view or a flood view.
That's true.
Okay, so mammals coexisted with dinosaurs.
Yes.
Birds coexisted with dinosaurs.
Yes.
Modern reptiles coexist with dinosaurs.
Well, dinosaurs are reptiles, as are birds, but no modern reptiles lived with dinosaurs. You can't just add the word modern in there without actually demonstrating a species alive today that you can verify was alive at the time of the dinosaurs. Or, if I'm being generous, one that's been alive at any time since the start of the modern era. Which I'll be generous with and give the start date of 1400, which is well earlier than what most people would consider the modern era.
Modern fish coexist with dinosaurs.
Nope, see my previous response about reptiles.
You're never told this, you're never shown this, you're just shown this. Dinosaurs coexist with dinosaurs.
Weird, because I remember this. Really? Because this is a picture of a dinosaur with the non-dinosaur Sarcosuchus. Here are some dinosaurs depicted with non-dinosaur pterosaurs. Here's a dinosaur with a mammal. Here's a dinosaur depicted with termites. Here's a picture of a dinosaur having caught a sawtooth fish. Here's a man holding a dinosaur. Seems like Pam is, once again, just lying.
Millions of years before anything else was around.
That seemed like bullshit to me, but then again, I'm probably closer in my knowledge of Paleozoic fauna to the people working at the museums than I am to Pam and people like her. So I decided to ask my dad, my younger brother, my best friend, my sister, her husband, and one of my nephews, what things, besides dinosaurs, they thought were around during the time of dinosaurs. I got fish, other reptiles, turtles, bacteria, sharks, crickets, plants, bugs, alligators, crocodiles, sea life, horseshoe crabs, and amphibians. These are what I would consider the correct answers. There were also some incorrect answers. My best friend included megalodon and dodos in the list, and I think that's because she's played too much Ark Survival Evolved, because while both are extinct, they are both Cenozoic animals, not Mesozoic. But they are also two prominent animals in that game. My sister said woolly mammoths and whales, both of which are again Cenozoic. Now, I didn't tell anyone if they were right or wrong until after they said what they said, and they couldn't think of anything else. And when I told my sister that whales were wrong, she said that she meant whale-like things like sharks. I'm not really sure what that means, but shark had been said multiple times. My nephew had said something that's not really wrong and not quite right either, because he said pterodactyl, which is not the technical term, but if by that he means pterosaurs, then he's absolutely right. He also said small things like mice. Now, the family Muridae is a rodent family that includes rats and mice as well as gerbils, and it evolved in the Miocene. But there were small mammals that were superficially mouse-like in the Mesozoic, so I'm not really sure if I can call this wrong, as I doubt that my nephew has the vocabulary to say basal crown mammals, which is I suspect what he means. I picked this group of people because they were easy to get hold of at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on a Tuesday, and because I know that while none of them are stupid, none of them spend time reading paleontology papers for fun, and none of them have knowing as much as possible about things like Mesozoic fauna as part of their job. Heck, my nephew doesn't even have a job, besides getting good grades in school. And as my sister pointed out, there does not seem to be a school standard where she works about the contents of the paleofauna of any period, and since she's a school principal, she'd probably know. So I have to conclude that most people do know that there were things besides dinosaurs alive during the time of the dinosaurs, even though some of the things they might think of from that time were actually later. And of course, most of them don't really know that saying birds doesn't really count since birds are dinosaurs. In fact, my father asked if maybe there were some birds that were dinosaurs and some that were not. And after he was done, I informed him that that's kind of like asking if there are some dogs that are mammals and some which are not. To which he said, "Oh, okay, got it." So hey, maybe he learned something. Anyway, I wonder what point Pam is going to make about this rather obvious lie she's peddling.
And one of the reasons, the most powerful reasons for doubting that dinosaurs lived millions and millions of years ago.
Oh, so no point. We're just on to soft tissue. Fun.
And didn't live more recently, is some work done in the early 2000s by Dr. Mary Schweitzer.
And let's remember that Dr. Schweitzer is a devout Protestant Christian who says that she loves the Lord, is sick of young Earth creationists dragging her work through the mud, and is a former young Earth creationist who abandoned that belief as she got more educated about paleontology.
And you can actually find this on YouTube. There was a 60 Minutes episode that was done about it. And so this is not, crazy creationist talk. This is mainstream science.
Yep.
She found blood vessels and blood cells.
No, she found round structures localized to the blood vessels that were morphologically consistent with bird blood cells, but they cannot be positively identified as blood cells because the data are insufficient.
And bone cells in dinosaur bone. She found them entirely by accident, by dissolving the bone matrix completely away when she meant to dissolve just the outer level away. And it's very consistent. Every time they do this, they get this same soft tissue. And so scientists raised a lot of objections to this. They thought, okay, maybe it's a bacterial biofilm. And she came back and said, all right, I'm going to test it for collagen. Collagen is a protein that's only found in vertebrates.
And hey, when she tested the collagen amino acid sequence, the closest match among living animals was ostrich collagen. I bet Pam won't divulge that little detail.
This stuff tested positive for collagen. It came from a vertebrate. They said, okay, well, maybe it was just somehow completely perfectly sheltered from all water and all oxygen and all everything, but some of the bones that they find these blood vessels in were sticking out of the ground and soaking wet.
That actually doesn't mean much for the interior of the bones. Depending on how they were fossilized, the cavities in the bone could very well be sealed up entirely by the deposition of minerals, meaning that the interior is isolated from water even when the bones erode out of the sediment millions of years later and have rainfall on them.
When they unearthed them.
Savior was born in
David's time. And there's another gentleman who's done some experiments demonstrating that if you extrapolate them out, potentially soft tissue could last maybe 100,000 years, maybe 1,000,000 years.
What gentleman? Where did he do this? When and where were his results published? I can tell you that the paper Mechanisms of Soft Tissue and Protein Preservation in Tyrannosaurus rex by Boatman et al., published in 2019 in the journal Nature, indicates that cross-linking can allow for the preservation of original structural proteins more or less indefinitely. Oh, and you know who's part of the et al.? That's right, it's Dr. Mary H. Schweitzer. But I should probably bow to the authority of some gentleman of unknown name, unknown expertise, who may or may not have published at some point in an unknown journal.
No way it could last 67 million years. But this dinosaur bone, and from which these samples were found, is supposed to be 67 million years old.
No way apart from cross-linking from Fenton chemistry and glycation, right? Let's not forget that.
So scientists I have a long slide I just skimmed. Scientists have two premises. The first is that the laws of science tell us the soft tissue can not survive for 67 million years.
No, that's not a premise, it's a claim, one we know to be incorrect. Not only do we know it's incorrect, we have mechanisms that can, as far as we know, preserve such tissue as molecular fossils for the required time.
The second premise is that we have T-Rex fossils with soft tissue in them.
This is correct.
And there are two possible conclusions. You can either conclude that the T-Rex individual lived thousands, not millions of years ago, max maybe 1,000,000, or you can conclude that the laws of science are wrong.
Actually, those would be the same conclusion, because for T-Rex to have lived millions of years ago, we would have to be wrong about virtually all of biology, all of particle physics, and most of relativity. Our options are really, we're wrong about virtually everything we think we know about physics, or maybe there is some cool chemistry we didn't know about a few decades ago. Unsurprisingly, scientists started with the cool chemistry option, as that's far more likely and turns out to seem to have been right. Because again, unlike the previous citation of some gentleman, I managed an actual citation. Cool, isn't it?
I'm going to give you 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count as to what most people conclude.
Is what most people conclude that Pam has no idea what she's talking about because she's deeply incurious about the world and would rather just confirm her own biases?
Okay, and it's not that the T-Rex individual must have lived thousands of years ago. It's that somehow we just don't understand how tissue could have been preserved for 67 million years.
Yes, because in point of fact, that is the option that doesn't break the laws of nature, even if Pam is saying it does. And of course, subsequent investigation has put forth chemistry that can accomplish this without breaking a single law of nature.
I don't know about you, but evolutionists accuse creationists of a God of the gaps argument, of saying, oh, we just don't know how this could have happened, so therefore God.
Which is a thing creationists do.
Well, in this instance, they're doing, well, we don't know how this could have happened, so therefore evolution.
No, we did, gee, that's weird. But there is some experimentation for that we can find if we examine the chemistry of the fossils that we found. And then lo and behold, that's true, there is some chemistry. Science noticed the mystery, investigated the mystery, and found reasons it's less mysterious. Reasons that actually have explanatory power, unlike miracles.
It doesn't really work. Okay, some more evidence that dinosaurs are younger than millions of years. I have a good friend who lives in Ohio.
Friends in Ohio aren't really evidence that non-avian dinosaurs are young.
Who has actually carbon dated dinosaur bones, and so it's impossible to read this even if you're up here, because this is the data of all the different samples he had radio dated. Just so you can see sort of the sheer number of samples that were dated. They were from a number of different dinosaurs. They were sent to a number of different labs, and they all came out with radiocarbon ages between 23,000 and 38,000 years old.
That is the youngest such report that I've ever heard for one of these carbon dating dinosaur scans. I wonder if we're going to get an actual citation, because every other report of this type that I've seen has dates that are basically at the upper range of the carbon dating, meaning that the dates are basically useless and not evidence of carbon-14 in dinosaur bones. By the way, near as I can tell, this is an ever so slightly garbled retelling of the works of one Hugo Miller. I want to say a special thanks to science friend Deadly Dakota Raptor for having done the footwork on this some 5 years ago and then giving me the fruit of his labor.
And the limit of detection of radiocarbon dating theoretically is 100,000 years old. Practically, it's somewhere between 43 and 48,000 years old. So these dates actually fall well within the range of what is the limits of detectability.
They do, but the problem is that these were all samples that were submitted after improper controls. In fact, often what was tested were actually things like bone mixed with modern shellac, bones with bits of root in them, bones with obvious insect or bacterial contamination. On top of this, there are sources of radiocarbon underground that don't normally affect living things but can affect fossils, such as the decay of uranium. Further, of course, there were no attempts to publish the results in a real journal, because they couldn't get past peer review because of the horribly sloppy methods. It turns out that if you're willing to mishandle fossils and then pay to have stupid tests done on them, you too can get meaningless, unpublishable results that you can hand off to pseudoscientists so they can spread misinformation.
But the important point here is that they're completely not reconcilable with 67 million years old.
Yeah, because the tests weren't actually done properly. When they are, you get more in the range of 50,000 years or so, which is basically the same thing as they're too old to be carbon dated, which they are. That's why most of the time you actually get creationists reporting these kinds of dates, because most of them are at least too self-conscious to report shellac contamination as evidence of a young Earth.
Absolutely, completely unreconcilable. There should be no carbon-14 in these bones. They should not be able to test any of it. They should max out at their limit of detection, and they're not.
Well, there absolutely should be carbon-14 in those bones, although very little. And they do max out at the limit of detection. You know, when you don't contaminate your samples.
Right? They're testing it much younger. Now, this suggests that these dinosaurs were alive when humans were alive.
Well, good luck finding some human fossils in the same strata.
Which, when I first started learning about all this was probably the most mind-blowing thing I came across, was the soft tissue and the carbon dating in dinosaur bones.
Sounds like it was mind-blowing almost entirely because she has no idea what's going on. It's like a kid having his mind blown by relatively simple things that adults take for granted.
But if you think about it, if you're actually believing that Genesis is literally true...
Which it's not. Genesis contradicts the evidence that we get when we examine reality on its own terms, meaning that we should not treat Genesis as a literal history of the world.
And God created Adam last, and dinosaurs were real, therefore...
Yeah, I guess deciding that you want to be wrong is another way you could go with it.
Dinosaurs must have been created before Adam, so man must have coexisted with dinosaurs.
Hey, I got it right who was doing this, until now not even cited work on dinosaur bones. Props to Deadly Dakota Raptor for recognizing the work based on only the date ranges, because Miller is apparently the only person who is incompetent enough to get dates that are so badly off as a result of contamination.
And, before I get there, this is a letter you probably also can't read because of the slides, but that was sent to Mr. Miller, who was testing the dinosaur bones.
Aw, poor Pam.
I'm going to read a little bit of it to you, because this makes me rather upset.
Yes, how upsetting that upon learning that the results of the lab are being used to lie to people, the lab decided to no longer work with Mr. Miller. That's what's supposed to happen. When you're a fraud like Miller, people should disassociate from you. Miller lied about his results in support of obvious anti-science nonsense. He was using the work of this lab to defraud the public, perhaps not in a legally actionable way, but in the way that academic fraud is usually defined, which is not the same as criminal fraud. Just like Andrew Wakefield shouldn't be given access to vaccine laboratories, and no one is going to just let Eric Dubé onto a rocket ship, Miller is appropriately banned from further abusing the resources of this lab. He can get together his own money and buy his own lab. Indeed, just to get them to process the samples, he probably lied to them about what they were, since any lab with a shred of decency wouldn't let someone waste the thousands of dollars they'd be spending to radiocarbon date something that fundamentally can't have its age determined that way. Imagine someone going to the store for a bag full of rice and telling the cashier that their plan is to use it to make pie crust. I would hope that the cashier might inform them that they have the wrong item and at least alert them that they probably want flour, even if it's rice flour, rather than a whole bag of rice grains. On the other hand, if I found out that the person lied to the cashier saying they were making chicken and rice soup, but instead they were feeding the raw rice to kids who were getting hurt as a result, I'd feel pretty justified in wanting that person banned from the store and letting it be known that they did so that other stores in the future refuse to sell them more rice. That's what Miller did. He lied about what he was doing, then he used the results of that to harm people in the public by further lying about science, and the lab he abused into helping him do this decided to no longer do business with him, so as to no longer be a party to this abuse of the public. If this upsets Pam, then maybe she should do her own radiometric testing, but actually follow the proper controls. Of course she won't, because unless you cheat, you won't get numbers that help anti-evolutionists, because of this one weird trick called young Earth creationists are wrong and the evidence does not, never has, and never will support them.
And he says, Dear Mr. Miller, I've recently become aware of the work that you and your team have been conducting with respect to radiocarbon dating of bone. The scientists at CAIS and I are dismayed by the claims that you and your team have made with respect to the age of the Earth and the validity of biological evolution. Consequently, we are no longer able to provide radiocarbon services in support of your anti-scientific agenda. I have instructed the Radiocarbon Laboratory to return your recent samples to you and to not accept any future samples for analysis. It's a little bit ridiculous. I mean, people call themselves scientists, and they won't...
Won't what? Be a party to the obvious academic fraud and anti-science bullshit of Pam's buddy Hugo?
Accept samples for testing.
Yes, continuing to participate in the lies of Hugo Miller, which before they were at least ignorant of, but continuing to work with him would mean that they are actively participating in misleading the public via dishonesty and the inappropriate use of their equipment. This is laudable. Like, remember how one of Miller's samples was invalid because it was covered in shellac? Did you notice how Pam didn't really tell anyone this? Yeah, Hugo doesn't tend to either. Not telling people why your sample is invalid and just reporting the bogus date you got from it is academic fraud. No one should be okay with that, and that's just one example.
Because they know what it would mean if they did. So, I've worked with scientists. I've been doing science since 2000 as a student. I've done it as a researcher in a laboratory. I've done it as a teacher in schools.
Then Pam should know how seriously wrong what Hugo Miller did, unless, of course, she never actually bothered to look into his work because it confirmed her biases.
And the thing that I most want people to understand about science is that it's not objective.
Data are indeed objective, and while they can lend themselves in many cases to a few alternative interpretations, hence why not all of science is at a consensus about anything that's ever been the subject of an experiment, there are interpretations which we can safely reject because they have been soundly falsified. The young Earth, along with the flat Earth, are in this category. A radiometric dating lab should no more give Hugo Miller access to keep beating that dead horse than NASA should give the flat Earthers access to valuable Hubble telescope time just to prove that the Earth is a globe. The conclusions are as set in stone as anything possibly can be, and not because that's how scientists want it, but because the evidence has been so overwhelming, so ubiquitous, and so long-standing that it's time to move on to other questions. We know the Earth is neither flat nor around 10,000 years old. Anyone telling you otherwise is stupid or lying or both.
It is done by individual human beings who have biases, and the difference between a creationist and an evolutionist is a creationist will be honest about their bias.
No, the difference is that the creationists will be dishonest about their data, as we have seen on this channel over and over and over again. It's like a never-ending parade of creationists being dishonest with the data, whether it's Andrew Snelling saying that only a flood could create a fossil while showing a fossil he thinks is post-flood, Or it's Nathaniel Jeanson saying that humans are immune to natural selection out of one side of his mouth, but not immune to it from the other side of his mouth. Or it's Gabriella Haynes saying that Archaeopteryx fits the classical Linnaean definition of a bird, even though it clearly doesn't. Or if it's Ken Ham saying that a platypus bill is exactly the same as a duck bill. Or it's Kent Hovind saying that he didn't beat his ex-wives and totally would never have sex with a man. Or if it's Stephen Meyer saying that animals originated in the Cambrian, despite knowing about earlier animals, etc., etc., etc. It's nearly impossible to find a creationist who is open and honest with the data. Even the ones who are, like Todd Woods tends to be, will be open about the fact that the data, in fact, support evolution. But that they think evolution is wrong anyway, and they're trying to find support for that contention. Pam needs to open up a movie theater because that was some top-notch projection.
And an evolutionist will think that they don't have any.
Well, if by evolutionist we just mean scientist, then no, that's the whole point of peer review. Scientists are acutely aware of the fact that they have biases and that these can lead them astray. That's why in order for their work to be taken seriously by other scientists, including those who may have the opposite bias, they must take a look at it and approve that it meets the high bar needed to be published in a peer-reviewed journal. Even then, sometimes mistakes slip through, and that's why other scientists then go and repeat previous experiments or observations so that the results can be verified or overturned. More or less the whole infrastructure of science publishing is set up to maximally counter researcher bias because it's such a well-known problem.
Now, that's not always in bad faith. Often it's because they simply do not understand that they're making assumptions, because the stuff that they have been presented in these icons has sunk so deeply into their psyche they can't even think past it.
Well, it's not like Pam has been giving us good reasons to reject any aspect of the scientific consensus.
So, skipping a couple slides, because I am running close to time here.
I got all day, literally.
It's a good thing that Mr. Fitzgerald lent me his watch.
Does she not have a cell phone? Like, who uses watches anymore? What's next? Is she going to need a sundial?
So, when I talked about dinosaurs coexisting with humans, there's actually a number of really interesting artifacts that indicate that people could actually, had actually seen dinosaurs, because you cannot draw something that you've never seen. At least you can't draw it accurately.
Okay, so if these alleged pictures of dinosaurs aren't accurate, then they don't count. Got it.
And if I had more time, usually I ask the young people at this point to try to draw a pink fairy armadillo.
So does that mean that this talk is designed for kids? That might explain why it's so unconvincing and dumb.
And of course, none of them can actually draw what it really looks like. But this is a carving of a stegosaurus from a temple in Cambodia from, I believe, the 12th century.
Well, is it accurate though? Well, Stegosaurus didn't have projections from its head that looked like horns or ears. It had a much smaller head, a much longer neck, and tail spikes. This has none of this, so this is not accurate. So it doesn't count.
So between the 9th and 12th centuries. So this was long before anybody ever dug up a dinosaur bone, yet this is a perfectly proportional drawing of a stegosaurus.
I can't really tell if that's a lie or if she's just incredibly stupid. Let me know in the comments what you think, and while you're there, don't forget to like this video.
So these individuals had to know what a stegosaurus looked like.
Look at this cave painting and see how realistic it is compared to the actual animals like horses and cats. Now you're telling me that this is a perfect representation of a stegosaurus that could only be done by an artist familiar with Stegosaurus. When the artist gets it that wrong, while other artists could do so much better thousands of years earlier working in a cave by torchlight. Oh, and those spikes on the alleged Stegosaurus are the floral pattern that continues in other carvings of animals above and below this. The actual animal being carved doesn't even have the only thing that even vaguely makes it look like Stegosaurus.
So there's a lot of archaeological evidence that supports human and dinosaur.
He is Christ, the Lord. You will
I can cover.
We're just not going to see any of it.
Before I get cut off. So we'll call it the tree of life, since Mr. Owen objects to that and likes to call it the tree of death, because it is mostly death.
Life dies. If you have a diagram of living things, they got to where they are after a lot of other living things died. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
The only things that are living are the things on the very outer edge. And I also usually ask you if you can find yourself on this tree of life.
I'm like 40 degrees up from the bottom right or something like that. You're way down on the right if you're human.
You are way over in that bottom corner. You showed up on the tree of life at the 59th minute of the 11th hour, and so you as a human being don't look very important in comparison to the rest of this.
I don't even know what that means. What would it mean to be important or unimportant on this chart? It's not like humans on this chart are more or less important than other things listed like the platypus, turtles, clams, red algae, or bacteria.
Which is part of what the icon is communicating to you. You don't matter.
No, it's communicating how much diversity there is and when various major groups of mostly animals evolved, and what else was going on at that time. I can't even fathom how someone draws some kind of value judgment about humans from a chart like this.
You're way over there.
One could argue that being at the end point actually indicates the importance of humans, since the whole chart is more or less arranged to put humans at an easy-to-find place, and thereby arranges the rest of the organisms in relation to humans. Humans could just have easily been somewhere in the middle.
Right. Mr. Owen is familiar with a gentleman who was working with the Smithsonian to actually construct. So this is just a graphic. He was actually trying to construct a legitimate tree of life based on DNA sequencing and comparing sequences of different kinds of organisms and looking at dozens and dozens and hundreds of organisms. I'm not going to get the details of the story quite correct, so you may need to ask him about it. But he's looking at just organisms across the whole broad spectrum of life and trying to fit these things into this puzzle in a way that worked. And he presented his findings to his supervisors at the Smithsonian and said only about 30% of what is supposed to fit in this tree actually fits in this tree, and everything else doesn't really fit. And they fired him.
Cool story. I don't believe it.
Because they didn't want to hear it.
Or because it didn't happen, because charts like these have been constructed that aren't loosey-goosey graphics, but have the terminal branches labeled and include organisms from bacteria to humans. So why was this guy saying that a thing that's been done repeatedly can't be done? My guess is that it's because the story didn't happen. And hey, internet atheists, that's called providing justification for not believing a claim instead of disbelieving a claim. You can do it too with the claim that there is a God that exists. It's okay, the burden of proof is something everyone bears. It won't hurt you, unless of course you actually do have bad reasons for your beliefs, or lack thereof.
Right, so when you look at an image like this, please be aware that it has actually been tested and proven false.
By whom? In what study? Oh, that's right, no one, in no study, because Pam is just lying.
And that lost someone his job.
Some guy who wanted to do something that's done successfully all over the place, but you don't get to know who. You know, I know a guy who worked at the Museum of the Bible, but when he showed that there was never a Bible in the first place, they fired him, even though there is no such thing as a Bible. Wait, you don't believe me? How dare you?
Okay, so trees of life are often based on this concept of homology, which is the idea that you have similar structures that came from similar ancestors.
That's a really sloppy way to phrase it. It's more than organisms share parts that are obviously derived the same way into similar forms developmentally, and that the pattern of this reflects the pattern of ancestry. So the reason that we think that the forelimbs of a human, a cat, a whale, and a bat are all composed of a humerus, a radius, an ulna, a bunch of carpal bones, 5 metacarpals, and 5 digits worth of phalanges, which all grow from an initially more or less morphologically identical anterior limb bud, is as a result of them sharing a common ancestor with the same arrangement of bones and embryological development. It's not just a matter of looking around and seeing that some things kind of look the same and then saying that they're obviously homologous and therefore evolution.
But homology is somewhat undermined by this idea of convergent evolution, which tells you that you can have similar structures that do not derive from similar ancestors, because nobody claims that a pterodactyl is closely related to a bat.
But that's where you check the underlying anatomy. Bird wings, bat wings, and pterosaur wings are homologous as forelimbs, but the way they diverge in development from that basic development of a generic tetrapod limb into their specialized wing forms differs. In birds, only 3 digits develop, and then in embryo they all fuse together. In pterosaurs, 4 digits develop, but one, the 4th, grows extremely long and robust to support a wing membrane. In bats, 5 digits develop, and all but the first one grows into a long and usually curved finger that supports multiple wing membranes. As a result, the adult morphology is superficially similar, but when you look at the actual underlying anatomy, you can see that it's very different. This means that despite the limbs being homologous as limbs, they are analogous as wings. That is, the common ancestor of these animals did not have wings, but instead more generalized forelimbs, which were probably just legs.
Or that a bat is closely related to a butterfly, yet they all have wings that function in very similar ways.
And with butterflies, it's even more different. For one thing, they don't have any limb buds like tetrapods do at all, and their wings don't even grow as limbs at all. They're extensions of the exoskeleton, something tetrapods don't even have. Further, they're not made of the same things, being primarily made of chitin as opposed to the skin and keratin which compose the wings of bats, pterosaurs, and birds. This means that these organisms are even more distantly related. So if you took bats, birds, pterosaurs, and butterflies together, clearly butterflies would be the odd one out. From there, the details of skull and vertebrae would pretty easily mark out the bat as the next group that's not like the remaining two. leaving birds and pterosaurs as the most closely related to each other out of the group. And hey, what do you know? We've just created the same cladogram that everyone would get when examining these animals. It's almost like analogy isn't a big problem except in organisms that are rather closely related. In many cases, so closely related that creationists would count them as being in the same kind anyway. For example, maybe more than one equid lineage lost their second and fourth digits independently, rather than sharing a common ancestor with only one digit, digit 3. That's possible, and it would be hard to figure out if that happened at all, or if equids alive today share a single toad ancestor, without an excellent genome sequence and or a really good fossil record. But no one is going to come up and say that for this reason, maybe some equids were actually more closely related to cassowaries than they are to other equids, or that this means that they don't form a monophyletic clade.
So, you have similar structures that are used to create these trees of life, but some of these similar structures don't actually imply ancestry.
Yes, because they are only superficially similar. The superficiality is important to this, and I can't think of any reasons why Pam would gloss over that don't involve dishonesty.
And in fact, some very complicated similar structures, like the bacterial flagellum, are said to have evolved separately 5 different times.
And eyes probably evolved at least that many times. So what? Wings evolved a similar number of times, once in insects, once in pterosaurs, once in birds, once in Scansoriopterygid dinosaurs, and once in bats. Similar pressures can lead to superficially similar structures that perform the same functions.
So not only is this complex assemblage of proteins that requires 40 different proteins to work correctly, and they all have to be present in the correct proportions at the correct time to be assembled and inserted
Find him wrapped in swaddlecloth.
into, gentlemen, it happened 5 times independently.
Evolution can produce complex structures. If it can do it once, it can do it more than once. I don't see the problem here. Simply being complex and interconnected isn't a barrier for evolution. If Pam wants to say that flagella are a problem for evolution, she's going to need to be more specific than simply being incredulous that it might have happened a few times. I'm not even conceding that it did. I haven't read Snyder at all, and whether they're right or if perhaps the flagellum actually evolved once but was lost in many lineages, or if it evolved once and spread by horizontal gene transfer or some combination, doesn't really matter to me. I don't see why any of this is a problem on its own for evolution.
We've just made evolution infinitely more impossible.
I don't see how.
But that's okay.
No, it's not okay. This demands an actual explanation. What about the flagellum is so impossible in the first place? I mean, I know usually the answer is nonsense about irreducible complexity, but Pam didn't even argue for that. So I don't know if that's why she thinks flagella are impossible for evolution. She just asserted that they evolved a few times, and therefore problems. I don't see how that follows at all. This is easily solved by simply looking at the embryology and defining homology in terms of developmental biology. Then they provide evidence for common ancestry, which also cross-confirms genetic phylogeny and character-based cladistics. See how easy that was? It's almost like maybe all the anatomists and evolutionary biologists have thought about this at some point during the decades of their lives they have spent doing more or less nothing but working in this field. Remember, if you think you spotted some obvious problem in a field that has had people spending their whole lives becoming experts in it, and those people are just blind to the obvious problem, the most likely explanation is that they have thought of that, it's not a problem, or it has a well-known solution, and you're simply too ignorant to really have an informed take on the whole topic. That's what's going on here with Pam.
So this does actually lead us to a little bit of a case of circular reasoning, because we have homologous structures that are supposed to indicate that an organism has a common ancestor, but the common ancestor is what is the reason that allows us to determine that these structures are homologous.
No, we don't, and we can tell because the word homologous entered English in 1650, and was talked about long before universal common ancestry was widely accepted. People like Carolus Linnaeus recognized that some structures were fundamentally made of the same anatomy, just twisted and stretched in different ways. And they use words like homology, homologous, and homologize to describe such things. This is something that can be recognized without any reference to common ancestry. Indeed, some creationists like Marcus Ross and Matt McLean use the word homologous in their pretend paleontology papers for creationist LARP journals, while themselves neither accepting nor advocating for common ancestry.
So we really have to be able to prove that they had a common ancestor before we can say that the structure is homologous.
No, we don't, and we can tell because the word homologous entered English in 1650, and was talked about long before universal common ancestry was widely accepted. People like Carolus Linnaeus recognized that some structures were fundamentally made of the same anatomy, just twisted and stretched in different ways. And they use words like homology, homologous, and homologize to describe such things. This is something that can be recognized without any reference to common ancestry. Indeed, some creationists like Marcus Ross and Matt McLean use the word homologous in their pretend paleontology papers for creationist LARP journals, while themselves neither accepting nor advocating for common ancestry. Yes, that was just a repeat of the previous thing I said. If she's not going to actually continue her point, I'll just repeat myself.
But often the common ancestor is assumed, so therefore the structure is homologous, so therefore we've proven that these animals have a common ancestor. Yeah, don't ever do that, guys. Okay?
Was that a joke?
That's circular logic. Bad arguments, bad reasoning. So I wanted to talk a little bit about vestigial organs, because vestigial organs are thought to be sort of evolutionary leftovers. They're thought to give some more credence to this idea of common ancestry. And at one time, it was thought that human beings had about 180 vestigial organs.
I can probably think of like 20 vestigial organs in humans off the top of my head, but I have no idea if there is a consensus on the total number. I do know that some organs were once thought to be vestigial, like the pineal gland, but turned out to have retained their ancestral function and so are not vestigial.
And these were thought to be things that were kind of leftover, useless, didn't have any function in human beings, but had somehow served some kind of function in primates.
Wrong. Very wrong. Vestigial structures do not have to lack function. They have to lack or have greatly diminished capacity for the ancestral function. So an ostrich wing has both balance and display functions, but it fails entirely for the ancestral wing function of allowing for flight. Thus, ostrich wings are vestigial. Anyone with a biology degree telling you that some organ isn't vestigial because it has a function at all is lying to you. In humans, a great example is the coccyx. It's a vestigial tail, in that it doesn't extend past the body wall where it could do things like help with balance or work as a sensory organ. It does attach some pelvic muscles, though, so it has a function. This in no way makes it not vestigial.
And one of the most common that shows up still, even in high school biology textbooks, which is a crying shame, are tonsils and your appendix.
Well, the appendix isn't vestigial, but not because it has a purpose. It turns out that it's probably not homologous with the vermiform cecum in other animals, which in those animals serves a digestive function. Instead, it's probably evolved for its current immunological function and as a reservoir for helpful gut bacteria in times of gastric infection. As for the tonsils, they are indeed vestigial because in relatives of humans, they play a major role in preventing orally introduced infections. But in humans, they barely function for this purpose at all, although they do perform the function in a very limited way. So yes, tonsils are vestigial. Remember, being vestigial is about retaining full ancestral function, not simply lacking any and all function.
And as an immunologist, this bothers me deeply because your tonsils and your appendix are immune tissue. They're part of your immune system and also part of your lymphoid. Your tonsils are part of your lymphoid system.
None of which precludes them from being vestigial.
And they perform an important function in your body. You can survive without them, just like you can survive without your right hand. That does not mean that they do not have a function.
But you see, in humans, the ancestral function of hands, in common with other apes, is for grasping things. That's still the primary function of hands, and barring congenital problems or severe injury, they're still really functional for that. They're not vestigial. Now, like I said, the appendix is probably not vestigial, but the immune function of the tonsils is very minor, and so they are reasonably termed vestigial, since the infection rate without them is essentially the same as the infection rate for people with intact tonsils. Now, that's not to say we should go back to the days of routine tonsillectomies for basically everyone. Surgery is risky, and bearing those risks for what may be no benefit is silly.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that a function has been found for every one of these 180 organs.
Incorrect. For example, there is no known practical function for the erector pili muscles that give humans goosebumps. But even if it were true that such a function had been found, it would mean nothing about whether these organs are vestigial or not, because being functionless isn't part of the definition of vestigiality.
And including some more organs that we've discovered since then that also have functions. So your body is actually really functional, but this is still presented as an argument for evolution.
Because an intelligent designer who needed to attach some pelvic muscles probably wouldn't create a tail in an embryonic ape, only for it to be reabsorbed, but only mostly leaving just a weird stubby end of the spine where those muscles go for some reason. And those muscles just happen to attach to the tail in similar organisms that retain a tail, like most non-ape monkeys. But if evolution is true, evolution can't simply start a design over. It has to work with what it's got. And if that means that some important muscles attach to the tail, then even when an organism evolves to lack an external tail, those muscles have to go somewhere. And if it's a weird stubby tail that's entirely internal, then so be it. The animal will have a vestigial tail, like all apes, humans included, have.
That, just like Mr. Owen was talking about last night with the lanugo, this coat of hair, the only thing it could be is sort of a leftover from our primate ancestry.
Yeah, she's not going to give the supposed function for lanugo in humans. In case you don't know, it's a body-wide coating of hair that develops in embryonic humans around the time of birth. In some humans, it falls out just before birth, and some humans are born with it only for it to fall out shortly after birth. I will not be making a claim as to whether it's vestigial.
And one of the common examples given is ostrich wings, and I like this example because, of course, ostriches can't fly.
That's true.
And the only purpose of having wings is to fly, right?
No.
See how she's already setting up the straw man?
Nope.
Right, guys? They're like, yes, no, maybe so. They weren't listening. Okay, they are now. All right. So, ostriches are actually really intriguing organisms. They live in very arid, very hot environments, and they have a beautiful air conditioning system. And it's a network of blood vessels that's very close to the surface of their body.
This is going to be long-winded, isn't it?
And as those blood vessels go close to the surface of their body and the air is cooler than their bodies, that actually brings cooler blood back into the core. And then at night, of course, they're going to have to be able to cover these blood vessels because otherwise they would get chilled, and that would be problematic. So it turns out these blood vessels are located on the underside of their wings.
Neat, a vestigial structure that retains some function, like most of them. But you'll notice how they admittedly don't do the main thing wings do, that is, allow for flight. That's why they're vestigial. If God wanted an animal with some blood vessels that could be moved around, he didn't need to make a whole damn wing that's morphologically the same as any other bird wing, but proportionally tiny and missing some of the muscles that would allow it to be effectively flapped, just so he can slap some extra blood flow in there, in the exact way it might look if ostriches had evolved from flight-capable birds.
So when you see an ostrich sort of flutter its wings, like it does at the zoo, it's cooling itself down. It is exposing those blood vessels that are near the surface of the skin to cooler air so that cool blood can go back into the core and lower the body temperature of the ostrich so it doesn't overheat. At night in the desert, when it gets very cold, they tuck their wings up right next to them, cover up those blood vessels and preserve that body heat.
Which is admittedly cool, just irrelevant.
So ostrich wings, instead of being a vestigial, useless organ, are actually a highly efficient air conditioning and heating system.
Which are vestigial organs. Neato.
So this brings me to genetics, which is my favorite thing, because that's what I did for a really long time. I worked at the Genome Sequencing Center at WashU, not on the Human Genome Project, but right after that on some projects that came through, including lamprey and platypus.
I gotta say, I did not know that there had been a lamprey genome project. That's pretty cool.
It's not really as exciting as it sounded. I never actually got to see a platypus, just a tube of DNA from a platypus.
That's too bad. They're pretty adorable, even if the males are rather dangerous, what with those venomous heel spurs.
But genetics is the new homology. So we've seen that, we have these structures that look homologous, but maybe they're not.
Lying in a manger.
Instead, we'll turn to DNA sequences, and we look at DNA sequences. And this is actually a protein sequence, but DNA sequences code for protein sequences.
Well, the ones in genes do. Most DNA sequences aren't part of genes in organisms like lampreys, platypus, or humans.
And we look and we see how many of those base pairs or how many of those amino acids are conserved across all these different species. We can come up with a much better way of classifying species. We can come up with a more clear tree of life. And what got fired over was this kind of data.
No one was fired for coming up with DNA sequences.
So it's thought, just like common structures, that common genes or genes that are shared are thought to be evidence of common ancestry.
Yes, because genes come from your ancestors, and that's how ancestry and paternity tests work. It's also how forensic DNA testing can work. If you have the DNA of, say, a murderer, but you don't have a full match, but they get a partial match hit from someone else in a database, they can find that the match is likely a sibling or parent, and then narrow down the pool of suspects based on common ancestry. The basic fact that DNA is the molecule of inheritance should be all anyone needs to realize that absent some compelling reason to think otherwise, DNA gives you definitive evidence of relatedness. I'm guessing that we won't get anything compelling in the next few minutes.
And the closer that they are between two species, the closer the relatedness is thought to be. So this leads us to some really interesting genetic anomalies.
No, it's more like a third, and it's not that those genes are unique to humans and bananas, it's that those genes are basically common to all organisms with a nucleus in their cells. And these genes tend to be extremely important for basic cellular function, explaining why they're so highly conserved across so many organisms. Further, this kind of similarity is expected in evolution and is evidence of it. Pam and her audience incredulity doesn't change that.
You're half banana.
I guess the idea of common ancestry with banana plants is amusing for some reason, even though evolution requires all eukaryotes to share genes if they're in fact related. although it's not as high as 50% between plants and animals.
I hope you're okay with that. I hate bananas. You also share the same hemoglobin found in many plants.
You don't even have the same hemoglobin as all other humans. Hemoglobin isn't a single molecule, it's a class of proteins that carry oxygen. Plants have several varieties, none of which are identical to amniote hemoglobin. Basically, if an organism uses a protein with iron to move oxygen around, that protein is called hemoglobin. Maybe Pam is just being stupid here rather than lying, but there are over 1,000 types of hemoglobin just within the human species, so it's logically impossible for plants to have the same kind of hemoglobin as humans, because there's no one human hemoglobin.
Now, this would normally suggest to an evolutionary biologist that you share a close and recent ancestor with the plant.
Well, it would suggest that if the strawman version Pam is going for were true. It's not.
Some of my students, maybe, but... there's also an analysis that showed that rabbits were closer to monkeys than they were to other rodents.
A single analysis that isn't even cited from nearly 3 decades ago before reliable gene sequencing? Okay, we got anything that actually confirms that? Of course not. That's why it's only one analysis, and only from back before the analysis could be done as reliably as now. I don't think she's even trying at this point.
So they're going to redraw the tree so that rabbits are coming off of the primate branch.
No, they're not.
There was another study done same year that sea urchins are closer to vertebrates than they are to any other invertebrate.
Yeah, echinoderms are deuterostomes, like vertebrates, so this checks out. This is the predicted outcome based on embryology.
Another study that showed that cows are more related to whales than they are to horses.
Again, both are artiodactyls, so this is the predicted outcome. In fact, we already saw the fossils linking basal artiodactyls to whales. Horses are paracedactyls, the other group of ungulates. All artiodactyls are more closely related to each other than any of them are to any paracedactyl.
This one's my favorite. A single-chain antigen receptor protein shows that sharks are closely related to camels.
Oh, what did all the other proteins show? Because yeah, I bet there are weird similarities in a single of the 22,000 or so proteins between any two vertebrates. But on the whole, they tend to come out in line with evolutionary predictions. Like, how much more blatant could the cherry picking be?
I mean, they both have, like, things on their back, right? And the last one, bats and dolphins both have a sonar system that is almost identical on a molecular level.
But at the genetic level, they're as different as they possibly could be. You know, because the protein sequence is selected for. But the neutral variation that is part of the genetic sequence isn't, meaning that we should expect the same protein with different underlying genes, which is what we do find. This is actually an excellent example of molecular analogy, and how we can distinguish it from homology.
And all of this clearly proves that bunnies come from tomato plants.
Something no evolutionary biologist has ever suggested, of course, because the common ancestor of bunnies and tomato plants would have been some single-celled eukaryote, not a tomato plant or a bunny.
Okay, so you get some weird things, and so this is some actual data that would have been run into by this gentleman at the Smithsonian, showing that, you know, when I look at things, so I look at sharks and I say, well, sharks should be more closely related to other kinds of fish, except they share this really common trait with the mammal that lives in the desert.
Yeah, this one trait of a single antigen receptor. Ooh. Also, they should actually be no more closely related to bony fish than to humans. Humans and dinosaurs are more closely related to bluefin tuna than bluefin tuna are to sharks, and vice versa.
These are the kinds of anomalies that you're going to identify, and they crop up all over the place, and that's why most animals don't actually fit into a neat, ordered tree of life.
Funny then how they actually do basically every time we try, except at the very tips and very base. And the tips because of things like incomplete lineage sorting and the occasional gene flow, and at the bottom because of horizontal gene transfer.
And the morphological characteristics sometimes contradict the genetic characteristics.
Very rarely, and that usually goes away the minute you bother to look more than skin deep, like with Pam's own example of different animal wings.
So what does all this mean?
That Pam has no clue what she's talking about.
So I have a different explanation for similar structures, and it includes similar genes because genes code for very tiny structures called proteins, and they also have to have similar structures if they're going to have a similar function.
But do they? It's time to introduce the concept of synonymous codons. As you probably know, DNA is composed of 4 nucleotide bases, adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine, which pair up so that adenine is on one side of the double helix while thymine is on the other, and guanine is on one side while cytosine is on the other. RNA uses uracil instead of thymine, but that's not really relevant here. So in a gene, these nucleotides are arranged into groups of 3, called codons. Yes, I know, it sounds like codon is a neuter word from Greek whose plural should be coda, but whatever. For this discussion, I'm going to use the first letter of the nucleotide's name, so A, C, T, and G. One of the more obvious things about this whole codon thing is that there are 4 cubed possible codon, so 64. Now, there are 22 amino acids, and the need to start and stop transcription, meaning that we really only have 23 functions for a codon, since start is also just a methionine amino acid. But every possible codon has an assigned function. What this means is that of mathematical necessity, some functions are coded by multiple codons. For example, the amino acid leucine is coded for by the codons UUA, UUG, CUU, CUC, CUA, and CUG. Indeed, only the start or methionine codon and the tryptophan codon are unique. All other amino acids and the stop function are coded by more than one codon. This means that for any sequence of amino acids in a protein, there are numerous ways to code for it. For example, if I came up with a random amino acid sequence of just 10 amino acids long, we would have, say, methionine, glutamine, histidine, tyrosine, threonine, valine, glutamic acid, another histidine, glycine, and proline, then of course a stop codon. The number of codons that could be in each place is 1, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 4, 4, and 3. This means that the same sequence of amino acids could be coded for in 24,576 different ways. And from just looking at the amino acid sequence, there's no way to know which way it was coded. No natural protein is as small as only 10 amino acids, at least none that is known about. Now there are some patterns. For example, codons that start with cytosine and have cytosine in the second spot code for proline, regardless of the third nucleotide. But still, that means that that nucleotide is free to vary. So what can we make of this? Well, we can differentiate between the common design and common descent hypotheses. So with common design, we know from experience that designers tend to copy whole sections of design that work well. That's why, for example, many computer programs share identical lines of code. On the other hand, we should expect that if there's a protein that was likely not shared in an ancestor species, but is shared in 2 species today, that they should have essentially maximum differences in terms of which codons code for the sequence. Now, by chance, some of them will be the same, but it shouldn't be more than we'd expect by chance. But if a group of species likely has a common ancestor that had that protein in question, then we should not only see more commonality than chance can account for, but we should also see the pattern of variation match closely with the pattern we get for a cladogram when we take other things like the rest of the genetic variation or morphology into account. And guess what? We find the prediction of common ancestry is met. But of course, this also raises the question, if 2 organisms share the same protein but have very different genes coding for them, does that mean it was separate design, meaning we can infer multiple designers? Now, I know Pam will say no, because she believes there is ultimately only one designer. But other than her prior theological commitment, why would this not indicate multiple designers? I can't think of a reason, although I'll grant perhaps there is one. If you can think of one that doesn't require a prior commitment to monotheism, let me know in the comments.
So you've probably never seen these 2 pictures before, unless you were at the Kolbe retreat and you've already heard my talk. But even though you've never seen these 2 pictures before, I guarantee you know what they are.
They look like profoundly uncomfortable chairs.
Banana peel? A banana peel? No, not quite.
Well, I guess we know what Pam's guarantees are worth. Nothing.
They're chairs, right? How do you know they were chairs?
Well, I thought they were, but apparently someone else thought it was a banana peel on the left, at least. But I knew it because I know that creationists love to stupidly compare things that cannot reproduce with variation and inheritance to things that can. Because for some reason, the fact that some things are designed is an argument that anything else is designed, even though that doesn't follow at all. Based on that knowledge, I figured the only practical purpose I could see was for sitting on. Plus the one on the right has a cushion where the seat would be.
Well, they had a place to sit, a place to put your back. That one's even got a place to put your feet. It's a little weird looking. And so even though they're very strange, you can tell that they're chairs.
Honestly, if I just saw the one on the left in isolation with no sense of scale, I probably would have guessed it's an abstract sculpture before guessing it's a chair.
All chairs are going to have a certain similarity to them because they're designed for human beings to sit down comfortably without your feet dangling above the floor, ideally.
Are they? There are bar stools, rocking chairs, tree stumps, random logs, iron benches, etc. Really, the only thing that chairs have in common is that they tend to have a horizontal surface. They can have no legs, 3 legs, more legs, a back, no back, a cushion or no, and be of virtually any size or height, provided the height is reachable. In some places, like East Asia, they barely even use chairs, instead simply sitting on cushions on the floor.
And support your back a little bit.
That part is extremely optional.
So things that are similar in structure not because of common ancestry. These 2 things didn't come from the same chair. They were designed for the same purpose.
Yes, this is why both insects and mammals have legs. But you might notice that they are not similar in their structure. For one thing, mammals have their skeletons on the inside and insects have it on the outside. But they're made of different numbers of joints, muscles, etc. Further, insect joints can only bend on one axis, whereas many mammal joints, like the hip or ankle joints, can bend in multiple directions.
Right? Wings look similar because they're made for flying.
Yes, but why are they made so differently? Clearly a bird wing and a pterosaur wing are not made the same way. So if they were designed, was it by two different designers?
Those single-chain antigen receptors in camels and sharks look similar because they're made to do the same thing. They're part of the immune system.
I wonder what we would find in terms of the difference between the genes that produce them. Would they have the same genetic sequence, or very different ones? I don't know, but it would be a test between common design and common descent.
Right, cytochrome C, which is very similar across all kinds of different animals, in order to live in a world where there is oxygen, you have to have that protein. In order for that protein to function, it has to have a specific kind of sequence.
Meaning it's going to be highly conserved, so evolution would predict that there's only a small space in which the protein can vary, and if that protein is vital to survival, then that protein is going to be very similar even in very distantly related organisms. To be fair, common design would predict this too, meaning that talking about such vital proteins is useless when trying to debate between common design and common ancestry. To differentiate between them, we need to focus on aspects of biology that the two ideas would make different predictions about. For example, neutral variation should fall under a nested hierarchy, if common ancestry is true, and if it is not, then it should not fall under a hierarchy at all except within the putative kinds. Spoiler though, it falls into a hierarchy, meaning that common design can be rejected.
It's not going to change very much from that, because if it did, it wouldn't function.
That's true.
So when we look at things and we look at similarities across either DNA or structures, we should be thinking in terms of what's the function here, because the function is what's driving the similarity.
Which is why we really need to look at the DNA that has no function beyond simply existing. That's where mutations simply accumulate rather than being weeded out by selection. Even if we assume that the creator put in identical non-sequence constrained sections of DNA, the mutations would only follow through within groups that the creator made in the first place, and so they should not share mutations across these groups. But we find no such groups. All organisms can be organized with neutral variation into hierarchies that are far larger than creationists will accept.
It's not common ancestry.
That doesn't follow. This fails to account for analogous structures which are not well explained by common design, but are easily explained and are predicted by common ancestry. Further, even if we only focus on homologous structures, this prediction is the same between common ancestry and common design, so it can't be used as evidence when attempting to discriminate between the two.
Okay, I have to skip this one in the interest of time.
Oh no. I won't have to explain why the Miller-Urey experiment wasn't designed to make life, nor is it exactly cutting edge in origin of life research.
I'm very sorry, but I'll go through it very quickly. So the Miller-Urey experiment was done back in the 1950s, I believe.
Some 7 decades ago. Why not talk about a more recent experiment that builds on those decades of research? Oh, right. Because that might show too much progress, and the creationists would rather that people think no progress has been made in the nearly 3/4 of a century since.
To demonstrate how life could have arisen in a warm little pond?
No, it was just to figure out if it were possible to create amino acids abiotically. It was successful in finding an abiotic means to create amino acids. It turns out that this particular technique probably doesn't have much to do with how the first amino acids actually occurred on early Earth, but there have been subsequent experiments that have found other abiotic ways to create amino acids that are more likely to have been relevant on early Earth.
So this gentleman in this picture, he was younger then when he did the first experiment, but he actually put some gases in a flask. He put a spark of lightning through them, simulate lightning, and he created amino acids. And this was hailed as like the definitive experiment that life could have come from non-living matter.
By whom? It certainly answered a big question about the origin of life, which is, are amino acids, which are essential building blocks for life as we know it, things that can be created without life? Or are they a true chicken and the egg problem with no apparent natural solution? Complaining that this didn't solve the whole problem of the origin of life is rather like complaining that golden rice didn't solve worldwide hunger. It was never supposed to, but it helped.
Because amino acids are sort of on their way to becoming life.
I've never heard anyone say that ever. What they are is a necessary condition for life. Clearly, you can't just put a bunch of amino acids in a flask and then have new life pop out. Nor is that anything that anyone has ever said, near as I can tell.
Now, we're not going to have time to go into all the problems with going from organic materials to an actual cell. That's an incredibly complicated problem that hasn't been solved by anyone, biochemist or biologist.
That's true.
But remember, an unsolved problem doesn't mean you get to just say that God did it and walk away. That there is something about life that is not currently explained just means it's unexplained, not that we have warrant to say that the explanation is a miracle.
But this problem is how to go from inorganic matter to organic matter.
Kind of. Organic matter is basically just any carbon compound that isn't carbon dioxide. It's about how to get amino acids specifically without having them built by living cells. Creationists just never managed to accurately explain the Miller-Urey experiment. It's like doing so is against their religion.
Which is an even bigger problem, it turns out, because what Miller and Urey put in their flask was water, methane, ammonia, hydrogen gas, and carbon monoxide.
Fun fact, methane is an organic compound that has many known abiotic sources. So they started with organic matter and got different organic matter, because this was never about making organic matter from inorganic matter.
And there are a couple of problems with that mixture, because what we've discovered, two important things that have been discovered in geology, looking at rocks and drilling down through rocks and examining the elemental composition of rocks, is that there would have been oxygen in the early atmosphere.
Virtually none. The real problem is that the atmosphere wasn't chemically reducing, whereas the assumed atmosphere in the experiment was. However, we know from experiment theory and observations that amino acids can form in many places, like underwater volcanoes, even in the depths of space. So like I said earlier, the exact method used in the Miller-Urey experiment is very unlikely to have been how the first amino acids formed on Earth. We have other options, though, which we know do work.
Now, most of you probably never heard this before, because it's very detrimental to evolutionary theory, because if you have oxygen in that atmosphere, if you put oxygen in that flask, you don't get amino acids, you get goop.
You get goop either way, and I don't know what most people hear about it, but if you're at all interested in topics surrounding the origin of life, you're going to hear about this. Heck, I'm not particularly interested in the topic, and I still heard about it.
That cannot have any biological function whatsoever, because the amino acids continue to oxidize, they react with the oxygen, they burn, basically, and they become non-biologically relevant.
Yeah, because they're no longer amino acids. Oxygen is slowly killing you. It's just that it's doing so way slower than you die of cellular starvation without it.
And another problem with this flask is that the atmosphere of primitive Earth probably wouldn't have contained any hydrogen, because the hydrogen would have been too light to stay in the atmosphere in sufficient concentrations. And if you don't put hydrogen in the flask, you don't get amino acids either.
It's also very reactive. And yeah, there's a reason that no one today is using the Miller-Urey experiment as if it's how amino acids formed on early Earth. That was some 70 years ago or so. We've moved on.
So you have oxygen, which means no amino acids. You don't have hydrogen, which means no amino acids. Two strikes, you're doubly out.
For this method, yes. Pointing out that you can't make a cake by mixing flour into a public pool doesn't really mean that you can't make cake at all.
So why did it work? He put the materials into his flask that he needed in order to make all of the amino acids. So you need carbon, you need hydrogen, you need nitrogen, and you need oxygen to make all amino acids except for two, which are cysteine and methionine. You also need sulfur for those. And there was no sulfur in his flask. And so it's very hard to explain, based on his experiment, how you could have gotten to a system where proteins all start with methionine, which contains sulfur, and most of them are held together by disulfide bridges between cysteines. So the very structure of proteins that we have today is not really explicable based on the Miller-Urey experiment.
Yes, it's almost like there were 70 more years of research after that. Also, wasn't she supposed to be skipping this? I feel like we've been going over it at length.
And I'm hitting buttons accidentally. I'm not sure how that's happening.
Maybe it's the forces of hell arrayed against Pam to stop her spreading the truth of creation by lying about science.
Technology gremlins or something. And just for those very nerdy science people out there, amino acids also are incorporated in your body. They're chiral. You can't impose one hand over the top of the other and have it be a perfect match. They're actually mirror images. Amino acids work the same way, and only one of those mirror images will work in your body.
Yep, and this is a well-known problem in the origin of life. It is, however, not a problem without a solution. For example, in space, polarized light can encourage the predominance of one chirality over the other, and on Earth or in space, autocatalytic cycles can encourage the formation of an amino acid of a particular chirality, while suppressing the formation of amino acids of the opposite chirality.
Not both of them. And there's never a protein that has a mixture. Proteins are all D-amino acids, not L-amino acids. Unless I said that backwards, which is possible, because if it's a true-false question, I will get it wrong. But it's all one way or the other. And there is no known non-biological mechanism to sort these out from each other?
I mean, I already mentioned two, both of which are prebiotically relevant, so, yes, there are.
So for the first protein to sort of have arisen in a warm little pond in a rock somewhere and incorporated only one kind of chiral amino acid is pretty much impossible.
You know, unless the little pond had been undergoing autocatalytic reactions for a while, resulting in a homochiral or nearly homochiral mix of amino acids. But also, the first protein probably didn't form in a pond from a bunch of amino acids. It was probably formed based on the action of RNA, which can form spontaneously and can catalyze protein synthesis on its own. Now, I don't want to give the impression that all of these things are just no big deal and that there aren't any unknowns about the origin of life. This is still an area of science where little is known with high confidence, and there are many questions yet to be answered. But the fact is that the things that Pam is saying are insurmountable problems are actually quite surmountable, and we've known this for a while now.
Okay, that was my super fast explanation of life.
Not nearly short enough.
So to sum up my earlier presentation / now presentation, evolution has failed thus far to establish that natural selection can produce anything other than variation within a kind.
That's not even a sentence that means anything, since there's no such thing as a kind, and no mechanism providing for a barrier to natural selection has been demonstrated.
So giraffes produce giraffes. They might be slightly different giraffes, but they're still giraffes.
Yes, evolution requires monophyly as a big part of how it works. So we should not be surprised to find living organisms reproducing without violating monophyly. Indeed, if a giraffe evolved into something that wasn't a giraffe, that would call evolution into question.
It's failed to provide any evolutionary sequences that aren't full of gaps.
If your elitist East Coast evolution is real, why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and ancient apes?
We did find it. It's called Homo erectus.
Then you have proven my case, sir. For no one has found the link between apes and this Homo erectus.
Yes, they have. It's called Homo habilis.
Aha! But no one has found the missing link between ape and the so-called Homo habilis.
Yes, they have. It's called Australopithecus africanus.
Oh, I've got you now. Fair enough. But where, then, is the missing link between apes and this Darwinius macilli? Answer me that, Professor.
Oh, okay, granted that one missing link is still missing. But just because we haven't found it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Pshaw! Things don't exist simply because you believe in them. Thus saith the almighty creature in the sky!
Think back to our whales.
You know, just because this is just about lying that there are no transitional species, here it is. It's failed to demonstrate the antiquity of dinosaurs. That's geology, not evolution, but also, yeah, there's no question about the antiquity of Mesozoic dinosaurs. Of course, there are modern dinosaurs too, so not all dinosaurs are from a long time ago.
or their existence before modern animals.
All non-avian dinosaurs are extinct. All modern living animals are not extinct and currently alive. Therefore, they live after the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. Also, you notice how she didn't name one single extant species that was alive during the Mesozoic? Not a single one. Instead, she named broad groups like octopus or lizard.
It's failed to even define what homology is in a way that isn't completely circular.
Nope, you can just use embryology to determine if there is homology. That's how it was done before evolution was widely accepted.
It's failed to build a tree of life.
No, it hasn't. It's actually not that hard a thing to build. But if your requirement is that it have 100% statistical likelihood, then sorry, that's not how science works. There will always be at least a few options for the tree of life that disagree in some details, but which are well supported. That's how life is in this complicated and impossible to perfectly measure universe.
And it's failed to replicate pre-life conditions that could give rise to biological molecules, and Captain Picard is less than pleased with his...
Okay, that's also not evolution, and yes, it is technically true that we don't know exactly what conditions led to the formation of life, and we may never know. We certainly know a lot more than what Pam has allowed for, and also, this isn't part of evolution. Evolution would work the same way if life were poofed into existence by God.
So moving on to part 2, I'm going to talk a little bit about mutations. So if you've heard anything about evolutionary theory, you've heard about how mutation for evolution, because evolution requires new genetic information. It requires something to be there that wasn't there before. You cannot get a man from an amoeba if you don't have an increase of genetic information.
Ah yes, genetic information, that oft-talked about, never-defined term. Tell me, which has more information, a redwood tree or a blue-ringed octopus? How do you know? What units did you use? How did you measure? Of course, there is no answer that creationists will ever give. In fact, when Paul Price, a creationist PhD, was asked directly how to do this, he declined to answer.
How are you defining information? Because we need a quantitative definition of information in order to make this work.
Yeah. So, don't think that's
Emphasis
correct.
on quantitative.
Yeah, that's not correct, and that's the reason why that's the reason I co-authored the article entitled "What Would Count as New Information in Genetics." We kind of delved into this because I know that having had these conversations with you for many years, I know that this is a direction you want to go with it. Is that you want to try to ask us to quantify information.
Yes.
And, we don't shy away.
Let me just take a second here to be fair. I'm asking you to quantify information because your argument is that information is declining, right?
Yes.
That's your argument, is that information is declining. So I'm saying, okay, that's your claim. If you can say it's declining, you need to be able to quantify it. So you can measure it at time point A and at time point B and at time point C and tell us how we know that it's actually declining, right? So yes, it is your job as the genetic entropy proponents, right? You and Dr. Sanford and Dr. Carter and anybody else to quantify the information you say is declining.
Yeah. You cannot quantify conceptual information, and that's what we're talking about here. Okay. We're not talking about Shannon information.
There we go.
We're not.
Right. The only currently identifiable source of truly new information or new variations in the genome is mutation. So there are a couple of other ways that you can mix up information that's already there, but the only way to get new stuff is for there to actually be a change in the DNA sequence.
I mean, except for the whole thing about information, yeah, the source of new genetic variation is mutation.
And in case you haven't taken high school biology in a while,
I took college biology much more recently, in fact.
I thought I would do a quick review of DNA. So DNA, you can think of it analogously as a set of instructions to build an organism. So your DNA contains all the instructions necessary to build you with your particular eye color, your particular hair color, your particular height.
That's mostly true, but many aspects of you are actually environmentally influenced. For example, it's pretty well known that humans in developed countries are significantly taller on average than their ancestors from just a couple centuries ago. This is primarily because of greater food availability, not because of evolution. Similarly, things like bone shape, bone density, bone thickness, muscle strength and size, hair thickness, etc. can be affected by the environment. The potential phenotype of an organism is constrained by the genotype, but it's not entirely determined by it. This is called phenotypic plasticity, and you can see it if you've ever seen dogs of the same breed in different climates. In warm climates, they tend to have sparser underfur and shed more, whereas in cold climates, they tend to shed less and have thicker undercoats.
although that's influenced by environment as well, nutrition and things like that. But you can't grow sort of past a certain size based on your genetics.
Oh, sorry. I just assumed that she'd screw that up. My bad. You know, I script these as I go, and while I do usually watch them at least once all the way through before I decide to make them into a video series, in the time it actually takes me to start writing responses and gathering resources and whatnot, I usually forget what they say. After this, she just explains what a nucleotide is, and she mostly gets it right. And I also explained that, and in more detail earlier in this video, so since I have no commentary there, including it would be iffy in terms of fair use. So I'm skipping it.
The nucleotides are arranged into sequences called genes, which we can think of as paragraphs or chapters even in our information here. Needed to build an organism is contained in the genome, and so we can think of that as the book that we would be using as an instruction manual to build you.
There's a big problem with this though. Most base pairs are not in genes. In the human genome, for every base pair in a gene, there are 32 base pairs that are not part of any gene. They may be in intergenic regions, in pseudogenes, in promoter regions, part of repetitive elements, or just kind of hanging out in the middle of nowhere, just existing. Kind of. Really, only the developmental genes are about building a new organism, but it's not like you could survive without the other ones, so I don't know. It's not like she's wrong, more that it's a bit oversimplified.
Or to build a giraffe. I'm not obsessed with giraffes, that's the other Miss Acker.
There's nothing wrong with being enthusiastic about giraffes. They're cool animals. And while they're not my favorite or anything, I get why they might be hers. Here's the thing about nerdy stuff like that. Just embrace it. Life is short, and if being a giraffe nerd makes you happy during your time on Earth, then do it. It's not like you're going to hurt someone by being enthused about giraffes. That goes for all sorts of things. If your thing is dressing up in a Starfleet uniform or knowing all the lore of Star Wars legends, then do that.
Okay, so we're going to imagine that the instruction manual for building a giraffe is thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of genetic information.
Specifically, it's about 2.55 gigabase pairs long. The genome of the Japanese canopy plant is about 149 gigabase pairs long. So does this cute little plant have more genetic information than a giraffe? I mean, I don't know, but you'd think since Pan thinks it's a big deal how much information an organism has, and how they gain or lose it, that she'd be able to say if it has more or less information than a giraffe.
And each giraffe has to have his own instruction manual, and giraffes did not build the printing press.
That's true.
But so what?
So each giraffe must painstakingly copy his instruction manual from his parents. Now, if you've ever painstakingly copied something by hand that's thousands of pages long, you will have done something that every other human being has done. You will have made a mistake.
Yep, that's why there are so many manuscript variants in texts like biblical texts.
There's an introduction of mistakes into the instruction manual as it's copied by hand, just like there's an introduction of mistakes into the genome when it is copied by the cellular machinery that replicates DNA. So we can think of a mutation more or less as a copying error in the instructions, the codes for a living organism.
Yes, but there's an important caveat. An error assumes that there is a correct version, and while in an instance of genetic duplication, you can say that the original genome is the correct version, it's not correct in some kind of teleological sense. It's just the copy that existed earlier, and it isn't correct or incorrect, it simply exists. Mutations aren't errors in the sense of degrading some correct original, they're just changes.
So you may be wondering at this point, wait, I thought we were talking about new information, not about mistakes.
And now this is why I made sure to give that caveat.
And you're on to something, but we'll get there. Okay, so mutation can lead to something called speciation. Now, I was actually discussing a little bit with the gentleman in the hallway about the difference between speciation and kinds.
That would require some definition for kind in the biological creationist sense that would allow us to not just positively identify members of a kind, but to exclude organisms from a kind. Something we don't have and will never have, because fundamentally, kinds are fiction.
So Mr. Owen talked about Noah taking all the different kinds of animals on the ark. He was not talking about him taking all the different species of animals on the ark. So we've seen the development and can see the development of individual species, which means that I've got two individuals that are no longer able to reproduce.
But that's just accepting basically all of evolution, because that's all macroevolution is. It's speciation. Once you accept that speciation occurs, there's no barrier to universal common ancestry provided enough time. And we know that we have plenty of time, or at least we can say that nothing that has ever been provided by a creationist has ever managed to be a problem for the scientifically determined chronology.
And you can actually even see this in the domestication of the dog. So for example, the Chihuahua and the Siberian Husky are not able to reproduce naturally.
I mean, you might get a really ambitious Chihuahua and a very accommodating Husky. But really, yeah, they're probably not reproducing anytime soon, short of artificial insemination. There's a mechanical barrier to reproduction.
There's a prezygotic isolation there, so technically these two things would be considered different species, even though we know they're both dogs.
Yeah, that's not a terribly unreasonable take if you look at them in isolation. But because both populations are in a continuum of morphology throughout which gene flow is occurring, we treat them as part of the same species, because there is in fact a path for Chihuahua and Husky genes to meet, just not through the direct mating of a Chihuahua and a Husky.
This is one of the weird ways that biology. You can see over many generations, if you have a lot of copying errors, if you have one individual drifting very far away from the mean in one direction and another individual drifting very far away from the mean in another direction, eventually these two individuals are going to be so different that they can no longer reproduce and you will have a new species.
I think she's got it. I think she's got it. By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it.
So mutations can explain that, can lead to reproductive isolation.
Well, let's all welcome Pam to accepting the main features of evolution. She's already accepted drift and selection, and now she knows that new variation arises from mutation and that speciation can occur when a lineage becomes divergent enough. That's really all there is to the basic level. Everything else is just details. It's sort of like how you don't really need to be able to do four-dimensional calculus to accept relativity.
But whether mutations can explain molecules to man evolution is another question. And
look, I get it. Pam is new to accepting evolution, so she makes mistakes. In this case, she's forgetting that it's not just mutations, it's mutations plus selection and drift, and that evolution only concerns populations of organisms, not the origin of the first life. So yes, mutation, selection, and drift can indeed explain the evolution of humans from the first life.
It seems more reasonable to me that if you're accumulating many mistakes in an instruction manual over time...
Remember, they're not mistakes because there's no one correct version.
You're not actually going to build a worse giraffe. And gradually, a worser? I don't teach English for a reason. You're going to build a worse and worse giraffe.
No, mutations are not simply harmful. Some of them are beneficial, and further, whether a mutation is harmful or beneficial is entirely based on the environment. Now, there are some exceptions. A mutation that causes an embryo to terminate before reaching sexual maturity is negative in any environment, but it's also never going to be passed down. And when speaking about this, I am largely restricting myself to mutations that can be passed down. A famous example of a mutation that is generally negative, but is positive in a particular environment, is sickle cell. In most environments, being heterozygous for sickle cell results in no particular advantage or disadvantage. But since being homozygous causes sickle cell anemia, which can be life-threatening, it is selected against, and in most human populations, the allele is quite rare. However, in areas where malaria is prevalent, sickle cell trait provides a strong resistance to the effects of the malaria parasite, allowing infected individuals to survive, recover, and reproduce. In this case, despite the fact that a full 50% of the offspring of the two individuals with sickle cell trait will either have sickle cell disease and therefore die young, or will have more or less no resistance to malaria and therefore will likely die young, the remaining 50% are more likely to survive to reproduce, so the allele is under positive selection. It's a good thing in that environment, provided that you win the coin toss, and that's all evolution needs. If some genotype results consistently in a more fit for that environment phenotype, then selection will act in proportion to the degree to which that trait increases reproductive output. That's why, according to the National Institute of Health, the countries of Nigeria, India, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo contain 90% of all people with sickle cell disease. They're all places where malaria is a big problem in some regions. So does this mean that the humans in these areas are worse? Well, the ones who die of malaria or sickle cell disease are certainly less fit in the sense of evolutionary biology, but the populations of those countries aren't in any imminent danger of collapse. So again, from the standpoint of evolutionary biology, those populations are better than they would be without the prevalence of the allele for sickle cell trait and disease. Pam's whole idea, which is just genetic entropy, falls apart with the simple observation that we just made. Mutations generally have no fixed fitness effect, because they are contingent on the environment.
Until you can't build a giraffe anymore.
I'm not even sure what that means. If it simply means that the giraffe is non-viable, then those mutations cannot be passed down, and only those embryos free of such mutations will reproduce. Now, this might mean a higher rate of miscarriage or a failure of an embryo to even implant on the uterine wall, but placental mammals already have a low rate of zygotes managing to come to full term. For example, with humans, who are understandably the most well-studied placental mammal, the failure rate of fertilizations to come to full term is between 40 and 60%. You may sometimes see the rate of 75% mentioned, but it seems that this rate is too high and derived from in vitro rather than in vivo data, the latter of which are harder to obtain, hence the large margin of error. But even at the low end, 40% is a high value. I'd not like to know that I had only a 60% chance of surviving the next month or so, which is what at the best a human zygote is facing. So is Pam saying that the higher loss rate of zygotes would doom giraffes? Perhaps it would. But remember, any mutation that would result in a high enough loss of zygotes to harm the reproductive output of a giraffe carrying the mutation would be selected against, and so would be very unlikely to spread in the population. Further, this whole idea of genetic entropy depends on the idea that mutations are net negative, which is to say that genetic diversity is a net negative, and the ideal for a species would be minimal diversity. But this flies in the face of everything we know about conservation, where genetic diversity is a huge priority, and animals with low genetic diversity, like cheetahs, remain at great risk even when their census population size is reasonably large.
And this is a concept that was coined by Dr. John Sanford called genetic entropy.
Called it.
And Dr. John Sanford was the inventor of the gene gun. He teaches at Cornell University, or at least taught at Cornell University.
Yeah, he's also a demonstrable liar, whose idea fails to match experimental reality and only works in a computer program he made specifically to demonstrate the plausibility of his idea. Basically, it's like if I paid someone to make a simulation of YouTube where I was the most popular channel and then tried to use that as evidence that I'm bigger than T-Series. For more on Sanford, watch my series Sal's Pal, because of course Sanford is a friend of Sal Cordova, who despite saying he'd watched the series, as far as I know, hasn't, despite pretending to respond to me, which he failed at, since he didn't know what to respond to anyway. I also did a live stream with population geneticist Dr. Zach Hancock, which you also may enjoy, in which we directly responded to Sal's attempt at a response, except, we actually watched Sal's video, a courtesy he didn't bother to extend to me.
I'm not sure if he's still teaching.
He's basically retired at this point.
He's extremely well respected in plant genetics and in the world of biology.
Maybe at one point, but then he fell off the deep end and started making up stuff that is mathematically impossible. It's rare that I ever say that something in science is proven, but Sanford's ideas are mathematically impossible and therefore have been 100% disproven. They are completely incoherent. There is no possible world in which they are true. It doesn't work. There is as much going for genetic entropy as there is for the possibility that the square root of 2 is a rational number, or that Euclidean triangles have internal angles that do not sum to 180 degrees. His ideas carry less weight by far than the flat Earth once they're analyzed.
And it wrote a whole book on this concept, this idea that mutations over time did not lead to the accumulation of new information.
Funny how he wrote a book instead of, submitting the idea to peer review. Of course, we know why he didn't. His ideas contradict not just experiment and observation, but logic itself. So there's no way anyone who knows enough to peer review a paper on evolutionary biology would approve such shoddy work. Books should come after your ideas have passed peer review, not before.
But they lead to the degradation of old information. If genetic entropy is going to be true.
Which it can't be.
It can only be truly a problem if all the genetic information in the organism is useful.
Well, since I don't know what genetic information is or how to measure it, and even Paul Price can't seem to manage to figure out if it goes up or down intuitively, that wasn't a real thought that Pam just had. How do we even know that there's any genetic information to be useful since we can neither define nor measure it? Also, I want to point out that while Sanford does talk about information in the stupid way creationists usually do, his arguments don't actually need the concept and can be made focusing entirely on the fitness effects of alleles. Of course, the problem is that once you do that, you either have to redefine fitness to just be stuff I personally like, or the idea falls apart. Creationists tend to opt to redefine fitness, at which point the proper response is, cool, well, since that has nothing to do with evolutionary biology, I don't care. Go have fun eating paste in the corner.
So I have to assume that the whole instruction manual actually codes for something important.
Wait, did we just hear Pam say that if genetic entropy is true, DNA is all functional?
Non sequitur. Your facts are uncoordinated.
If there are pages in the instruction manual that aren't important, they can accumulate errors, and that won't affect the final outcome of building the giraffe.
Yes, and that's the case. There's this thing called a knockout experiment, where whole sections of DNA are simply snipped out of the genome of an organism, and it is then allowed to reproduce. And while to my knowledge, this hasn't been done with giraffes, since they're big and reproduce relatively slowly, and are also endangered, it has been done with mice, and mice can have the majority of their genome simply deleted and go on to live healthy lives and make healthy mouse babies. I see no reason to think that the giraffe is some exception to this, although I doubt we'll ever see a giraffe knockout experiment.
Does that make sense so far?
No.
Okay, because sometimes I get lost in the weeds in this particular presentation because, it's my thing.
Her thing is using already mathematically incoherent ideas to make non sequiturs about the predicted level of genomic functions, which we already know to be false. Weird thing.
All right. So, for mutations to be the mechanism of evolution,
which they're not, they're a mechanism for evolution.
4 things have to be true. Right? And the first one goes along with that idea that's the opposite of genetic entropy. So for genetic entropy to be true, all the information has to be useful.
No, what needs to be true is for selection to be weak and for the fitness effects of mutation to be fixed. Neither is true. What the fractional function is doesn't really matter, because even if the non-functional parts of the genome accumulate mutations, so too will the functional parts. And if selection is too weak to operate on them, and the mutations are on net negative in all environments, then the species will decline in fitness as genetic diversity increases. Of course, selection isn't that weak, fitness is contingent, and fitness in the population as a whole tends to increase with genetic diversity.
For evolution to be true, most of the information has to actually not be useful.
Also not true. While it was proposed that a low functional fraction was necessary for evolution to provide a buffer from harmful mutations, it turns out that there is no upper limit to the fractional function of the genome. Now, in organisms with well-known genomes, it turns out the functional fraction of the genome is relatively low, but evolution doesn't need it to be. It's just that there are a lot of processes in life which expand non-functional regions and convert functional regions into non-functional regions. So we predict that most organisms should have function for only a minority of their genome.
So it was initially thought that about 98% of your genome was useless, and so it's called junk DNA.
I can't speak to past estimates which are no longer current, but the simple fact that about 3% of the genome is part of genes means that it's simply impossible for 98% of it to be non-functional. About 75% is probably non-functional, probably a bit more. And this is not to say that that part of the genome has no known function, and therefore might be functional, but we don't know. I mean, we know it to be non-functional. It is not important to human life and can suffer any mutation, including deletion, without any measurable impact on the human that experiences such mutations. I wonder how long Pam is going to go before she mentions the 2012 ENCODE paper without ever bothering with the 2014 partial retraction in which ENCODE admitted that their initial definition for function was dumb.
Because only about 2% of your genome is genes.
It's more like 3%, but the genome isn't really made of genes and then junk. There are things like regulatory regions for genes, and centromeres and telomeres, which help with chromosomal folding and protection, etc.
The rest of it is not genes. And so we thought, well, all this stuff is not genes, it's not really doing anything, so it's junk.
Did we think that, or is it just Pam's straw man?
And then most of the changes that happen, most of the mutations that happen need to be harmless. They need to be neutral. They need to affect the instruction manual basically not at all.
Most of them are, but that doesn't have to be the case. The degree to which a population can withstand a high rate of mutation depends at least in part on that population's reproductive capacity. An example is the mutator lines in the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment. Some lineages of the bacteria in that experiment have extremely high mutation rates, and bacteria are known to have much higher functional fractions of their genomes than eukaryotes. This means that any given mutation in a bacterium is much more likely to have a measurable impact on fitness than in a eukaryote. Despite this, they reproduce so much that some of the bacteria by chance will hit upon extremely fit phenotypes, and then go on to outcompete the rest of the population to a large extent. Now, humans probably can't directly replicate this strategy since it takes an absurd amount of time for them to reproduce at all, and most humans, especially human females, will have trouble getting past a dozen or so offspring, never mind the hundreds that this strategy would require. But so what? If the claim is that organisms cannot have a high functional fraction of their genome or evolution doesn't work, this directly refutes that claim.
Some of the changes should be good. So I can't get a new organism if I don't have new information. I can't get a change that drives evolutionary biology forward unless I have some beneficial mutations.
Good thing those are trivially easy to find.
And then the last thing is that as I accumulate changes, I'm going to have to lead to a new kind of animal, not just a new species of animal.
Well, since there's no such thing as a kind, this isn't a problem at all.
So, not a new giraffe from an old giraffe, but a new okapi from an old giraffe, or something like that.
I love it when creationists demand as evidence of evolution things that the theory of evolution says are impossible. It just demonstrates the degree to which they either have no clue what they're talking about, or are just dishonestly creating a straw man. Given that Pam here has a graduate degree in a biological field, I'm leaning towards the latter.
Okay, very, very different kind of change. So 4 things have to be true. Has to be useless, Most of the information has to be useless, most of the mutations have to be harmless, some of them have to be good, and the accumulation has to lead to new kinds.
Well, that was mostly nonsense.
Hold on to that.
I'd rather not.
Because it's about to get harder.
That's what she said.
All right, so the first problem is that we're running out of useless DNA. So in Code, which is the encyclopedia of DNA elements,
turns out I didn't have to wait too long,
is a consortium of scientists working around the world who are analyzing the human genome sequence that was published in the early 2000s. And what they had, or the information they had accumulated by the year 2012 indicated that at least 80% of your genome is functional.
Yeah, because in 2012 their definition of function was that any activity at all was function. So according to ENCODE, if you have a knickknack in your basement that you forgot even exists, but it accumulates dust, then the function of that knickknack is to accumulate dust, even though you never think about it, wouldn't miss it if it were gone, and don't even really know it's there, but it's still functional apparently. I think we can all see why that's dumb. In fact, 2 years later, ENCODE saw why that was dumb and retracted that statement. Instead, they went to a more reasonable definition of function, which is that if the DNA was not sequence constrained, it wasn't functional, since if it did anything important, then its sequence would be important. And if it could undergo any mutation at all, including deletion, without an effect on the organism, then it's probably not functional. Under that definition, the genome is more like 80% non-functional, a near complete reversal of the 2012 paper. How much you want to bet that Pam ignores the fact that ENCODE wouldn't stand by her use of their work, because they don't even stand by their own use of that work from 2012?
So that means that we've gone from 98% junk to possibly 20% junk, but probably not, because I suspect that they're still finding uses for these things. And they've done it basically based on sequence comparison, and they're looking at things that are useful.
No, they were looking for any biochemical activity at all. And in fact, their estimate went the opposite way Pam thinks it should, and had already done so before she even made this prediction.
And comparing those sequences to things in your genome that are not genes, and they're saying, oh hey, that looks like a regulatory element, and that looks like it's a promoter, that looks like it's an enhancer, that looks like it's doing this thing over here, it's involved in microRNA regulation.
No, because we know that doesn't work. Just the example of pseudogenes demonstrates that. In sequence, a pseudogene looks a lot like a gene, but it isn't one because it's broken for some reason. Famously, humans have a pseudogene called the gulo pseudogene, which is homologous to the gene that in most mammals allows them to synthesize vitamin C. Humans are susceptible to scurvy specifically because this would-be gene is broken. Other parts of the genome that are not genes but are still functional can also break, so simply observing that the sequence is like that of a functional region isn't evidence of function. That's why, at first, the ENCODE project needed evidence of biochemical activity to declare function, and then later they needed evidence of sequence constraint. At no point was simple resemblance to a known functional element sufficient to conclude that a region of the genome was functional.
So all of these things, they're looking at things that they know happen in the cell, and they're saying, okay, this DNA matches DNA that does that thing. So it probably has a function, because if it has a similar structure, it has
a chance to be functional, but that's it.
A similar function, right? That's what they're basing this idea on.
No, they're not, because that demonstrably does not work. That's not a reliable way to detect function, even under the stupid first definition that ENCODE used.
So this is not, the idea I present to you with the chairs is not a novel idea. Every biologist worth their salt knows this, but they don't apply it to evolution, generally speaking.
No, not every scientist knows that a useless test that wasn't used to detect function was used to detect function in 2012. And they do know that the actual 2012 claim was retracted in 2014. Instead, they know that somewhere around 80% of the genome is known to be non-functional, as backed up by knockout tests in mice, which as UR clontigliers are reasonably closely related to humans.
Okay, so a couple of specific examples, because I like specific examples. I was working in the Corsi lab at the Catholic University of America, and we were looking at a model organism called C. elegans. It's a tiny worm, it's about a millimeter long, it's transparent, has about 1,000 cells, and they've tracked the development of every single one of those cells from the time it is a single-celled organism to the time it's an adult. It's a pretty fascinating thing to study.
It is, and in one of the only times you'll hear me endorse Richard Dawkins, in his book The Greatest Show on Earth, there is a very interesting discussion of the embryonic development of this worm. Every single cell in the body has a particular name. Now, it's not a name like Jeff or something. It's an alphanumeric designation, but still, it's mind-blowing to think that we have an organism that's so well studied that every single cell in its body has a designation.
And what we found was that in DNA sequences, so in genes are funny things because in your DNA, there are little interruptions in them. They're called introns.
Yep, they have to be removed by enzymes called spliceosomes, which remove them so that only the parts of the genome that are actually coding for amino acids are read by your ribosomes.
And once the DNA gets copied into RNA, those interruptions get kind of spliced out. And so these were a candidate for junk DNA when they were first discovered, because scientists were like, well, they're not in the final gene product. They're only in the original code, so they must not be important. But we found, when we were working with C. elegans, a regulatory site in one of those introns that was important in turning a certain gene on and off. And if that gene did not get turned on, that C. elegans could not defecate and it could not lay eggs.
Yeah, but most introns show signs of not being sequence constrained, meaning that any mutation in them is meaningless to the organism. So despite the fact that some introns have function, that is not evidence that the ones that we know don't have functions do, nor is it any indication that introns have function normally. Biology is complex and messy, and there are few rules that are universally true, but finding a small exception to a general trend in biology doesn't negate the trend.
And this is a problem because C. elegans produce eggs even if they can't lay them, so eventually the worms would die from their offspring exploding out of their insides.
Where's Warrant Officer Ellen Ripley when you need her? Also, fun fact, the character Lambert, played by Veronica Cartwright in the film Alien, is trans, which is revealed in her personnel file in the sequel Aliens, which says that she was born male but underwent a gender reassignment procedure. Xenomorphs don't discriminate on the basis of gender identity. They're equally murderous to everyone.
Which is a horrible way to go.
Yeah, Kane seemed to not enjoy it.
So this is clearly an important region in the DNA, because if there's a mutation in this one spot, in this intron that was thought to be junk, that causes this worm to die this horrible, terrible death.
And did she find similar things for all the other introns, or did she just find one important intron and then just inappropriately extend that to the whole of introns?
And to be very uncomfortable in the meantime.
Lifelong constipation and pregnancy is like that.
And that's what that slide was about, actually. And I'm going to skip that one, too, because it's super technical.
Really? She couldn't have gone through alternative splicing and instead skipped over the Miller-Urey nonsense? I do not like these choices. There are other elements of the genome that are thought to be junk, and one candidate was pseudogenes. So pseudo means sort of, right, basically. And pseudogenes share similarities in sequence to regular genes, but they're slightly different and they don't function as genes. I'm really looking forward to what use a broken vitamin C gene is to humans and other monkeys that share the mutation that broke it. So they're called pseudogenes, and they were thought to be evolutionary leftovers, sort of like vestigial organs for your genome. They're still known to be that. Because they got copied at some point, and so then you had two copies of a gene, so one copy mutated, and it just kind of kept mutating, and it didn't really matter because it wasn't being used for anything. So it could So this is thought to be evidence that some of the genome is junk. Nope. There's no need that the gene be duplicated, just that it break. It's not like humans have a functional vitamin C synthesis gene and another broken one. If they did, then humans wouldn't be susceptible to scurvy, but they famously are. That being said, a duplicate gene certainly can become a pseudogene. For example, humans have a bunch of copies of the amylase gene, which helps humans digest starchy food like grains and potatoes. If one breaks and no longer produces amylase, it'll be a pseudogene. But it turns out that pseudogenes are often playing critical roles in the regulation of the genes that they resemble. By often, she means rarely, and there's no particular correlation between neo-functionalized pseudogenes' original function and their new function. Sometimes there is, like elephants using a pseudogene that originally helped prevent leukemia as a regulatory site that causes apoptosis in precancerous cells to suppress tumor formation, but that's not because it's directly regulating a functional version of the pseudogene. Generally, this actually relies less on the pseudogene directly and more on its own regulatory region, which is co-opted to regulate another gene. Pseudogenes often lack regulatory apparatus altogether, making neo-functionalization as a new regulatory element nearly impossible. So the way that they're expressed in RNA actually determines the way that the genes are expressed in the cell, and this can be important in either turning the gene on or turning the gene off. Yeah, sometimes it is, but it's not always. And further, we can check to see if a pseudogene is under purifying selection. That is to see if it's sequence constrained, because if it has been neo-functionalized to act as a regulatory region, then it will be under selection pressure, and we can see lower diversity in that region of the genome than would be expected given the background mutation rate in the genome as a whole. Now, what do you know, but we find most pseudogenes accumulate mutations at a rate consistent with not being under selection, meaning that they cannot have any function that is sequence dependent, meaning they're not regulating anything.
And gene regulation it's a hugely important concept. It's very, very difficult to wrap your mind around, but basically you have the same information in every cell in your body, but your cells are all very different. So your eye cell is different from your liver cell, and they're different because certain genes get expressed and other genes don't.
That's true.
Right? So this whole process of gene expression is what enables you to be a multicellular organism that has different organ systems, and you have eyes that are transparent so that light can pass through them, and a skin that is not, so we can't see your insides, which we're all very grateful for.
It takes a lot more than that. For example, sponges have different cell types, which requires gene regulation of the type Pam is discussing, but they don't even have tissues, let alone organs. That being said, you do need cell type differentiation to get organisms and tissues, so it's more that she's leaving a lot out, not that what she's saying isn't true.
Okay. So it's complicated, and I apologize for that, but it's hugely important. So what they're finding basically is that all these regions that were thought to be junk are actually not junk, but they're involved in this. Am I off?
No, in fact, they're finding that some regions are functional, and we have a test for that. We just check to see if they're under selection. It's really simple. When we find an area that's under selection, that demonstrates that it's doing something, even if we don't know what. And if it's not under selection, then it's not doing anything, because it doesn't matter what mutations occur to it. I'm going to cut out Pam's fumbling about with technical problems. They seem to only be real in her head.
All of these regions that were thought to be junk are involved in this very fine-tuned dance of what protein gets turned on when and where so that you can be a multicellular organism. So it's not junk, it's actually useful.
This is a hellbender. Hellbenders are salamanders. The hellbender adult is between 30 and 74 centimeters long. Therefore, all salamander adults are between 30 and 74 centimeters long. Can anyone see the problem with this? Virtually no salamanders apart from hellbenders are even close to that big. Hellbenders are exceptional, and in no way should be taken as representative of salamanders as a whole, even though they shouldn't be ignored. Similarly, the fact that in some parts of the genome, that in most organisms don't have function, we can find some function in some organisms, doesn't mean we get to simply declare that that entire class of genome regions are broadly functional, especially since we can check for function. This is just Pam affirming the consequent. If A then B, B therefore A, is fallacious. Here, A is the genome is virtually 100% functional. Therefore, her B, some pseudogenes will be found to have function. That's a reasonable possibility. If A is true, B follows. But then she uses the fact that B has been found to be correct in some cases, that some pseudogenes are functional, to then demonstrate A. That's not how this works.
This is a problem for evolutionary theory.
No, Pam being logically fallacious and also being factually wrong is not a problem for the theory of evolution.
And a score, if you will, for genetic entropy.
No, the fact that there exist neo-functionalized pseudogenes means absolutely nothing for genetic entropy. Even if Pam were right, it wouldn't help genetic entropy one bit.
Okay, second problem is harmless mutations.
It was at this point that Dapper decided to go get a tall glass of whiskey, because there was no way he was prepared for whatever stupid shit Pam was about to say.
Now, if I texted you this, you would understand what I meant, right?
Nah, I'm way too into apophatic theology for that silliness. Get out of here with that saying what God is like. We can only say what he's not like, because what he is like is so far outside the realm of human or dinosaur experience that any positive attribution of a trait to God is automatically going to be wrong.
You might text back something like all the time if you were involved in Steubenville retreats in the late 90s or early 1000s. Right? If I texted you would say, well, Pam Acker really needs to proofread her text before she hits send, but I still understand what she's saying. If I text you this, now you think I am telling you that whatever you just said I understand, but I'm using very poor grammar.
No, I actually think that you're telling me that your life is currently going well, because I will understand that to mean that you have dropped the first-person subject, which is fairly common in very informal English. Do it myself all the time. If there had been a comma after it, then I would have taken it as Pam is indicating here.
Right, and the original message is completely lost. But each of those individual mutations, so God, it's good, or got is good, you probably would be able to get the original message from that, God is good, right? But when I put them together, I've completely altered the message.
Hey, if you're filling out a bingo card and you have "and your point is" in there, feel free to mark that square.
So this is a very simplistic example because it's only a few letters long and your DNA is 3 billion base pairs.
And also is in English and doesn't function anything like any human language.
But it illustrates something very important, which is I can have something that is quote-unquote harmless or neutral, but as I add together those harmless or neutral mutations, I end up with a very deleterious effect. I end up losing the original message.
So let's figure out the analogy, stupid though it may be. Basically, the text messages are supposed to map onto DNA sequences that are functional. The first change is neutral in that while it's a bit harder to figure out the message, it still works to convey the intended meaning. But then the second one changes the meaning altogether. DNA sequences aren't hard to parse for the cell, and if a mutation changes the function of a region of the genome, it's not likely to be neutral. This is why analogies between human language and how genetics works are almost always a bad idea. In fact, I'm just generally not a big fan of analogies for genetics at all, because they tend to always lead people into sloppy and erroneous thinking.
And that's actually what happens in organisms as well. And it's a big problem for organisms because natural selection, which we talked about in the last presentation, it only works on the level of the phenotype. This is the physical expression of the genes. So I might have a mutation in one of my genes that makes it work just a little bit less effectively than my neighbor. But
then it's not likely to be neutral. If it is, then that function wasn't important. An example is the aforementioned loss of the ability of most primates to make vitamin C. The primate diet is universally rich in things like leaves and fruit, which generally have more than enough vitamin C for the animals to survive. Indeed, even in humans, scurvy is very unusual, except in cases where access to fresh vegetables is more or less impossible, like on a long sea voyage in the Age of Sail. So when the gene broke, it went unnoticed by selection because it didn't actually affect the ability of the organism to reproduce, and it generally still doesn't in primates today. So it was a neutral change, and if it doesn't affect fitness, then it's not genetic entropy, because genetic entropy is about declining fitness. The reason such neutral loss of functions are talked about in regards to genetic entropy is because its proponents unilaterally redefine fitness into some nebulous concept about how well-functioning the organism is by whatever arbitrary metrics they find significant. But that's more or less the same as a flat earther decided that they can explain what the globe heads call gravity by saying it's actually electromagnetism, which requires a redefinition of electromagnetism because otherwise the gravitational acceleration we measure wouldn't correspond to electromagnetism. Creationists really aren't any better than flat earthers, they're just more popular, well-funded, and slightly better at hiding their absurdities in areas that the general public won't notice.
At the level of phenotype, that doesn't really come through. It's not like I'm missing a leg, it's not like I can't run away from predators, it's not like I can't, eat or something like that, so I survive.
Evolution isn't just about survival or not, it's about differential reproductive success. If your mutation means that you have fewer offspring than average, it's being selected against. And if it's not, then it's not harmful.
And I pass along that slightly damaged protein to my offspring. And I might even have more offspring than my neighbor.
Then it's not a harmful phenotype. At least not if those with it consistently have more offspring. See what I mean about redefining fitness?
And so what happens over time is that slightly damaged protein becomes more and more prevalent in the population. And my offspring add their own mutations, which damages it just a little bit more, or damages another part of their genome a little bit more. And what gradually happens over time is these small changes that are not harmless or not harmful at the level of the phenotype in themselves, they accumulate over time and translate into something that is ultimately very harmful.
And when that happens, the mutation that finally makes the phenotype less fit can be selected against. All Pam is saying is, what if there's a bunch of neutral mutations followed by a harmful one? And the answer is, then selection will act against the harmful one. And it's not like the whole population is likely to get the harmful mutation all at the same time unless it's severely inbred, which by definition leads to lower genetic diversity, which is the opposite of what genetic entropy says is a problem. Basically, this argument boils down to, if we just pretend that evolution doesn't work the way it works, then it might be a problem. Which, yeah. Fortunately, though, evolution does work the way it works. So we don't have a problem here.
And so, sometimes people twitch when I put up this graph because it's not super easy to understand. But this was published by a gentleman named Kimura.
oh good, we're going to get Pam repeating Sanford's lies about Moto Kimura's work on neutral theory. This ought to be fun.
In the 80s, I believe, and he was looking at, he was trying to define these neutral mutations, and he was saying, you know, most mutations are negative. You can't even see positive mutations on this graph, by the way.
Yeah, that's specifically because he excluded them from consideration, not because they're so rare, but because if he let in any amount, then positive selection would swamp his models and he could no longer recover any data about neutral variation, which was the whole thing he was looking at. Then along comes Sanford and just straight up lies and saying that actually he didn't include beneficial mutations in his math because they were so vanishingly rare. Now here's Pam swallowing this bit out of Sanford.
There are so few of them that you can't even see them. Most of them are negative.
Yep, that's the lie Sanford told. And look, if you want to tell me that the inventor of the gene gun isn't lying, then that's great. I look forward to your evidence that he's just so stupid he can't understand the most basic aspects of Moto Kimura's work. Because he's either incredibly stupid or he's a liar. Take your pick, creationists.
But most mutations, they're only very slightly negative and they fall in what he called a no selection zone.
Uh-oh, that's not true, is it? The size of the selection zone is not some fixed thing, and in fact, the size listed from minus 0.05 to 0.5 by Sanford's butchering of Kimura's graph would only apply to a species on the brink of extinction. This might not be immediately obvious, so let's dig into this. Genetic drift is an important aspect of evolution that is often overlooked in favor of the admittedly sexier idea of selection, whether natural, artificial, or sexual. While selection is non-random, drift encompasses the random aspects of the variation in allele frequency in populations other than mutation. Suppose you have a neutral mutation. Suppose you have a codon in a gene that says TTA instead of the TTG that is in your parents and everyone else. That means that it is a new variant in the genotype. But both of these codons code for the same amino acid, leucine. That makes this, near as we can tell, a truly neutral mutation. The amino acid sequence of the protein the gene codes for isn't even changed. So will that variation that you carry spread through the population or go extinct? There's no way to say for sure, but the chances are proportional to how common it is. In this case, very much uncommon, and inversely proportional to the population size, because it needs to spread through that population. One of the things this means is that the larger the population is, the harder it is for an allele to randomly reach fixation, and provided it is already at a wide distribution, the harder it is for it to randomly go extinct. Now, it should be noted that the population size we are concerned with here is effective population, and that is not strictly the same as just the number of individuals alive in the population at a particular moment. It is affected by things like genetic variability already in the population as well as population structure, which makes mating non-random. However, generally speaking, the larger the population is in terms of just individuals alive in the population, the larger its effective population size is. What this means is that not only is Sanford wrong about the distribution of mutations, not only is he wrong about mutations having fixed versus contingent fitness effects, he's also wrong in assuming that there's some single no-selection zone. Now, it's true that any population of finite size will have variations that have negative fitness effect but cannot be selected against, because the strength of the selection is too weak. But this is a problem specifically for organisms with small populations and low genetic diversity, which is the opposite of what Sanford is arguing. And of course, this is just Pam parroting Sanford's claims, so I'll criticize Sanford. This problem with low selection strength and high genetic drift strength occurs specifically in these small populations, and so the outcome is that the less genetic diversity there is, the worse for a species. On the other hand, Sanford's whole point is that the more genetic diversity increases for mutation, the worse off a species is. But that's obviously wrong for the simple reason that more genetic diversity increases effective population size, thereby reducing the strength of genetic drift and increasing the ability of selection to act. Basically, Sanford's ideas are wrong at essentially every turn. If you'd like more information about this, I'd encourage you to watch the stream I did with Dr. Zach B. Hancock, a population geneticist, or if you'd rather have it straight from the ape's mouth, this video by Dr. Hancock that is a book review of Sanford's work, Genetic Entropy and the Mystery of the Genome.
So natural selection cannot eliminate these negatives from the population. It can only eliminate really negative stuff from the population that makes your fitness level go way, way down.
That's not really true, though. These fitness levels are a measure of how much more or less than average an organism will produce offspring who themselves reproduce. So the average would be 0 by definition. A fitness effect of 0.002 would mean that on average an organism with that allele would manage to produce 0.2% more offspring that reproduce than the average member of the species. As you can see, that's a fairly minor effect, and it's within the no selection zone given by Sanford and copied by Pam. But what's the actual no selection zone for humans? Well, assuming a conservative population size of 7 billion individuals, The human no selection zone is more like 0.00000000002 to 0.000000002. And that's rounding to make it bigger than it really is. That means that in humans, a mutation that causes an average increase of just 0.001% in reproductive output will be heavily selected for, and one that causes the same level of decrease in population output will be heavily selected against. As a result, it's simply not true that one can declare that most mutations are within the no selection zone. That has to be measured in a case-by-case basis, and in many cases, it's simply not true.
It can't eliminate these slightly deleterious mutations, and slightly deleterious is not the same as not deleterious, right? So evolutionists who argue that most mutations have no effect because they're quote-unquote neutral are really pretty guilty of sleight of hand.
No, that would be creationists who are lying about the difference between neutral mutations, which is most of them, and deleterious but unselectable mutations. Rounding to 1/10, about 90% of the genome is non-functional and not sequence constrained. That means about 90% of mutations occur in places where it doesn't matter in the least. Now, beneficial or deleterious mutations in these regions aren't impossible, but it's very hard to do because it requires things like reactivating broken genes, which is easier said than done with mutations. I also gave the example earlier of a mutation between synonymous codons. These are generally neutral as well. This means that for most mutation, the actual fitness effect is literally zero. It makes no sense to say that selection would act on a mutation with zero fitness effect. Chimera's distribution actually reaches the highest value at 0, meaning again that that's the most common kind of mutation according to the source that Sanford and now Pam are butchering. Mutations are said to be neutral, beneficial, or deleterious exactly based on their fitness effect. Neutral mutations have a fitness effect of 0. Beneficial mutations have a positive fitness effect, and deleterious mutations have a negative fitness effect.
Because if it's slightly deleterious, that doesn't mean it's neutral.
Correct, and I'm not aware of a population geneticist saying otherwise.
And if I accumulate slightly deleterious mutations over time, I end up with something really deleterious.
But you see, you can't, and it's actually not hard to see why. Now, in the real world, a mutation's fitness effects don't combine in a mathematically simple way. For example, there could be two deleterious mutations that when found together are actually beneficial. For instance, maybe each produces some protein that does nothing but get in the way of cellular processes, but when both are present, they interact to enhance some cellular process. But for the sake of simplicity, let's say that we have an organism with an accumulation of various deleterious mutations, and then it has offspring with another one that, now presents a real problem. Well, it means that the fitness effect of this new mutation, while on its own might be small, it is now not so small. This has caused a significant decrease in the reproductive output. But notice what it also does. It takes it away from the no selection zone. This means that this mutation, which on its own might have been subject to drift, is now subject to selection. And this is because fundamentally selection is done on an organismal basis. And fitness is a measure of the whole organism's reproductive output, and genes only modify it. So it might be that an organism whose fitness is 99.9998% that of the average may not be selected against because of the strength of genetic drift, but that at 99.9997%, it and those like it are selected against. That can be all it takes. So the accumulation of these mutations will reach an equilibrium so that in the long run, those that take organisms outside this no selection zone will be selected against.
Right. I end up eventually with, well, not just a disapproving giraffe, but I end up eventually with error catastrophe in my genome. I am no longer going to be viable as an organism if I accumulate enough of these slightly deleterious mutations.
Yes, error catastrophe is a real thing, and it has been seen in viruses. But here's the thing, we can calculate the maximum mutation rate for an organism to be able to persist at a particular rate of reproduction. I won't go into all the math, but think about this. If a fruit fly lays 500 eggs in its life, or fertilizes the same, which is a pretty normal amount, how many of them have to survive on average to reproduce for the species to stay at a steady population? Ultimately, only 2. This means that even if only 0.4% of the offspring on average survive to reproduce, fruit flies are good. Now, the higher the mutation rate, then on average, the fewer offspring on average will reproduce. This means that all organisms have to reproduce above the theoretical minimum replacement rate in order to get the actual theoretical replacement rate of 2 per pair for organisms like humans with male and female members. The higher the mutation rate, the larger the number of offspring needed to hit that replacement rate. Well, I'm not going to go through all the math for it. See Zach Hancock's video I recommended for that. But when you actually do run the math, you find that virtually every organism has a mutation rate well below the level needed for them to persist indefinitely. That this is the case should be obvious simply by the fact that organisms are around, If the population had a mutation rate high enough to cause error catastrophe, it wouldn't persist long. For humans, the number of offspring needed to account for the human mutation rate is about 2.4 per female. Historically, this is well below the average human fertility rate, although the world fertility rate as it stands seems to be at 2.3, which means in fact that we may be starting to see some population decline in humans in the coming years, something which is possible based on the trend in population growth. However, it's also the case that 2.4 is a high estimate, and empirically determined estimates from numerous sources, including the United States Census Bureau, put that number at 2.1, so we probably have decades before the human population starts to decline or stabilize.
Not to give you a spoiler or anything, but that is where we're headed, is error catastrophe.
Yeah, if the birth rate in places like the United States stays at the low 1.64 it's currently at, and that low birth rate spreads, but humans are known to artificially lower their reproductive output by choice. Not many organisms do that, so while error catastrophe could be a problem in the long run for humans, with this rather odd tendency, it's not a problem for basically any other organism except those with blisteringly high mutation rates and small genomes, like viruses, who like to operate right on the edge of error catastrophe. Also, I should point out that if the tendency to not reproduce at or above replacement rate in humans is itself heritable, then natural selection will fix that problem in short order because the people who tend to reproduce at or above the replacement rate will quickly be selected for.
Okay, problem number 3. Are there good mutations? So when you think of mutation, what do you think of?
Something in the genome that was not inherited from one's ancestors.
Yeah, Godzilla, that's a great mutation.
I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of Godzilla. I even did a show about Godzilla with Aaron Ra and Paul from Pawnswizard. But unless I'm talking about fiction, that's not what I think of when I think about mutations.
Alright, I normally think of cancer.
Dark, but okay. Cancer is caused by mutations in cells that cause them to keep reproducing when they ought not to.
You might also think of other genes. So this slide is particularly poignant to me because those are my grandparents who both died of cancer.
Hey, that sucks. Cancer sucks, and there's nothing to sugarcoat here. While mutations are the source of new genetic material, there's also no denying that they are the cause of immense suffering in various individuals. I'm not here to downplay that, and I'm sorry for Pam's loss. I recently lost an uncle after a years-long battle with cancer. A good friend of mine lost his father to cancer a few years back. But that tragedy and suffering does nothing to change the fact that beneficial mutations are observed in the wild and in the laboratory.
And below is my niece, who has been diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, as no one else in our family has it, so it's a novel mutation in her.
Probably, although not certainly. And yeah, that sucks. A childhood friend of mine passed away in his 30s because of type 1 diabetes. But again, this doesn't change anything about the fact that there are beneficial mutations. This is like me trying to argue that the offensive line of the Green Bay Packers doesn't exist by naming all the starters on the defensive line.
And she's surrounded by all of the paraphernalia month. Everything. So mutations, generally speaking, when we think about them, they're actually quite bad. They cause disease and damage and deformity.
Most of the ones that aren't neutral, which is most of them, are indeed deleterious to varying degrees. This is not some revelation that is new to genetics and evolutionary biologists. Indeed, in a population with a steady size, the rate of negative mutations must be higher than the rate of positive mutations, or the population would be increasing in size. Okay, we're skipping past the rest of her examples of mutations that are harmful because no one is disputing that they exist.
So, are there good mutations?
Yes, unequivocally so. Even Kimura said as much in the paper that Sanford butchered.
Well, obviously most of them are bad.
No, most of them are neutral, and in a population that's already reasonably well adapted to its environment, most of the rest will be bad. But a population can actually be in a position where most non-neutral mutations will end up being good. Here's a fitness landscape. The peaks represent a phenotype that has a high fitness, and the troughs represent phenotypes with low fitness. So the vertical axis is fitness, and the two horizontal axes represent phenotype. Of course, in reality, you can't graph phenotype on just two axes, but this is simplified for illustrative purposes. If a population exists in what is currently a trough, such that most new phenotypes are actually higher in fitness, then most mutations that have any effect at all will be beneficial, and this will likely lead to an adaptive radiation, which is a thing that has been documented happening many times in the history of life on Earth. However, we do say that more mutations are deleterious than beneficial, and that's generally true. It's true specifically because selection means that beneficial mutations are selected for strongly, and adaptation happens relatively quickly, and when it doesn't, it usually means extinction. As a result, most populations are well adapted for their current environment and are on peaks rather than troughs of the fitness landscape. This means that any significant phenotypic variation is likely to lead to lower fitness in most populations. I want to drive home again that the fitness effect of a mutation is entirely context dependent. A mutation in one environment might be a great benefit, but in another it might be a huge problem. So in Pam's upcoming examples, remember that what's important is whether the mutation is beneficial in the environment in which the organism finds itself.
But most evolutionary biologists will put forward the idea of antibiotic resistance as a good mutation. So antibiotic resistance clearly seems to benefit the bacteria. If there's an antibiotic present, then it doesn't die. That seems like a good thing, right?
Yes, unambiguously so.
But you have to look closer than just that. Because what happens when something becomes antibiotic resistance is there's a change that happens in the bacterium itself. And so with MRSA, that change happens in the peptidoglycan that cross-links its cell wall. So normally this is a very strong linkage together. The bacterial cell wall is very stable. In MRSA, the bacterial cell wall is actually less stable. So the cross-linking doesn't work quite as well. But that also means that the antibiotic that kills the bacteria by disrupting the cross-linking, it can't bind to that peptidoglycan. And so MRSA can survive being treated with methicillin.
Hence, that's a beneficial trait in an environment with the antibiotic that it has evolved to resist. Which just happens to be the environment in which it evolved, you know, by some crazy coincidence.
But if you put MRSA in a test tube with regular Staphylococcus aureus that would die in the presence of the antibiotic, the regular Staphylococcus aureus quickly outcompetes the MRSA and the MRSA goes extinct.
Yeah, and if you put polar bears in the Sahara, they would quickly go extinct. Does this mean that Ursus martimus is inherently inferior to Canis aureus? No, obviously not. There should be no surprise that when you take an organism out of the environment it's adapted to and place it into another environment that it won't do well. This is why no humans should live in places like Russia or Canada. Humans evolved in the tropics, and those places are completely uninhabitable wastelands. Anyway, pointing out that organisms adapt to their environment and then don't fare well when you suddenly place them in a new and very different environment is in no way a problem for evolution, because that's what evolution predicts. She just arbitrarily chose the no antibiotic environment as the default. There's no objective reason to do so. She simply does it because it's rhetorically useful to her.
Because the MRSA, in order to gain the ability to resist the antibiotic, has lost the ability to have solid cell walls that are the way that they're supposed to be. And so the normal bacteria is actually better suited to the environment when there's no antibiotic.
And the polar bear, in gaining the ability to conserve body heat, has lost the ability to rapidly shed body heat, making it spectacularly bad at living in the Sahara Desert. So what? Evolution is always about trade-offs, and adapting to one environment of necessity means being maladapted to others. Evolution isn't going to get a Superman who can survive in all environments and thrive there. It's all about costs and benefits. All benefits come with costs, and if the costs are smaller than the benefits in terms of reproductive success, then those costs are going to be paid.
And this has been repeated a number of times with different antibiotic resistances. In Klebsiella bacteria, for example, they're resistant to an antibiotic that binds to the ribosome and stops protein production, but they're resistant because the ribosome has changed shape in a way that makes it work less efficiently.
And the white fur of the polar bear will mean that any prey in the Sahara will be alerted to its presence, making hunting that much harder. Clearly, jackals are the objectively superior life form.
So if you put resistant bacteria and non-resistant bacteria together, the non-resistant bacteria will outcompete them every time. Because what's happening is it's almost like a zero-sum game, right? I can't change anything without it affecting something else.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. That's why mutations are environmentally contingent. There's no such thing as objectively better in evolution. It's all dependent on the environment, and organisms can only be more or less fit in a particular environment. Pointing out that they are less fit in an environment that they did not adapt to doesn't make them inferior or superior. Evolution has no objective criteria for bestest organism regardless of environment. Humans can come up with arbitrary criteria for that make them feel good, and they do. And interestingly, they tend to value things that make organisms more like them or more beneficial to them. But no matter what, those criteria are made up and do not affect evolution. Nor is the fact that these organisms might become subjectively worse according to some anti-vax tradcath who's appropriating both the Holocaust and art from other Christians her church has historically oppressed, something that is a problem for the theory of evolution. It's a nothing for the theory of evolution. It means as much to biology as what color curtains Pam has in her bedroom, or whether she shaves her legs or not.
So if I have a change that allows me to resist the antibiotic, it usually affects my ability to function as a normal bacterium, and it usually makes it less.
No, it makes it better in the environment to which you're adapting. That is the environment with the antibiotic. Just like adaptation to the Arctic coasts makes one less well adapted to an inland hot desert.
So it's a trade-off. It is not purely beneficial.
Yes, it is a trade, but it's also truly beneficial, because we define what is and is not beneficial based on the environment. You can't just arbitrarily decide that if you change the environment so as to make the previously beneficial mutation deleterious, this means that you've discovered there are no beneficial mutations. It just means that you don't know what a beneficial mutation is. And of course, this ignores that in many antibiotic-resistant bacteria, there are compensatory mutations that restore most or all of the function that was lost vis-a-vis the wild type.
I'm losing something, and that's called a fitness cost.
No.
I am going to skip the nylonase as well.
Yeah, she probably should skip past the fact that a group of bacteria were able to evolve to digest nylon, a substance that was only invented in 1935. That sounds too beneficial. And of course, she let us know that this mutation was actually only a relatively small change to an existing enzyme, which is both true and irrelevant.
So there's a CCR5 delta 32 mutation in T cell that makes T cells resistant to HIV infection, which sounds like a great thing, especially if you're in a high-risk population for HIV.
Here we go. Let's hear about how in an environment with low HIV levels, this isn't good, as if that changed anything.
But the deletion also means that that protein cannot insert itself in the cell membrane. Now, it normally belongs in the cell membrane, where it performs an important function in cell signaling.
Not important enough to overcome the risk of HIV in environments with high enough levels of the virus.
If it can't get in the membrane, then HIV can't attach to it and infect the cells. But it also can't perform its normal function in cell signaling, and this can lead to development of multiple sclerosis or serious liver problems.
Not according to her slide, which actually says that when it is found along with multiple sclerosis, it can cause liver problems. So the combination of traits means it's a problem. And I'm not here to say it isn't. But this just means that in HIV-rich environments, the place where a mutation like this is likely to spread, multiple sclerosis will be heavily selected against, and it will likely decrease in the population. But further, even if it did mean general loss of liver function, if that's something that would have been a problem at 50, but HIV is something that will be a problem at 20, then it remains beneficial. As I've kept saying, and as Pam has affirmed, it's a trade-off. The only difference we seem to have is that she thinks that she can arbitrarily change the environment that she would like to measure the fitness effects against to environments that the organisms are not in and so not adapting to. I, on the other hand, realize how absurd and intellectually bankrupt that is. But that's just based on what she put on her slide. We'll get more into it in a second.
So, would you rather be resistant to HIV or not have MS?
Well, that's not really a choice I have to make. In fact, I found the paper she's pretending to cite. It's increased to CCR5 delta 32 / delta 32 genotype in multiple sclerosis by K. Pulkkinen et al. Published in Acta Neurologica Scandinavica in April 2004, not in Medicine as Pam's slide would indicate. I can tell because Medicine is an open access journal and doesn't have any particular article matching this topic at all, never mind from 2004, and lo and behold, they compared the outcomes of people with CCR5 delta 32 who also had MS to those who did not have MS and found bad liver health associated with those with it. It should be noted, though, that MS patients did have a higher rate of CCR5 delta 32 than the control group, and it is positively correlated with other inflammation-related diseases. It seems that the mutation does predispose someone to having inflammation disorders, but it is neither a necessary nor sufficient cause for such disorders. There are people with CCR5 delta 32 with MS and those without it. So Pam is lying to us right now. So either she read the source, knows it doesn't say what she says it does, or she didn't read it and is pretending she did. The other option is that she's too stupid to understand even the abstract. That being said, in my current environment where I'm at low risk of HIV, I'd rather not have the mutation. But that might change if I found myself in Lesotho during a condom shortage in some kind of group scene.
It's a trade-off.
Yep.
So this leads me to call this the spork problem.
You can tell this isn't a real problem in evolutionary biology simply because she's the one who named it, and she isn't publishing in evolutionary biology journals.
Because you can't have it both ways. You cannot be functional as a spoon and fork at the same time.
I mean, the existence of the spork kind of proves that, yes, you can. You might not be a great fork or a great spoon, but you're adequate at both.
If you are antibiotic resistant, you are losing function in some other area. If you're HIV resistant, you're losing function in some other area. So these beneficial mutations are only beneficial under certain circumstances, and they're very detrimental under others.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. That's the very point that Sanford misses. That's why all her talk about genetic entropy is nonsense. Mutations don't have fixed objective fitness effects.
So don't let anybody ever tell you
I am the
angel Gabriel.
I haven't found one yet.
Yes, she has. She just listed off some. But the problem is that what she hasn't done is actually figured out what the correct definition of fitness is. This is just like a flat earther saying that while they acknowledge that 9.8 or so meter per second downward acceleration, they reject gravity. Well, that just means you don't know what gravity is at the most basic level. Pam doesn't know what fitness is at the most basic level, and so she doesn't know what fitness effects are.
I've been looking a long time.
You know, if you look for snakes in Arizona, it will take you a long time to find one if your definition of snake is a winged animal with 8 legs and 2 mouths. But on the other hand, if you're looking for scaly reptiles with no walking limbs and a longer torso than tail, you'll find a snake pretty fast.
Alright, the last problem is that no matter how much we mutate them, bacteria are still bacteria, fruit flies are still fruit flies, finches are still finches, and peppered moths are still peppered moths.
Again, as required by evolution. What is it with Pam and explaining how evolution works in order to say that it's a problem? It's like explaining Newton's second law of motion in an effort to say that rockets can't work.
We have never seen, and bacteria are mutated at, I did a calculation at one point, the number of generations that we have seen of bacteria that we've been mutating the living daylights out of in the lab, and it's astronomical. And we still have not produced anything. We haven't even made an E. coli that is no longer an E. coli.
That's not entirely accurate.
Actually, one of the defining traits of E. coli is that they cannot metabolize citrate in the presence of oxygen. It's one of the reasons that citrate was used in the medium in the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment. But in that very experiment, a strain of bacteria evolved that could indeed digest citrate in an environment with oxygen. Technically, this means that the E. coli in this experiment no longer meet the traditional definition for the species. But also importantly, where the lines are in species is fundamentally a judgment call, and is based on numerous species definitions. Like all taxa, species are fundamentally arbitrary to some degree. Humans like to put things into boxes and label them, and nature doesn't care at all about those boxes. What are real are lineages, and lineages change, and sometimes they can change enough that humans make a new box for them. Sometimes they don't. But whether or not humans decide to set up a new box with a new label is completely immaterial to whether or not evolution has occurred or is occurring in a lineage.
We haven't even done speciation, let alone developed a new kind.
This is so dumb, not even most creationist organizations will agree. In terms of observed instances of speciation, I'll just reach back into the depths of the deep lore of the internet and pull out Talk Origins from 1995. It has a list of observed instances of speciation, and it has been observed in the evening primrose, the Q primrose, the trigopogon, Ruffenobrassica, hemp nettle, brassica species, maidenhair fern, the woodsia fern, maize, the yellow monkey flower, Drosophila polystorum, D. melanogaster, just so much. Houseflies, apple maggot flies, gall flies, flower beetles, lab ratworms, Chlorella vulgaris, and many more in the subsequent 29 years.
Right, and fruit flies, I think the mutation rate has been sped up like 17,000% or something like that over 100 years because Morgan's fly room was operating in the early 1900s.
And there are dozens of known speciation events in fruit flies in the lab. You can just do it yourself by following the methods of any of dozens of experiments that resulted in genetic isolation between populations of fruit flies taken from a common stock. Even something as simple as giving them different food sources can do it.
Still nothing that isn't still a fruit fly.
Yeah, because that's how evolution works. No matter how much change there is to a fruit fly, it'll be a fruit fly, because that's the lineage it belongs to. You can't make your ancestors not your ancestors. That's logically impossible. Not even the God of Catholicism could do it. And before anyone comments about it, no, that doesn't make the God accepted by Catholics not omnipotent.
It's highly disappointing.
I would imagine so, since if fruit flies ever managed something as absurd as changing their ancestors, that would not only be evidence against evolution, but of the very basics of logic. That kind of thing would upturn more or less everything.
So we're back to genetic entropy.
Oh joy.
Right? And this idea that as mutations accumulate over generations, what we're doing is we're losing order, we're losing function, we're losing specificity, we're getting less and less and less and less perfectly human, basically.
I mean, that is an idea, but it's an idea that violates, like, the basic rules of math. So it's not real. In fact, in some sense, because it's fundamentally contradictory to itself, it's really not even an idea. But that's getting a bit nitpicky.
And as I accumulate these mutations, I'm headed to error catastrophe, which means that the human race will eventually go extinct.
I mean, it doesn't, because the mutation rate isn't nearly high enough to make that an inevitability. Now, the human species will eventually go extinct, but it's extremely unlikely to be because of error catastrophe.
But Christ will come first, so we really don't have to probably worry about that.
Hey, if the parousia is right around the corner, that's great and all, but Christians have been saying that for about 2,000 years, give or take, and it hasn't happened so far. Let's just assume that it's far enough out that we need to worry about the long-term effects of our actions, and not doing things like just not worrying about medical or environmental problems, because we figure that it'll be fixed by the eschatological musings of Christians. Those musings have so far helped no one ever, and have manifestly hurt people. Like the people who sold all their possessions to spread the word about Jesus coming back in 2011, as predicted by Harold Camping, who at least had the good grace to apologize and die afterwards. I'm not saying Jesus isn't coming back, that's not my job. But what I am saying is that it's best to act like that's not happening anytime soon.
Okay, so the case for genetic entropy.
Which is best described as a lie.
Basically, remember, for mutations to be the driving mechanism of evolution, most of the genome has
I've come to bring good news.
to be. It's not, it's mostly useful.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
Most of the mutations have to be harmless, but they're not. They're actually only slightly deleterious, but that's still deleterious.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
Some mutations have to be good, but even those rare ones that are claimed to be good have a fitness cost to go with them.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
And no matter how much we mutate something, we can't make a new kind of organism.
Well, since kind doesn't mean anything, that's not even a real thought, which I think means that even though grammatically it had the form of a sentence, it technically wasn't one.
So it seems like genetic entropy makes a lot more sense as the outcome of mutation than evolution would be.
You serious?
And there's a little bit more evidence for this because some recent articles have traced supposed bacterial evolutionary lineages and shown that if those lineages are correct, genomes are actually shrinking over time.
Which isn't a prediction of genetic entropy, so who cares?
Instead of expanding, which is not what you would expect if you were an evolutionary biologist. You expect to be accumulating new information, but it is what you would expect if you were a creationist and you said, well, the fall happened and now we start to have mutations and now we start to lose things.
No. Genome size is selectable because it takes energy to duplicate it. It's not a big fitness difference, but given the insanely large population sizes of bacteria, that's well outside the range where selection cannot operate. So we should expect bacteria to have relatively high functional fractions of their genome, and to shed genetic material that's not useful.
This is even what you see in domestication, right? Chihuahuas are tiny because they've lost the genes to be big.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
No, because there are no big genes. There are developmental genes, and Chihuahuas have all the same developmental genes as any wolf. The difference is when and how long they are expressed. If they simply deleted those genes, you wouldn't get a small dog, you'd get a dog that is missing bits of anatomy. Which means you probably wouldn't get a dog at all, you'd get a stillbirth.
And they're short-haired because they've lost the genes to be long-haired.
Nope, they have the same genes. In fact, long-haired Chihuahuas are a real thing. The breed rather famously comes in long and short-haired varieties.
They're not short-haired because they've developed some sort of new gene.
Yeah, I guess that's true enough.
So I'll let Dr. Sanford sum up genetic entropy. He says that the genome is actually degenerating. It is bad news for the long-term future of the human race. It's also bad for evolutionary theory. If mutation and selection cannot preserve the information already within the genome, it's difficult to imagine how it could have created all that information in the first place. We cannot rationally speak of genome building when there's a net loss of information every generation, any more than we can rationally speak of wealth building if we're losing 2 cents on every transaction.
Amazing. Every word of what you just said was wrong.
So evolution fails again.
At the risk of repeating myself,
You serious?
Fails to take into account the massive genetic differences between humans. Oh, sorry. That's on a different slide. It fails to establish any room for error in the genome.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
It fails to offer any true examples of mutations adding new information to the genome.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
And it fails to directly demonstrate that the accumulation of mutations leads to new organisms.
Wrong, but we've already talked about it.
And so now there are 2 Star Trek characters doing a facepalm because this is doubly bad.
I wonder if she knows that Star Trek just kind of assumes in the background that evolution works, even though sometimes the writers screw it up.
News? For me?
And that's I have.
What?
Left. Yes, go ahead.
What about CRISPR?
CRISPR?
Yes.
Ever God wants.
So, method for altering DNA, and it's DNA scissors basically. And they've done some experiments recently in gene editing with that, in humans actually, that were spectacularly failures.
They were spectacularly failures sums up basically every sentence in Pam's talk. The rest of this is just Q&A that's both nearly incomprehensible because of how bad the sound is, and in which Pam makes no new arguments. I guess that means that's it for me and the series. I have no idea if I'll come back to cover more Pam. Given how unoriginal she is, it certainly won't be soon. If you liked the video, please hit like and tell me in the comments. If you didn't, feel free to hit dislike and tell me what the problem was in the comments. Either way, please remember to subscribe and hit that bell icon so you're always notified when I have more content. I'm the Dapper Dinosaur. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Ben Tovend, Phil Ravara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Denny5252, Eleron Teller, Horseflesh, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostock Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabbity Babbity, Monkey They Them, Robert Carpenter, Sphincter of Doom, Vollus, Strawberry Vein, and Ita V. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.
I will fool the shepherds. I will know their greatest fear.